I completed my BTech few years back, 4 years back. Before this, maybe after completion of my BTech, I joined with some college there. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please check it. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. To check it. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Right. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. Right, sir. And today, just I want to give a small introduction part related to this Java. Just brief overview of Java programming language I'm going to give. All right. All of you are coming for a demo class only, right? Right. Thank you. And after that, I want to give some clarity about our like process, how I'm going to complete these classes, what is my plan of conducting these classes, all the things we are going to understand there. Right, now let's see this point here. First of all, I'm asking one direct question to all of you guys. Now today you're coming for Java demo class, right? Core Java or whatever it may be, full stack Java or something else. Simple question, straight question. Why you are selecting Java now? We have so many technologies, so many programming languages, but still why we are selecting Java today? What's the need? Because of your parents' sports, no? No, sir. My brother is working with IBM. He earned per month 60 lakhs, 60,000 or 70,000. No. So my parents are saying to us, so your brother is already earning 60,000 while you are vacant after completion of the BTech. So go and join with the classes at Amirpet, then try to get job. Because of this, you are coming, right? No, sir. I completed my BTech few years back, 4 years back. Before this, maybe after completion of my BTech, I joined with some college there as a lab in church. So now I want to go for marriage. Opposite side people are asking to me, if you are the lab coordinator, we don't want to give my girl to you, so try to get software job, then only come here. Yeah, is this the reason? Any other reason? No. So then simple question, why you are selecting Java? Any reason here? No. Definitely, I can give some reasons. All these reasons are funny reasons only, but I think so these reasons may not be available for you. Only one simple, straightforward answer. For the sake of getting job, for the sake of getting good job. Why is there? Why job is required? Common sense only. I'm asking that. I'm not thinking about too much technical questions now. Why we need this job now? Because of two reasons. Because of very good identity. As I completed my academics, definitely I have to get some identity. I need some background. So one company background I required. So job is mandatory. That's one point. Why job is mandatory? Why identity is mandatory? Sorry. We are able to get job at any field. That is not at all the deal. But with very good identity, getting job is important. So identity, recognition, that is one reason. Any other reason here? Second reason, ultimate reason we have. What is the second reason? No. What is the second? Identity is okay. Respect and identity both are at the same side. Second reason is there. What is the second reason? No. Money. Am I right or not? Good amount of money. Every month, survival, right? Definitely we need some money. See, if we are giving answers like, sir, I'm very much crazy on programming, that's why I'm coming to this Java. No, I don't want to go believe all these kind of statements. No, they are overaction statements only. Yes, sir. Am I right or not? Identity with a good respect, and next one is what? Their money. They are the two important factors in our life. Without money, will you work for the 1 year of time with any company? Will you work for 1 year of time with any company without money? No. So definitely money is required or not? Arey yaar, that is your fundamental right. We are working with a company for the sake of money only. At the same time, money with respect, money with identity, that both are required. Fine, whatever it may be, leave this one. Why I'm giving this kind of discussion here? The point is what? If you want to get very good job, in order to get money and respect and identity, Java is a right platform. Java is the right platform at present as per the outside market situation. Market is not much good. Somewhat dryness is going on there. Understand it what I'm telling there. So even though this much of dryness is going on, but still we can trust Java programming language when compared with other programming languages. Understand it? Still some companies are taking Java developers. Some companies are taking Java developers. As per my awareness, I'm telling to you, as per my analysis, as I am observing that the outside market with very much close, maybe next June or July month onwards, again recruitments are going to be start. Actually, I have 50 companies in my hand at present. Regularly, I'm in touch with that companies there. Then every 3 days once or 4 days once, I used to send mails to them. Why? Because Durgasoft is providing campus drives also. In Durgasoft, companies are coming, they are going to conduct some recruitment drives on all. Understand it now? So I'm in touch with almost 50 number of companies. Every 3 days once or 4 days once, I'm in touch with them. I used to talk with them. Then what is the status now? What is the status at present? What we have to do like this? I used to communicate with them. So they are giving reply to me. Two companies, they are giving reply to me on June or July. They want to come here. They are giving confirmation even for me. So I'm expecting in the June or July month onwards, again recruitments are going to be start. Meanwhile, you should be ready to attend for recruitment drives in June or July. That is the status, what I'm telling here. Okay, leave it. So even though the market is not much good, but still we can trust Java. In Java domain, more and more number of recruitments are going to be happen in the companies. Definitely. I'm sure about it. I'm giving one statement to you. I'm sure about it. If you learn Java at present, next 20 to 25 years of time, you will not get any problem. Java is a straight line. Always, it is in upward direction only, not in up and downs. Everybody, understand my point here? Other technologies are in up and downs, but Java will not have any such kind of scenarios. Always, Java is in upwards arrow only, not in downwards. Understand it clearly now. So because of that reason, we can trust Java. Whatever the step today here we have taken there, that is the right step only. Then if you learn Java completely, I'm giving the word, next to 20 to 25 years of time, you will not get any problem. In Java domain, this much of requirements are going to be happen. As long as all banks are not using, as long as all banks are using Java applications, as long as all insurance domain is using Java, as long as that entire software industry is using Java, you will not get any problem. How long the software industry is available, up to the time Java is getting demand. Simple comparison I'm telling that. 5 years back, if we take now, everybody they are giving hype like what there. Python is getting very good demand. No Java, nothing is there inside the Java. Java is totally down. Python is getting very good market. Now see what is the status now? What is the status now? Python is not much in high position now. Python already down, but Java is in still the same situation. Java is still in the same straight line. Even at present, I'm telling that number of drives, number of recruitments are going on more in Java when compared with other technologies. Java and it's related. Not only, I'm not talking about only core Java. Java and it's related. There only the majority of the recruitments are going to be happen. Because of that reason, we are going to have chances to work with what there to have some opportunities on what there Java domain. So we can trust it. That's the first statement here. What I'm telling you. Okay, fine. Anyway, leave it. So for what purpose you are trying to learn Java, that's okay, leave it now. But once you have taken the step to learn Java, then you must bond with that. Then we need to have some, like what I'm telling there, patience level, and we need to complete it. After that, if you try for Java, definitely we'll have very good future in Java. That's the confirmation here, what I'm telling there as a first statement now. All right, sir, before all these things, as you are going to learn Java, first of all, tell me what we have inside the Java. What content, that means what exactly the parts, what exactly the concepts are available inside the Java. Do you have an awareness on it? What you are having inside the Java? Do you know anything about this Java? If you observe this one, Java was provided by Sun Microsystems. What is the company name? Sun Microsystems is a company. It has introduced Java programming language to outside. So for example, Windows operating system provided by Microsoft. Oracle database provided by Oracle Corporation. Similarly, Java is a programming language provided by Sun Microsystems. Please come. Java is a programming language provided by Sun Microsystems. So Sun Microsystems has a provided Java in the form of 3 parts. In the form of what there? 3 parts. What are the 3 parts which are provided by Sun Microsystems inside the Java? As per our awareness, I'm telling there. First one is what there? Come on. First one is what there? Core Java. And the second one is what there? Now tell me. Advanced Java. And the third one is like what there? J2EE. Don't write anything. Understand? Just try to understand. So your responsibility is what there? Just sit aramly. That means peaceful. Try to understand whatever the points I'm saying there. That's it. Not record to write anything in my classes. Why? Because whatever the things you want to write in our notes is no, I will write in my laptop. I will share the document to you. Everything I will share. Don't worry. At the end of this session, I'm able to give some clear-cut picture for it. Try to understand it now. Now here, now the point is like what I'm telling there. Java was provided by Sun Microsystems in 3 parts. Can you tell me what are the 3 parts now? Core Java, Advanced Java, or the third one? J2EE. Clear or not? This is totally wrong classification. It's totally wrong. Everybody is following this kind of terminology only, but this is wrong. This is unfortunate. This is wrong. This is not the right classification what Sun Microsystems has given. This is only local terminology. More clearly, Amirpet institutes have given this kind of classification as per their business. Of course, not only Amirpet, I'm telling that institutes have given this kind of thing. Bangalore institutes or maybe Chennai institutes, whatever it may be now. So this is not the terminology which was provided by Sun Microsystems. Okay, sir, good. This is not the right terminology. But what is right terminology? What is right terminology? If you observe this, Java was provided by Sun Microsystems in the form of the same 3 parts, no? But what are the 3 parts here? First one is J2SE or Java SE. Of course, almost all we can say it is a core Java. But the core Java terminology is not available, but we can say it's a core Java, equivalent. And the second one is what there? Second one is J2EE or Java EE. Second one is what there? J2EE or Java EE. And the third one is what there? J2ME or Java ME. J2ME or what there? Java ME. So all of you are getting it or not? Now tell me, Java was provided by Sun Microsystems in the form of 3 parts. What are the 3 parts now? J2SE, J2EE, J2ME. What is not available? This is not available. I want to delete this. Not try to understand it now. Just let me delete it. Not required. That is a totally wrong terminology. But in outside, everybody is following that terminology only. Because of that reason, as a first point in my classes, I'm telling to you clearly that terminology is a wrong terminology. This is right terminology that we have to follow. Clear, sir? J to SE, J to EE, and J to ME. Good. That's okay, fine. But what is this J to SE actually? What it will cover? What we are able to get from this J to SE? What we are able to get from J to SE? Right. Simple points. Try to understand it clearly. Java 2 Standard Edition. Java 2 Standard Edition. Abbreviation. I'm telling that. Good. What it will provide? It will provide only fundamentals of the programming language. What it will cover now? Tell me. Only fundamentals of the Java programming, not complete Java. See, if the total Java is provided by J to SE, then what is the requirement to go for J to E and J to ME? Get my point or not? So J to SE is providing only fundamentals of the Java. By using these fundamentals, what we are able to do? Do you prepare any application by using fundamentals of the Java? With only fundamentals of the Java, is it possible to create any application? Understand it clearly. By using J to SE, we are able to create, we are able to prepare, listen, all of you know, standalone applications. Come on, guys. Now, what is this one here actually? Standalone applications. By using fundamentals of the Java. Here I'm saying that by using J to SE, I'm telling there, or maybe by using fundas, by using fundamentals of the Java, we are able to prepare what type of applications there? Now tell me. Come on, standalone applications. Then immediately I'm getting a question. Sir, what is this standalone application? Okay, J to SE, only fundamentals of the Java. By using fundamentals of the Java, we are able to prepare standalone application. Okay, I do agree that. But what is this standalone application? What is the meaning of the standalone application? Answer is very clear. Try to understand it now. Listen, I'm giving clarity. Try to understand it now. If we design, and execute any application, all of you clear up to now? If we design and execute any application without using, come on, what is this now? Without using client server architecture. You know, there is a design architecture, client server architecture. Client will send request to the server, server will perform some process, server will send some response back to the client. This is what client server architecture. All of you are getting my point or not? Client server architecture. Okay. If we design and execute any application without using client server architecture, or listen carefully, without distributing application logic over multiple machines in the sense computers, without distributing multiple machines, then that application is, what there? Standalone application. Right, sir? All of you understand this point clearly? Please read out the definition here. Whatever the definition here I have given there, clearly understand it. It's very simple definition here. Try to understand it. Try to analyze, try to understand. While reading the content, we have to understand what I'm telling there. If we design and execute any application without using client server architecture, hold on here. Client is one mission, server is another mission. Some program we have to write on client mission, some other program we have to write on what their server mission. Means that my application is distributed over multiple computers or not. In a client server application, my application logic must be provided a client mission and server mission or not. That I don't require. That is not available in my application development. There is no concept like client to server application. There is no concept like what there client to server architecture. So without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple computers, my application logic must not be distributed over multiple computers, then that application is called as what? Standalone application. It means that my entire application I have to write and I have to execute within a single computer. Indirectly what I am telling there, my complete application I am going to provide within a single computer. Are you able to follow or not? See this point here. I want to give a simple diagram here. Now try to understand this diagram. So this is one computer. Sorry. This is one computer. Now inside this computer only, I'm going to prepare my entire program. Now here, this is what I'm telling here, my application. Everybody understand this clearly. Now here, I'm going to prepare what there, some application logic. My complete application is available inside this particular machine only. My total program is available inside my computer only. This is the logic. This is my code. Whatever the instructions here I want to prepare, this is my code. Now computer I want to say it is what their mission, and this is my program. I want to say it is what their application. Total application I have written within a single computer. There only I am compiling my program. There only I am executing my program. My program is asking to me enter some input data. I entered input data in the same computer. My program is giving some output to me in the same computer. I am able to test my application within the same computer. Everything about my application is going on in a single computer. Entire application logic is provided in a single computer. This type of application is called standalone application. If you're following or not, this type of application is called as what there? Standalone application. To prepare the standalone applications, we required what technology, what programming language we required? J2SE, Java 2 Standard Edition. To prepare these applications, only fundamentals of the Java is sufficient. Only what is sufficient here? Fundamentals of the Java is sufficient. Not required to go for too much Java programming language. Is that all of you are following or not? That's okay. Now this is clearly the diagram here. Don't worry. This diagram also I'm going to be include there in the future. I will provide even this diagram also to you in the document here now. That's sir clear? This is exactly the meaning of what there standalone application. Okay, sir. Understood, sir. Clearly, I'm getting some point here. What is the point here I'm getting there? J2SE is a Java 2 Standard Edition. It will provide only fundamentals of the Java programming, not complete Java. With only fundamentals, I can prepare standalone applications. What is standalone application? Design and execute Java application, any application, without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple machines, or by providing entire application logic in a single computer. Then that application is what their standalone application. Okay, good. Up to that, okay, I understood that. Now tell me, sir, how many applications are standalone applications in outside? In outside, so many applications are available. So many computer applications are available. Out of all these computer applications, software applications, how many applications are standalone applications? What are the examples for these standalone applications? Can you tell me? Right. I can give some examples. After that, I will give ratio. Understand it? What are the various examples here I'm telling to you? So this is my laptop, right? Inside my laptop, inside my computer, calendar is available or not? Can I get calendar or not? Come on, guys. That calendar is also an application. That application is available within the same computer. Am I right or not? So that calendar is what there is an example for standalone application. Leave this one. Inside my computer, calculator is available or not? Come on. Calculator doesn't distribute its logic over multiple machines. It doesn't require client server architecture. Within my single computer, that calculator is running or not? All right, so now calculator is an example for standalone application. Say for example, for the sake of diagram, I open this paint. This is what their paint. Am I right or not? Paint is also an application. All right. This paint is also be what their a standalone application, and so on and so on and so on. So many things are available. Calculator, calendar, and so on. All these things are what their standalone applications. Clear? That's fine. All right, sir. Good. These are the examples now. But how many applications are standalone applications in outside? How many applications are standalone applications in outside? If you observe this point here, I'm giving clarity. Now try to understand it now. Only 5% of the applications are standalone applications. Only how many applications? No, 5% of the applications are what? Standalone applications. Only 5% of the applications are what? Standalone applications. Yes, clear? All of you are following these points now. Good. Remaining 95% of the applications are not standalone applications. Only 5% of the applications are what? They're standalone applications. Clear? Now try to understand it clearly after this. Application development is only 5% about the standalone applications, about J2SE, but it is a okay, it's a direct utilization. J2SE direct utilization is only 5%, but it's a dependency level. But its dependency level is a 1000%. That is this point. Its direct utilization is what there only 5%, but its dependency level is what there 1000%. Sir, what is this mathematics today? 5% and 1000%. I'm not getting clarity. What is this actually? I'll give some clarity. Understand it now. Understand it now. It is a dependent programming language for, it's a dependent programming languages for number one, to learn J2EE, instead of saying that learn, to work with J2EE technologies. If you want to learn advanced level, we must require core level or not? If you want to construct a building, foundation is required or not? That foundation is what there J2SE. That remaining part of the building is what there J2EE. If you want to work with J2EE technologies, what is required? J2SE is required. That's why I'm saying that it is a 1000% dependency level. It is required 1000% for other technologies. Observe carefully. And other one is like what I'm telling there. Apart from that, to work with Selenium testing tool. I think you already aware about it. Selenium testing tool. Selenium is one of the tool for the sake of the automation, right? Automation testing. Selenium is one of the tool. If you want to learn or if you want to work with the Selenium, you must know J2SE. Without having J2SE knowledge, you are unable to do anything with the Selenium. But Selenium is also another tool. It's going on there in outside. Next one is what there. In the same way, Salesforce. If you want to work with the Salesforce or if you want to learn a Salesforce tool, again, you require what there? J2SE part. Not only that, if you want to work with the Hadoop, do you aware about it? No, Hadoop is a big data analysis. If you want to work with or if you want to learn Hadoop, again, what is required here? No, J2SE is required. Or if you want to work with or if you want to learn SAP related tools, ABAP or maybe some HR or maybe something else. If you want to learn SAP tools, SAP tools, then again, what is required here? No, J2SE is required. Not only that, if you want to work with Android mobile application development platform, if you want to work with Android mobile application platform, There definitely we required what there J2SE part, and so on and so on and so on. So many. Not only this, just only some of the products list I have given there, and so on. So many. Everything, almost all 90% of the software products nowadays are depending on what their J2SE. But J2SE direct utilization is only what 5%, but its a dependency level is what there 1000% because of all these many things. If you want to learn Salesforce, if you want to learn Selenium testing, or if you want to go with SAP tools, or if you want to learn Adobe, for all these things, one prerequisite is needed. What is that prerequisite here? J2SE part. So it's a dependent programming language or not? That's why 1000% dependency level is available over this particular programming language. Yeah, because of this reason also we might be Java is not having any downfall. Always Java is having what there upgrade. That means upward arrow. You can understand it clearly. Right, so now this is what exactly the information about what there J2SE. Guys, tell me what I discussed here up to now. Point by point I have given there. First of all, tell me what is the abbreviation for J2SE? Java 2 Standard Edition. What it will cover? What it will provide? Only fundamentals of the Java. By using these fundamentals, what type of applications we are able to prepare? Standalone applications. Standalone application is using client server architecture or not using client server architecture? Come on, using client server architecture or not using client server architecture? Not using client server architecture. Without using client server architecture, without distributing application logic over multiple machines, if we design and execute any application on if we design and execute any application, then that application is what their standalone application. Can you tell me some examples for standalone applications? No, calculator, calendar, paint, and so on. How many applications are standalone applications in outside? No, 5%. So J2SE direct utilization is what 5%, but its dependency level is what 1000%. How can you say it's a 1000% dependent programming language? How can you say it's a 1000% dependent programming language? Why? Because it is required for working with the Salesforce, for working with the Selenium testing, for working with the SAP tools, for working with the J2EE applications, for almost 95% of the software products required. What there? J2SE. Because of that reason, its dependency level is what there? 1000%, but its direct utilization is what there? 5% only. All of you are clear or not? Can I move forward? Can I go for the next one here now? All right. What about this next one here? Observe carefully. J2EE. The next one is what there? J2EE. All right, sir. What is this J2EE actually? Everybody, put more concentration here. J2EE is what? Observe carefully. First of all, abbreviation. What is this J2EE? Java 2 Enterprise Edition. What is the abbreviation? J2SE is what? Java 2 Standard Edition. J2EE is what? Java 2 Enterprise Edition. Clear? J2SE has provided fundamentals of the Java. J2SE has provided what? Fundamentals of the Java. But J2EE will provide server-side programming. Come on. J2EE will provide what side programming there? Server-side programming. Server-side programming in the sense client-server architecture or not? It is using client-server architecture or not? Server-side programming in the sense it is using client-server architecture or not? All right, sir. Next one, point number 3. It will provide server-side programming. Okay. By using J2SE, what we prepared there actually, which type of applications we prepared there? Standalone applications we prepared there. Am I right or not? But by using J2EE, it can be used to prepare what type of applications? No, enterprise applications, or simply speaking, distributed applications. By using J2EE, what type of applications we are able to prepare? enterprise applications, or we can prepare what their distributed applications. Sir, all of you are getting my points or not? Enterprise applications are what their distributed application. Now again, I have a question. What is this enterprise application? What is this distributed application? What's the meaning of it? Right, the point is very clear. If we design and execute any application, quite opposite to standalone application, exactly opposite to standalone application. Now tell me, if we design and execute any application there without using client server architecture, but here on the basis of what? Client server architecture, are there without distributing application logic over multiple machines. But here what there? By distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is called distributed application, or what next one here, or enterprise applications. Right, don't worry, I'll share this document to you, just rough information, just roughly I'm giving all the points here, but try to understand it now. If we design and execute any application on the basis of client server architecture, or by distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is called distributed application or enterprise application. That's it. This is what exactly the meaning of like what the distributed application or an enterprise application. Yes, all of you are getting clarity on these points now. That's okay, fine. But I have a question. How many applications are distributed applications? Right, if you want to see the diagrammatic representation here now, easily we can understand. Observe carefully. Now this is one computer and this is another computer. All right. This is one computer. All right, sir. In between these two computers, what is required? Network is required. Am I right or not? Network is required. Protocol is required. Communication point of view. Now this I want to say client mission. Now this I want to say what their server mission. All right, sir. Now here at a client mission, we are going to write a program, client application. At server mission, we are going to write a program, server side application. Now this is like what I'm telling there, client application, and this is like what I'm telling there, server side application. All of you are getting my point or not? All right, now this is like what their network. So here we have some coding part. At client program, we have some coding part. Here these are the number of intersections. Similarly, here also we are having what their number of intersections. All right, then first of all, what we have to understand here now, first of all, client will send request to the server, that is to the network. Then network will submit that request to what there, the respective server mission. Server side program will be executed. Server side program will be executed. When this program is executed, whenever this program is executed, automatically some response will be generated. That response will be given back to the network. That response will be given back to the network. Observe carefully. Here network will send the required response back to what their respective client. Now tell me, application is designed on the basis of client server architecture or not? Application logic is distributed over multiple machines or not? Come on, guys. So this type of application is called as what their distributed application or an enterprise application. Clear? Okay, fine. This is okay, fine. But how many applications are enterprise applications now? How many applications are distributed applications? If you want to know that, now try to understand it clearly. 95% of the applications are distributed applications. 95% of the applications are what they're distributed applications. Any examples? Any examples? All banking applications are distributed applications or not? Very good. Then what next one here? After this, no, all insurance applications. Tata insurance application maybe, then Bajaj insurance, like so many insurance applications are available. All these are like what there, like next one is after this, all social media applications, social network applications are what there, directly distributed applications now. I think very much you already aware about it now. Like what there, all food delivery applications, food delivery applications now. All these are like Swiggy, Zomato. All these are what there, like what there, distributed applications only. Maybe WhatsApp, maybe YouTube, or maybe social media network, or maybe social network applications. All these are like what there, distributed applications only. Right, sir. Apart from this, like this, so many, every domain, healthcare, all healthcare applications are what their distributed applications only. All healthcare applications are what their distributed applications only. Take any Apollo hospitals, maybe care hospitals, maybe there where there's some applications are going on for the sake of tracing, for the sake of tracking patients, for the sake of tracking doctors, for the sake of tracking like what there. Then all the details now, prescriptions and everything. Then there also be distributed applications are going to be happen everywhere nowadays. Everywhere distributed applications are going to be happen. Yes, clear to all of you know? Right, sir. That's okay, fine. After completion of this, 95% of the applications are what there, distributed applications only. These are somewhat information about like what there, J2EE. Java meant for J2EE. Not only J2SC, Java meant for what there, J2EE. Java meant for enterprise application development. Clear? Next one, third one. What about this third one here? Now tell me. J2ME, Java 2. Now tell me, what is the abbreviation for it now? Java 2 micro edition, not mobile edition. Please remember this. M is not mobile. M is what there? Micro. Java 2 micro edition. Clear? What it will provide? J2S is providing fundamentals of the Java. J2E is providing server-side programming. What is micro programming? What this J2M is providing there? It is able to provide micro programming, chip level programming, micro programming, chip level programming. Okay. J2SE, by using J2SE, we are able to prepare standalone applications. By using J2EE, we are able to prepare enterprise applications. Similarly, by using J2ME, what type of applications here we are able to prepare now? By using J2ME, we are able to prepare like mobile based applications. Simply speaking, mobile applications. So, all of you are getting it or not? Good. How many applications are mobile applications nowadays in outside? 100% of the applications are what their mobile applications. Am I right or not? 100% of the applications are what their mobile applications. Clear? Good, nice. Then after this, after completion of this, 100% of the applications are what their mobile application. That's okay. We understood that. But remember one point here. Mobile application development has very good demand. Mobile application development has very good demand in outside. Why? Because if you take any domain, any location, mobile application development, mobile application support is available. Go for hospitals, mobile application development, mobile application support is available. Go for banks now, mobile application. See, for example, I have an ICICI bank account. iMobile app is available. Am I right or not? For the sake of, for example, I have might be what there, Airtel. I have a SIM card. That means communicator. Airtel communication I'm using now. For the sake of Airtel payments and all these things now, my Airtel app is available. My Idea app, my Vodafone app, HDFC Bank application, WhatsApp mobile application, right? YouTube, I'm going to see all videos through YouTube. If I want to see all videos through YouTube, in the sense, what we have to do? We need to install that app or not? YouTube app or not? Of course, by default, it is coming along with our mobile phones now. But if it is not available, we are able to install it or not? Facebook, I want to watch. Facebook, I want to see. I have to install that Facebook app or not? Observe carefully. Swiggy, Zomato, all these things I have to install in my mobile phone or not? All these are what their mobile applications only. Nowadays, in every sector, mobile application development is available. So that's why 100% of the applications are what their mobile applications only. But understand my point here. Fifth point is important. Now try to understand it. No, mobile application development has very good demand, but but no demand is available no demand is available for J2ME. It's almost all dead in outside. Not available. No demand is available for J2ME. When the alternatives are coming into the picture, when Android application development, when Android is available in outside of the market, when Android was introduced, when iPhone technologies are introduced, automatically demand was reduced, demand was fall down for what there? J2ME. No demand is available for J2ME nowadays. Why? Because number of alternatives are available for mobile application development. That's why nobody is thinking about J2ME part. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? So this is a clear-cut information here I'm telling there about all the content here. We have to understand now. Right, sir. Finally, now tell me, all of you now tell me, Java is available in how many parts now? 3 parts. What are the 3 parts now? J2, SE. Then what next one here after this no? J2, EE. Third one is what there? J2ME. Out of all the 3 things now, which one is very good? J2SE and J2EE. If you want to learn J2EE, we require what? J2SE. So we have to understand both. Nobody is thinking about what? J2ME. Being the Java developer. If you want to become as a Java developer, our target is very clear. J2SE and J2EE. That we have to learn. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? Okay, leave this one. All right, now just a few minutes of time. Just I want to discuss about like what exactly the content here I'm going to discuss with you. What exactly my plan of discussing all the content here? Just 2 minutes of time. I want to give some clarity. Of course, already the document I created here. What are the content I discussed today also? I'll share this document to you. Okay, but not immediately. Right. I need to take one more class there. In that one more class there, I'm going to share all the resources and on what exactly the content I want to provide there. Everything I'm going to provide to you. But before that, now let us have some clarity. All right, sir. Mainly, I'm going to provide this clarity. If you join with my classes, if you want to join with my classes, what advantages we are able to get? Everybody, understand it clearly now. All my classes are might be being recorded here. Every class now. Recorded videos will be provided for everybody up to 1 year of time. After completion of the course, 1 year of time. Not right from today. That means what is the meaning of it now? Every class recording will be shared to you. Even today's class is also shared to you. Within 1 hour after completion of the class, that recording will be shared to everybody. So it's going to be available up to 1 year of time to you. That 1 year of time we can calculate after completion of the course. But right from today onwards, videos are going to be available for everybody. Observe carefully. This is very good support what Durgasoft is providing at present. Other institutes are not providing this much of support here, but Durgasoft is giving this much of support. Why? Because multiple advantages are available by sharing these recorded videos. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it what I'm telling you. It's a backup, completely backup. If you want to watch again the same class, no need to wait for other batch now. Directly on the same day, open that video and try to watch the content. Understand my point here? If you are unable to stay at Hyderabad, if you want to go outside there, yes, videos are available. Within 1 hour, we are able to see that video support. We are able to get it. All of you are getting it or not? Okay, fine. All my classes materials are available in the form of soft copy. And if you want to get hard copy, some charges are going to be happen. Just you can check it at our office there. But soft copy will be provided for everybody. Okay. Right, sir. Free access to the classroom notes. Whatever the notes I'm typing there, everything I will share with you. No need to worry for it. Free access to the classroom applications. Whatever the programs I'm going to provide, everything I will show. Live applications. In front of you, I will type everything. Even notes also I'm going to type in front of you. Now today, how I'm going to type the content? While explaining the concept, I'm able to type the content here. Multiple tasks I can do at a time here. I don't have any problem there. That notes I'm able to share with you. Okay. All right, sir. Course completion certificate will be provided at the end of the course. You can utilize the Durga brand also in outside. Definitely, some weightage will come to your resume. Next one is, yeah, this is important. Durga is providing company drives, but depending on the situation. All right, we have some clients with us. I'm going to get the companies there. Then company drives are going to be conducted. Understand my point? What I'm telling you. So this is not like any job guarantee kind of program there. This is clearly technology based program. Content guarantee, not job guarantee. Content guarantee. If you understand my total content, getting job is nothing. Very simple. In my classes, 80% is a success rate. Definitely, 80% is a success rate. For every 100 members, 80 members are going to get jobs. Sure. But 1 month before or 1 month later. Okay, leave it now. Concepts wise written test we are going to be conducted on every topic. If it is possible, I'm able to plan for what their mock interviews. Okay. Working with multiple database. Okay, these are the technology related things. No, by moving on to the concepts, we are able to understand it clearly. No need to worry for it. Right, sir? Part of the notes itself, I'm going to include interview questions also. Question and answer format, we are able to get it. So there's multiple advantages here we are able to get. That's okay. Coming to the, okay, then next one is one more thing here. Which version I'm going to discuss now? What is the latest version of the Java? At present, latest version of the Java is what is the 19? 20 is coming now. Okay, I didn't check it. Last 10 days of time I was totally off actually. So if 20 is available, I'll discuss about 20 also. Don't worry for it. It's a matter of one day to update myself. Right? What features are available, new features inside the 20, I'll discuss with you. But at the end of the course, not immediately. Up to the latest version. Up to what their latest version. Right from starting point to ending point. Ending point is what their latest version. Okay. All right. So today, what batches we are offering from Durga Soft? Today is a general demo class I am conducting here. This is a demo for these multiple batches. Only core Java, if you want to learn, we can come for this. Batch 2 is a basic Java, core Java, advanced Java, Oracle, and basic UI. Batch 3, complete Java package, core, advanced, Hibernate, Spring, Spring Boot, microservices, web services, Oracle, and basic UI. Next one is what there? Full stack Java, core Java, advanced Java, Hibernate, Spring, Spring Boot, microservices, web services, Oracle, basic UI, Angular or React, Linux, AWS, DevOps, and testing tools. This is full stack Java. Nowadays, this is a trending in outside. Every company is looking for what? Every company is looking for full stack Java developers only. Nowadays, every company is looking for what? Their full stack Java developers only. But these packages we provided namesake, no, but this is main package. Everybody is looking for it. Understand it? What I'm telling them. But after completion of this course, everybody, you are able to get full stack Java total content. Nearly 60 pages document is available. In a 60 pages document, the total syllabus are included there. So you are able to get that 60 pages document through your WhatsApp. After completion of this class, our admin people will send the document to you. There we can see the total syllabus. Whatever the syllabus I'm going to discuss inside the class, the total syllabus you are able to get. Okay, in full stack Java, what is my participation? In full stack Java, what is my participation? If you have to this red color symbol, this total red color box, up to total Java related, I will take the responsibility. Remaining non-Java related things are available. Remaining part, some other trainers will take that content. But my part is what there? This total. Almost all 70 to 80% of the full stack Java I will cover. Here Java is the main content. Remaining things are what there? Sidewise technologies. But they're also important for us now. We have to learn it. Some expert trainers will take that content here. But these things here I'm going to take now. Sir, if you're getting it or not, what I'm telling you now. Okay. All right, sir. Now then all right, regarding this remaining further details, no, just we can contact with our admin people there. We can reach out to our office people, or maybe they'll give more clarity regarding this admission and everything here, whatever it may be. But myself, from my side, I'm giving these many commitments. Definitely, we are able to see the content, total content. So my simple philosophy is what I know about Java, everything I want to give to you. At the end of the course, your knowledge and my knowledge must be same. At the end of the course, I want to say everybody to teach Java to somebody else, not only in a position to get job. Once you're in a position to teach Java to somebody else, getting job is nothing. You can play with interviewer. So I will increase confidence. I'll inject more content. That is my main philosophy. See, the shortcut way to get job in the sense everywhere it is available. Just we can go for it. If you want to get job in a shortcut way, no need to come to Durga Soft. Really, if you want to learn subject, then come to me. Then come to my classes. It's totally subject based, totally content based. I'm going to improve your subject level. That's my actual target. If you are subjectful, if you are contentful, getting job is nothing. At any location you can survive. That is a simple philosophy here, what I'm telling you now. Okay, right, sir. This is one thing. And lastly, one simple point here I'm telling to you. Observe carefully. All of you guys understand it now. Today is one demo class I discussed it here, but tomorrow actually I need to take this session now. But tomorrow is a festival, I think so, right? Even myself also, I'm not going to be available there. Then tomorrow, I'm not going to take the class there. Sunday anyway half. Sunday is also not available. Next class will be on Monday. Next class will be on Monday. At what time we have to come there? Next class, no? On Monday, 5:30, we have to come there. Please remember this. At 5:30, we have to come next class. Please remember this. After few days of time, I want to take your classes right from 4:30, not only 5:30. Please remember this. After a few days of time, I'm going to conduct your classes right from what? 4:30. Understand, guys? What I'm telling you. Few days of time, I'm going to take your class at 5:30. Why? Because that schedule is not available. Actually, I need to start your class at 4:30, but schedule is not available. After a few days of time, I will start your classes from what there? 4:30. 4:30 to 6. I'm going to take it. Remaining classes, full stack Java, if you take now, evening starts you can assign to me regarding this Java, total Java. Remaining time we can attend for other courses. In full stack Java, up to 7 courses I'm going to take. Remaining courses you have to take now. In the remaining time we can take that courses now, but up to full stack Java, up to Java stream, I'm going to take at evening time only. I'll give the time to time schedules to you. No need to worry for it. Sir, all of you are getting clarity or not? Okay, almost all now. The time is 6:41. At 6:30, I have to start other class there. Students are waiting in outside now. So on Monday, I'm going to take your class there. Few days of time, 5:30 to 6:30 only. But after that, I'm going to take your classes from what time there now? 4:30. 4:30 to 6 o'clock. I'm going to take your classes here. Here itself, I'm giving confirmation for it. Okay. Shall we meet on Monday? Right, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for attending this demo. We'll meet on Monday. Monday at 5:30 only. Monday at 5:30 only. After that, I'll give intimation to you on which date onwards you have to come at 4:30. Monday at 5:30 only we have to come. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll meet on Monday. Guys, those who are attending in online there, then already time is completed. Don't worry. Then on Monday, I will put some time for you for the sake of your doubts clarification. If you have any doubt, then definitely I'll clarify it on Monday. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, guys, please check it. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, everybody, please respond for me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And just on Friday, I think so. I've taken one demo class. The continuation part here we have to discuss there anyway. So let us check the content what I discussed it there on the Friday class. See this Java is available in how many parts there? Come on. Java is available in how many parts? 3 parts. What are the 3 parts there? J2SE, J2EE, and J2ME. J2SE is providing only fundamentals of the Java. By using fundamentals, we are able to prepare standalone applications. Standalone application are like what? Calendar in our computer, calculator in our computer, like this. How many applications are standalone applications there? Only 5% of the applications are what there? Standalone application. What is standalone application? If you after this, if we prepare and execute any Java application without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is what? Standalone application. All right, sir. Its direct utilization is only 5%, but its dependency level is what? There 1000%. To learn J2EE, to work with J2EE applications, to work with the Selenium testing, to work with the Salesforce, and to work with the Hadoop, and so on and so on and so on. 95% of the situations we have to use what there? J2SE. So it's a dependent technology. Okay, clear. After that, next one is like what there? J2EE. Java 2 Enterprise Edition. It will provide server-side programming. It can be used to prepare enterprise applications or distributed applications. If we design and execute any application on the basis of client-server architecture or by distributing application logic over multiple machines, then that application is called as distributed application or enterprise applications. 95% of the applications are what there? Distributed applications only. Examples are given: all banking applications, all insurance applications, all social media applications, all food delivery applications, or healthcare applications, and so on and so on and so on. All these things are like what there? Like enterprise applications only. Last one is what there? J2ME. Java 2 micro edition. It's able to provide what programming here? No, micro programming. By using this micro programming, what type of applications here we are able to prepare there? Mobile based applications. How many applications are mobile based applications nowadays? No, 100% of the applications are what there? Mobile based applications. All right, next point is what we are given there. This is important. Mobile application development has very good demand in outside, but J2ME is not having any demand. It's almost all dead in outside. Okay, right. So these are the things here we have to understand clearly about this J2ME part. Right, out of all these things, J2SE and J2EE are live at present in Java. J2ME is not required. No need to learn J2ME. We can leave this one. Okay, leave this content here. All right, after this, after completion of this particular one, understand the next one again. Today, I think all of you are having syllabus sheets, right? I think all of you are having syllabus, right? Or else, even after completion of the class, you are able to get a WhatsApp message about this syllabus now, content, what I'm going to discuss with you. All right, if you want to observe this, or else maybe just 2 minutes of time, if you want to see that syllabus content here, I can give list of content here now. So many content concepts are available. I'll give that list of content here. Let me give some list now. After that, I'll start our introduction content clearly. All right, sir. First one is like what there? Introduction. And second one is like what there? Steps to prepare first Java application. Then after this, steps to prepare first Java application. Third one is what there? Language fundamentals. After this language fundamentals, object orientation. Oops. This is very, very important. This is the heart of the Java, object orientation. Everybody must understand this oops. Without knowing that oops, we are unable to understand anything in Java. All right, next one is after completion of this object orientation, the next topic will be like what there? Some wrapper classes. And the next one is like what there? Some inner classes. Next, seventh one is like what their packages. After this, eighth one is what their string manipulations, string operations. This is also be important content. String operations. So many times here we are going to use the string operations there in every project. As a common operations we are going to perform. Comparing two names, checking whether the email ID is a proper email ID or not. Anything, all the things here we are going to do. And frequently we are going to use in our applications here now. Next one is like what? Then after this, string manipulations. Next one is we need to go with what there? Exception handling. This also be another important one. After this exception handling, next one is like what there? multi-threading. Multi-threading is also be another important one. After this multi-threading, next one is what there? IO streams. IO streams is okay, little bit, not completely. Then little bit important one here. Few topics are important. After completion of this IO streams, no, next one is what there? Networking, outdated, but still we are going to discuss that as part of our content here. Next one is RMI, remote method invocation. After this RMI, next one is like what there? Arrays topic I will discuss here at the 14th topic. 15th one, like what there? Collection framework. This is another important. After the object orientation, the second important topic is what there? Collection framework. Next one is what there? String manipulations, exception handling, and multi-threading or nominal. After completion of this collection framework, then what next one here? We are going to understand there. Reflection API. After this, the 17th one was there, annotations. Then after completion of these annotations, the next topic will be like what the GUI part. In a GUI, AWT, and next one is like what the Swing. Even though they're outdated, but little bit awareness I'm able to provide. Why? Because just idea, not utilized in outside, not just idea I want to provide. Their internal topics are important, but concept wise it's not required. But their implementations are important. That's why I'm going to discuss about it. After completion of this, next one is like what there? JVM architecture. After this JVM architecture, we are going to understand garbage collector. After this garbage collector, next one is like what are the regular expressions. After this regular expressions, another topic is like what there? Right, sir. Now here, another content here. Introduction, inner class I covered. Okay, fine. JVM architecture, garbage collection, regular expressions, internationalization. Internationalization. Then after completion of this internationalization, all right. Anyway, in the list of topics here I'm giving there, if any topic if I miss no, then on-flow I'm going to be covered here. After completion of this content here, Java 8 version features. Java 8 version features. Right from Java 8. Next one is like what there? Java 9 features, and so on and so on and so on, like this. Maybe almost 35 to 36 now here. At present, I think so. As per your say, Java 20th version, I think so. It's available, right? You said to me, yeah. Java 20th features also. I'm going to prepare. I'm going to explain to you. But as of now, I'm not having awareness on Java 20th. Up to Java 19th, okay. But I can discuss that. But I'll update it. It's a matter of one day. I'll discuss even up to Java 20th version there now. So these are overall the topics here. What we are having there clearly. If any one or two topics might be missing here, but overall content here, I'm going to discuss with you. Huge content, heavy content. Why? Because it's a core Java, fundamental. If you know fundamentals, no, then only we are able to understand what their remaining content effectively. Without having these fundamentals, we are unable to understand the Java in the future. That's why I'm going to discuss more and more about this particular content. Got it or not? Just only headlines, only titles I have given. If I take each and every title, where internally more content is going on, so that I have to discuss there clearly. Fine. All right, so after that, after understanding this, now let's come for the introduction part today. Introduction. In introduction, what topics are available? What exactly the content is available in the introduction part here? Observe carefully. What exactly the content is existed here? Observe carefully inside the introduction topic. First one is Java history. Why Java is coming into the picture? Who has provided this Java? What exactly the work that Java people have done to prepare the Java programming language? All these points. The content here we are going to understand Java history. After this, differences between Java and others. Here others in the sense like what there C and C++. Why Java is coming? What differences you identified between Java and other programming languages like C and C++? What differences you identified there? Why Java is the best when compared with the C and C++? And moreover, some people are having awareness on like what there. To learn Java, first we need to learn C++. To learn C++, first we need to learn C. People are having this kind of awareness. But straightly I'm telling them, Java, core Java is a foundation language, fundamental programming language. No need to learn any other prerequisite. Core Java is a prerequisite. Core Java is a fundamental topic. For this fundamental, no other prerequisite is available. Directly we can start with Java. So to specify this particular point only, I'm giving some comparison like what there, Java with the C, C++. What exactly the differences are available, what differences you understood. We are going to say clearly why Java is good when compared with the C and C++. All the things you are going to be covered there. That's one thing now. After that, after completion of this, after understanding the differences, no, next one is like what there, Java features. In a 5 minutes of time, what is Java? If you want to know what exactly the behavior of the Java, what is the nature of the Java, if you want to know within 5 minutes of time, there we have to go with what there, Java features topic. Java features, the topic here we have to understand if you want to know what exactly the meaning of Java. Leave this one. After completion of this, next one is Java programming format. Java programming format. Like what there, if you want to write a program, what exactly the format here we have to follow? What is the structure we have to follow to write Java program? That we are going to understand inside this Java programming format. After the Java programming format, no, the next one is like what there, Java naming conventions. Or else maybe I'll make it is a fourth one. This I want to say fifth one. Java naming conventions. Where to use lowercase letters and where to use uppercase letters, that I am going to discuss. After that, here we are able to see like what there, Java programming format. That's overall, these are the topics which are available inside like what there, introduction part. Yes, sir. All of you are following or not? It's only titles one I have given up to now. Nothing I started here. Okay. Now shall we start the first topic? No. No response. Right. And the first one, very first one is like what there, Java history. Right, sir. Understand it. Before starting this topic, I'm giving clarity. This topic is only knowledge purpose. Nobody will ask questions on this. Not at all important in the point of project work. Not at all important in the point of interview. But every Java developer should know what exactly the reason why Java is coming into the picture. Who has provided Java? Why the Java is coming? Basic awareness that I am going to discuss now. Right. Observe carefully. Tell me, guys, all of you know, tell me on which year Java first version was provided to the market? 1990, 1995, 1996. It's a confusion, right? 1991. No. Right. Anyway, I'm giving clarity. 1996, January 23rd. 1996, January 23rd. The very first version of the Java was introduced to the market. 1996, January 23rd. The very first version of the Java was introduced. Observe carefully. Java was provided in 1996, January 23rd, in the sense preparation was started before 1996. Preparation for Java programming language was started before 1996. But when it was started, what are the roots for this particular one? Observe carefully. In 1991, exactly, you remember the date exactly, but that is not the startup point of the Java. That is a point here. Understand it clearly. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for the electronic consumer devices. Like what are the electronic consumer devices here? Like cable TV, switch boxes, next remote controllers, and so on and so on and so on. Electronic consumer devices. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement. They want to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for the electronic consumer devices like cable TV switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on and so on. This is actual root for Java programming language. This is a requirement by Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. Got it or not? Right. Observe carefully. Understand it clearly. This is actual requirement. For this particular requirement, Sun Microsystems has gathered 30 engineers. Sun Microsystems has gathered how many members there? 30 engineers as a team led by James Gosling. Led by James Gosling. I think you already aware about this name, right? Familiar. Sun Microsystems has gathered 30 engineers led by James Gosling and Patrick Nathan. Patrick Nathan is another person. They are the two members lead for this 30 members team. Right or not? All right. With the 30 members team, Sun Microsystems has started. What they started there, Sun Microsystems started a project named as Green Project. With this 30 members team, Sun Microsystems has started a project named as what their Green Project to prepare a new programming language. Yes, sir. Come again. What exactly the requirement of the Sun Microsystems? At 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for the electronic consumer devices like cable TV switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on. So it's a matter of electronic devices. For electronic devices, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. That's the requirement of Sun Microsystems in 1991. Clear? Sun Microsystems has gathered nearly 30 engineers as a team to prepare this new programming language. The team leads are James Gosling and Patrick Nathan. Observe carefully. James Gosling and Patrick Nathan. Actually, Patrick Nathan is a key person there in Sun Microsystems. But whole credit is available with what there James Gosling. Strictly speaking, James Gosling was available with Sun Microsystems up to Java 3rd version only. After the 3rd version, he left from Sun Microsystems. He went to some other organization. Now he is not with Sun Microsystems or Oracle Corporation. But up to 3rd version of the Java only, James Gosling was available. At the startup point of time, James Gosling is the lead for it. But actual key person in this entire total Java journey is what there Patrick Nathan. Still Patrick Nathan is available with the Java. Still is a part of the Java. Understand it now? Okay, leave this one. But most of the people are saying that father of Java. Who is the father of Java? James Gosling. James Gosling is the father of the Java. Okay, it's okay, fine. Next one is with the 30 members team, Sun Microsystems gathered or started a project named as what their Green Project. Okay, fine. In a Green Project, they want to start a new programming language. They want to start a new programming language. In that new programming language, they want to see 3 main features. Understand it here? Still they're in an analysis mode only. Just think of it. We are at 1991. We have an intention. We want to create a new programming language. But before going to start to prepare new programming language, before starting its implementation, first we have to analyze it. What features we want to see in that new programming language? What we want to implement in this new programming language? There, if we come for this point, Sun Microsystems wants to see three main features in their new programming language. What are the three main features they want to see on their new programming language? First one is a simple programming language. Come on, sir. Then what is this first one, Kirno? A simple programming language. And the second one is tight coded programming language. Tight coded programming language. And the third one, they want to see architectural neutral programming language. Architectural neutral programming language. These three features they want to see on their new programming language. Still, they did not started to prepare new programming language. Still, they're in analysis part. A team was formed. They gathered. They started a project. Inside this, they want to see on paper what features they want to implement. Finally, they identified three features they want to provide in their new programming language. What are the three features they want to see in their new programming language? First one is what there? Simple. Next one is what there? Tight coded. Next one is what there? Architectural neutral programming language. Now we are going to elaborate. We are going to elaborate. All right, sir. Why that programming language is a simple programming language? How that programming language is a simple programming language? How Java people are saying that their programming language, how Sun Microsystems is saying that their programming language is a simple programming language. Right. If you come for this point, they are given some reasons. What are the reasons here they have given there? First one is the programming language must take less execution time. The programming language must take what there? Less execution time. Within less execution time, that entire program has to be executed. And second reason, they are given that the programming language should take less memory. Less execution time. Another one is what there? Less memory. And the third one is a funny thing. Even myself also initially I didn't believe that, but after getting information from Sun Microsystems documentation, I came to know that okay, this is also a valid reason. What they are given there? Less power consumption. I thought of it. What is the relation between programming language and power consumption there? But they had given some kind of reason. What was the reason? That we have to understand clearly. Right, sir. Anyway, I'll talk about it clearly. Let's come for this one. What is this first one, Kirno? Less execution time. Less execution time. What's the impact of this less execution time? Simple example, guys. All of you observe carefully. Very simple point. For example, so I'm watching a football match in my TV channel. The channel number is what there? ESPN. It is available at 72 channel number. Watching a football match. My friend made a call to me. Just had a small discussion. Then after that, he asked to me, then what we are doing at present. Just I said to him, just I'm watching a football match. Immediately said to me, are a fool, why you are watching that football match? At other channel, Star Sports 1 channel, there is a cricket match between India and Pakistan. The match is going on effectively. Pakistan were batted. They got nearly 321 runs. Indians were started batting. Almost all 49 overs are completed. Last over is remaining. In last over, 21 runs India has to get. At one side, crease Dhoni is there. At other side, Ishant Sharma is another fielder. They are the two batsmen. They are fighting for win. Why you are watching that football match? Then try to change your channel and watch that cricket match. My friend has given this clue for me. Then immediately, then as per my friend's information, I'm getting crazy on what their cricket match. Obviously, I want to change my channel. And I've taken remote controller. Remote controller I've taken. I know that ESPN channel is what the 72. Star Sports 1 is going on at 75 channel. So I've taken my remote controller where I typed 7 and 5 on the remote controller. Then what happened there? It has not switched immediately. After some time, it has switched. After some time, when it was switched, when I observed the cricket match, there what happened? Man of the match presentation is going on. Dhoni is getting man of the match. Didn't see in that cricket match. I thought of it, at least I want to see the last over. I on time only I have taken remote controller and I changed the channel, but my TV was not switched immediately. It has taken some time. The moment when it was switched, when I observe there what's going on, their man of the match presentation is going on. MS Dhoni is getting man of the match. He got nearly 70 plus runs. Where is the problem? Watching football match is a problem from my side. Giving late intimation by my friend is a problem. And match between India and Pakistan is a problem, no? Huh? All right, sir. The problem is where remote controller is a problem. Not with the TV. Remote controller is a problem. Understand it. Inside the remote controller, what happened there? Inside the remote controller, when I type a 7-5 channel number, immediately it is not performing its functionality. It has taken some time. It has taken some time to perform its functionality. Means that internally there is a program. Inside the remote controller, there is a program. When I type 7-5, internally that program has to be executed. That execution time of that program is taking more. When it has taken more execution time, performance of the remote controller is reduced. When more execution time is taken, performance of the remote controller is reduced. When performance of the remote controller is reduced, automatically end user will not satisfy about our product. Whatever the remote controller product here we have taken, I'm not satisfied about my product. In the next attempt, if I want to take any remote controller, I will not take this particular remote controller. I will buy some other remote controller. If I get my point or not? So your understand point, when execution time is more, automatically performance of the application is less. When execution time is less, automatically performance of the application is what there more. Understand it clearly? One more example I'm taking then. Previously, I have a tab, Samsung tab. When I want to go for some hotel or somewhere else, when I want to pay the bill, I need to scan. Then through PhonePe, I want to pay the bill. I need to scan that QR code or whatever it may be. I want to scan it. When I'm trying to scan it now, then it may take 1 or 1.5 minute of time. I need to adjust that scanner, then only I'm able to get it. Sir, got it or not? Okay, after that, when I type the payment, when I click on pay, maybe some circle is rotating. After that only it might be paid. Then up to the time I have to monitor it, I have to check it. How much time now? In some situation that phone pay problem may be that circle is rotating only throughout the life. It's not completing it. Yes, sir, got it or not? So finally I got irritation over my tab. I decided I don't want to use this tab. Then I want to buy a new mobile phone. I want to take a new mobile phone. After that, I waited almost 6 months of time to buy a new mobile phone, but very good mobile phone I want to take. It's a real-time example I'm telling them. I experienced it with that. Then finally, I came to know that most of the people are suggested to me, try to take iPhone. But I inquired about it. iPhone is very good phone, but the problem is what there, all operations are total in reverse. Then I recognize it. Up to at least 1 week out of I have to spend my time to understand the functionality of that mobile phone. But I don't like it. When technology is increased, flexibility I have to get. But again, I have to sit separately for that phone to learn in the sense, who will lesson that 1 week of time. I thought of it. Next level best phone is what? Some other people have suggested to me, take OnePlus mobile phone. That's okay. That is good thing. In OnePlus also, which one is the top end? There I identified it. So I checked for it. OnePlus mobile phone might be there. Some variants are available. 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, 12 GB RAM. But one more variant is available. That is what there 16 GB RAM. Yeah, that I want to take. When 16 GB RAM in the sense, somewhat speed is coming there. Then I've taken. Right? This is a mobile phone. I've taken it. OnePlus. When I taken this, when I go to the restaurant now, when I want to scan it now, even just like in a flash, if I rotate my mobile like it, my mobile phone like it, automatically it's scanning now. Now tell me, understand the difference now? Previously my tab I have to rotate like a bus steering. Now it's a fraction of second. Just if I show like this, automated scanning. No, which one is better? No, forget about money. Which one is better? No, mobile phone. This OnePlus mobile phone is better or not? Or maybe Apple phone, iPhone is better or not? See, that is a end user feeling. End user is satisfying now. End user must be satisfied. So here the point is what there. And moreover, in my phone pay, when I click on it, as per this 5G network, maybe as per this phone, new mobile phone might be, when I click on, even my finger is also not touching on that icon, app icon, automatically it's open. Automatically it's asking about the money. When I type it now, within fraction of seconds, the payment is going on. In my mobile phone, nearly 28 GB RAM is there. 16 GB is a physical RAM and 12 GB is virtual RAM. Understand it clearly what I'm telling you. So here the point is not like mobile phone and not like another one. Less execution time, more performance, and user is happy. More execution time, less performance, and user is not happy. We are preparing all the software products and everything for the sake of satisfying end user. When end user is happy, then the product is getting very good demand. When end user is not happy, product is not getting demand. That's why now the execution time is providing impact or not. Execution time is important factor or not. So because of that reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare their new programming language. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It has to take less execution time and it has to provide more performance for their applications. That is, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less execution time and it has to provide what there more performance. This is a clear-cut information here. What I'm telling you. This is a punch here. Next one is what? After completion of this, lesser memory. All of you guys observe carefully. What next one here? Less memory. What is this less memory actually? What you are thinking about less memory? Everybody understand it clearly. For example, I want to take a computer, guys. I want to take a laptop. Again, this is an example here. Just 1 year back, I have taken this laptop. Previously, I had all-in-one PC. In that all-in-one PC, what happened there? By default, they have given memory is what they're only 4 GB RAM. Lenovo all-in-one PC, 4 GB RAM they have given. When I'm trying to open my enterprise applications now, then myself is a person I used to take the classes for entire Java, maybe advanced Java, or like what their frameworks, like different things. When I open Oracle database in my laptop now, it's getting some delay, slow down, totally slow down. When I open my server, WebLogic server and Oracle database there, it's totally slow down. When I click on this execute button there, it's taking some time here. Even the Eclipse side is not responding in some situation. So I faced a lot of problems there now. Then after that, I decided I want to take a new laptop. I went to the computer shop. In the computer shop, might be there is a representative. I asked him, I want to take a laptop. Can you give some like quotation for my laptop? Fine, he has given a quotation. What was that quotation he has given there? Total, all the motherboard and RAM, like ROM, all peripherals and everything he has given there. Then finally he said to me, the cost of the laptop is 48,000 Lenovo. Where I seen that 48,000 they have given, then I observed it, what components they have included. A motherboard and operating system, everything is okay. But where I identified the RAM size is only 8 GB RAM. What's that GB there? 8 GB RAM. I identified it. And then immediately I thought of it. Actually, previously 4 GB RAM, it was totally slowed down. Again, if I take 8 GB RAM, if I open 2 to 3 other softwares, no, again it is getting slow or not? Again it is slow down or not? So now with 8 GB RAM, I'm not satisfying with that. Just I requested him, can you make it is 12 GB RAM or 16 GB RAM like this? Yes, okay, no problem. I can take this. You can take directly this one. Later, I have a service center. In my service center, I'm going to make it is 16 GB RAM like this. Okay, then okay, I accepted it. Then immediately I was taking that quotation paper where he changed the cost of. Cost of the laptop is what there now this time 55,000. Previously 48,000. Now it is what there 58,000. 55,000. What happened? When memory is increased, automatically cost of the product is increased or not? Memory is a costful. When memory is increased, automatically cost of the end product is increased or not? Now my laptop previously 48,000. When I made it is a 16 GB RAM, automatically it is increased. Its cost is increased 55,000. So now tell me, if it is more cost, who will take that particular component? No? Who will take that particular product? If it's more cost, who will take it? No. One simple example, one more example I can take. The same OnePlus phone, originally it has number of variants, 16 GB RAM, 256 memory. At the same time, 16 GB RAM and 512 memory is also available. But that OnePlus providers have not released 512 memory variant inside in India. Why they are not introduced? What is the reason for it? No, as per the Indian market, 16 GB RAM max. As per the Indians psychology, max majority of the people, they are going to buy the mobile phone within the range of like 20,000, 25,000, max 30, 35. Less number of people are going to take the mobile phones up to 50,000 or maybe 70,000. Market is not going to be high for the 70,000 like this. 512 variant is having the cost is nearly 59,000, 60 plus, 60,000 plus. They understood that people are not going to take that mobile phone. They stopped it. That variant they stopped it. Lower variants they released it. But in China they are released it. In US it was released there. But in India only they are not released. Why? They understood the business of Indian people, the psychology of Indian people. So which is not going to be taken more. Because of that reason they stopped that variant here. No. Memory is the point is what their memory. Understand my point, Ken? If the cost is more, people are not ready to take that. Reasonable cost is required or not? Okay, when cost will be increased, when memory is increased. When memory is reduced, cost of the product is reduced. Am I right or not? When memory is increased, cost of the end product will be increased. When memory is lesser, cost of the end product will be lesser. Because of that reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less memory for executing its applications. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less memory, not more memory. Within less memory, that programs have to be executed. In that way, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. Sir, all of you get my point or not? That's okay, fine. Let's come to the third point here. What about this third point here? Understand it clearly. Less power consumption. Now, this is a point here. Now, coming for this point. What I identified the content here. Now, try to understand it clearly. For example, if we take remote controller, for example, understand it. Remote controller. Remote controller is working on the base of the batteries or not? Inside the remote controller, some energy is required or not? So power is required or not? That is through batteries that energy will be provided or not? Okay. Listen carefully. At present, my remote controller must require 2 batteries. Their lifetime is 6 months of time. For every 6 months of time, I have to change the batteries. The cost of the battery is 100 rupees. So for every 6 months of time, 100 rupees I have to spend for what there? My remote controller. That means maintenance cost of my remote controller for every 6 months of time is what there? 100 rupees. Listen, clear cut information. Okay, fine, leave it. After that, if we observe inside the remote controller, 2 things are available. One is a software, another one is a hardware. Am I right or not? 2 things are available inside the remote controller: software and hardware. In every electronic consumer, in every electronic device, these 2 things are mandatory: software component and hardware component. When I type some number 72, previous example, when I type one number on remote controller, software will listen our user action. Then software will give directions to the hardware components to perform this particular action. Say for example, power button if I type, when I click on power button, software will listen it. Okay, user wants to switch off this. Then immediately that software will give instructions to the hardware component. Hardware component will do the action physically. Hardware component will do the action physically. Hardware component will switch off the device. Software component will not switch off the device. Only hardware component will switch off the device, but software component will give information to the hardware component. Yes, sir. Got it or not? What I am telling them. So when I type some number on my remote controller, software will listen user action. Software will pass that instructions to the hardware component. Hardware component will do the real action. So finally, what I required now, some interaction is required between software and hardware or not? Some interaction is required between software component and hardware component or not? All right, sir. Listen carefully. If that interaction is less energy consumption is going on. If the software component is interacting with the hardware component more interaction is available between software component and hardware component, automatically energy consumption will be more. Please recognize my point, Ken. Automatically energy consumption will be more. Am I right or not? When energy consumption is more between software component and hardware component, automatically the battery's lifetime will be reduced or not? Batteries are drain up or not? Battery's lifetime will be reduced or not? Previously, for every 6 months of time, we have to change the batteries now. But now, because of this more hardware interaction, for every 3 months of time, we have to change the batteries now. That means for every 3 months of time, we have to put 100 rupees now. Now, maintenance cost of the end product is increased or not? Maintenance cost of the end product is increased or not? Because of this reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare their new programming language. It should have less hardware interaction. It should require less energy consumption. It should require like what there? Less power consumption. When it is less power consumption, automatically maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. Maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. Sir, all of you get my point or not? Maintenance cost is also be very, very important. As per the survey, if you observe this, in Indian market, two types of cars are available. What are the two types of cars now? Like diesel cars and petrol cars. Which one is getting more now? Tell me in outside market, no? Petrol cars or diesel cars now? Diesel cars are selling more. Why? Cost of the diesel is somewhat less when compared with what there? Petrol. Am I right or not? No, but nowadays the trending is what there? Electric cars. Electric cars. One time is a payment now, but every time we have to recharge it. No petrol, nothing else. Right or not? So maintenance cost definitely. And the product maintenance cost is also be important factor. Customers may be attracted for the less maintenance cost only. Am I right or not? Here also be Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language that should take less power consumption, means that less maintenance cost. So still, this is the idea of Sun Microsystems. This is the analysis of the Sun Microsystems to prepare their new programming language. Still, new programming language was not prepared, not started. New programming language was not yet started. Just it is the idea of Sun Microsystems, what they want to see on their new programming language. Then immediately what happened here? No, observe carefully. They started to prepare new programming language in 1991. They took nearly 2 years of time to prepare this new programming language. Entire 1991 this taken, and up to end of 1992 they prepared new programming language. They completed the preparation of the new programming language. Just 1 minute, guys. I think so. Just only one factor I discussed here. What is that factor there? Simple only I discussed here. Remaining two factors here I have to discuss. After that, I'll go for the completion of the new programming language. Now let's come for this one. What is this next one again? Tight coded programming language. What is the meaning of this tight coded programming language, guys? Observe carefully, all of you know. Say for example, all of you are aware about this stack operations. Stack, one of the data structure. Do you aware about it? Stack, no? Any idea on this stack? Any idea on this stack? Right, sir. Stack is a data structures. Am I right or not? What are the various operations for the stack now? Tell me. First one is like what there? Push. And second one is like what there? Pop. Actually, there is a third one, that is what there? Peak. Push in the sense inserting an element. Pop in the sense read and remove. Read and remove. Peek in the sense just read but not remove. Peek is what there? Just read what is top of the element. That's it. But not remove. They're the three operations. Good, nice. In the C programming language, I'm asking this question to you. Not try to answer it. Just general knowledge only. To perform push operation on an average, we are going to take nearly 20 lines of code. 20 lines of code on an average. To perform pop operation again, 20 lines of code we are going to take. To perform peak operations again here, 20 lines of code here we are going to take. Overall, in C programming language, to perform the stack operations, how many lines of code here we are going to consume there? 60 lines of code on an average here we are able to consume. How many lines of code here we are going to consume there? 60 lines of code. Is that got it or not? Understand it, no? Same stack operations in Java. Same stack operations in Java. If you observe this, all of you observe carefully. Same stack operations in Java. If you think about it, stack S is equal to new stack as a predefined class. S dot push of complete. My push operation is completed. S dot pop, my pop operation is completed. S dot peak, my peak operation is completed. Finish. Now tell me overall in Java, how many lines of code is available totally? Total, how many lines of code is available here? 4 lines of code is existing. But in C and C++, 60 lines of code. But in Java, 4 lines of code. Listen carefully. If any programming language is taking more number of finish sections, then that programming language is a loose coded programming language. What is that programming language there? Loose coded programming language. For a particular requirement, if any programming language is taking more and more number of finish sections, no, then that programming language is what there? Loose coded programming language. If any programming language is taking less number of finish sections, less number stack operations are same in C in Java, but in C 60 lines of code, in Java 4 lines of code. If any programming language is taking less number of finish sections to perform the same stack operation, to perform the same operations, no, then that programming language is loose tight coded programming language. That programming language is what there? Tight coded programming language. Now tell me here, C programming language and Java, two examples I have taken. Which programming language is a tight coded programming language? Come on, which programming language is tight coded programming language? Obviously Java. Java is what the tight coded programming language, but C is what their loose coded programming language. Why? Because it takes more number of instructions to perform a particular operation, but in the case of Java, it will take only less number of instructions to perform the same operation kernel. So that's the meaning of like what their tight coded programming language. Right, sir? Last one is like what their architectural neutral programming language. What is the last one here? Architectural neutral programming language. What is the meaning of this architectural neutral programming language? No, observe carefully, straightforward information. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It should not be bound with a particular operating system and a particular hardware system. It must be executed its applications in all the operating systems, in all the hardware systems. In that way, they want to prepare a new programming language. That means what's the point I'm telling there? Independent of all the hardware systems, independent of all the hardware systems, in every hardware system that Java has to execute its applications. In that way, they want to prepare their new programming language. That's why they have taken the factor is what their architectural neutral. Architecture in the sense hardware system, neutral to the hardware systems. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Now tell me, all of you know, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language in green project. That new programming language must have 3 features. What features they want to see on the new programming language? Simple programming language, tight coded programming language. Then what next one here? Architectural neutral programming language. Yes, sir, got it or not? What's the meaning of simple programming language? Less execution time, less memory, less power consumption. What's the meaning of tight coded care? No, less number of instructions, more implementation. Less number of instructions and more productivity. Less number of instructions, more implementation. Right. What's the meaning of this architectural neutral? It's an independent to all the hardware systems. It can run its applications in every hardware system. It can run its applications in every hardware system. This is what exactly the meaning of like what the architectural neutral programming language. Yes, sir. All of you get my point or not? So finally, what happened here? No, the total somewhat information can I discuss about this history. Right. After this, right, sir. Then few more points are remaining here. Then almost another time is like 6:35. No, can I discuss the remaining part tomorrow? Right. Then few days only 1 hour class I'm going to take. Then after that, I'm going to take your class right from 4:30. Yes, sir. Got it or not? Now 5:30 I'm taking a class. Now 4:30 to 6 is an official time for us for our class. Now, but up to these classes, I'm going to take like this 1 hour 5:30 to 6:30 like this. After that, I will start our class at what time there? 4:30. Please remember this. Okay. But when onwards I'm going to take this, I'll give intimation to you clearly in our classes. Okay. Then tomorrow I'll continue the remaining part here. Tomorrow we are going to see the content. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Which one? Yeah, sure, sure. Every class is recorded. Please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those are attending in online, please confirm to me, guys. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are going to be. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, guys, please type in questions box. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Yeah, yeah. Guys, then advanced Java at 7:30 batch is not for you. Don't come for that advanced Java class. That is not at all for you. Guys, please remember this. What I'm telling there. Advanced Java batch at 7:30 is not for you. Okay, Praveen, Vajay, Praveen. Then just I'm giving clarity. Don't join for advanced Java. Then now immediately it's not required. Then for you separately, I will start advanced Java. Okay, for you separately, I'm going to start advanced Java. Clear? Right. Right. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And check it. What content here we discussed there. And I want to give some notes related link for this classes there. Now let us go for this document here. I've given some document already, some content. Uh, right, so just give 2 minutes of time, or else maybe let me complete the remaining part here in the Java history. Then at the end, I will give the document URL for the sake of this notes. I will give that. Okay, right. Now, come for the content here. What we completed there in the last class, no? Java history, the total part here I started here, where up to some part of the history I started. Okay, what topic here we started there? What is the requirement to provide Java programming language to the market? If we come for this point, answer is very clear. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for electronic consumer devices like cable TV switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on. For this particular reason, why Sun Microsystems decided to prepare a new programming language. For that, they have taken nearly 30 members team led by James Gosling and Patrick Nathan. With this 30 members team, Sun Microsystems has started a project. What is the name of the project there? Green Project. Green Project was started. In Green Project, they want to prepare a new programming language. That programming language should have some features. What features they want to provide in their new programming language? That new programming language should be what there? Simple. That new programming language should be what there? Tight coded. That new programming language should be what there? Architectural neutral. Sir, are you getting it or not? Then immediately we have to think about it. Why it should be simple programming language? What exactly the factors they have included for this simple programming language? All right. That programming language is simple. Why? Because that programming language should take less execution time. That programming language should take less memory. That programming language should take like what there? Less power consumption, less energy consumption, whatever it may be. Now tell me, what is the impact of this less execution time? I given some points here. If that execution time is less, performance of the end product will be increased or not? Next one, if the less memory, if the end product is having less memory, automatically cost of the product will be reduced or not? Next one, if the energy consumption is less or power consumption is lesser, maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. These are the impacts of this all the features. No, so anyway, whatever it may be, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It should be a simple programming language. It must have less execution time. It must take less memory, and it must take less power consumption. They're the points here. Next one is second one is what the tight coded. What is the meaning of this tight coded here? No, already I've taken an example. Stack is an example I've taken. In stack, we are able to perform three types of operations. What are the three types of operations here we are performing there? Push operation, pop operation, pick operation. In a C programming language, to perform push operation, nearly 20 lines of code here we are going to consume. To perform pop operation, again 20 lines of code here we are going to consume. On an average, again 20 lines of code for the sake of what their peak operation. Overall, how many instructions here we are going to consume for stack operations? No, 60 lines of code. But in the case of Java programming language, the same stack operations we are able to complete within 4 lines of code. Just within 4 lines of code, we can complete it, the same stack operations. Got it or not? All right, sir. Now here the point is what? Point is what there? If any programming language takes a less number of instructions to implement a particular requirement, or to implement a particular requirement, to provide coding part for a particular requirement, if any programming language takes less number of instructions, then that programming language is called tight coded programming language. That programming language is what their tight coded programming language. Now tell me, between C and Java, I given some comparison. In between C and Java, which one is a tight coded and which one is a loose coded here? No, C is what their loose coded, but Java is what their tight coded programming language. Good. Next one is what? After this, architectural neutral programming language. What's the meaning of this architectural neutral programming language? No, what's the meaning of it? No, I given one simple statement here. Okay. Before that, I want to give some explanation. Now try to understand it clearly. For example, listen, all of you listen carefully. For example, I'm taking Java classes now. Listen, understand carefully. I'm taking Java classes now. Of course, today I'm providing some demo class, for example. Okay. And outside of this classroom, if I put a board, notice, what is that notice there? If you want to attend Java classes, you must be a BTech graduate and you must be a computer science student. Then only you're eligible to attend my class. If I put a board like this, assume it, how many members can attend my classes? Point number one. Case number one, I said to you. Case number two, same. If I put a notice in my notice board, any graduate can attend my Java classes. No restrictions. Any graduate can attend my Java classes. No restrictions. If I put this board in outside, two cases I've given there. In which case more number of people will come? Definitely second case. Any graduate can attend my class, in the sense all members are eligible to attend my classes. Second case, more number of students will come. When more number of students are listening my class, automatically more demand will be increased for my class. Not only in the point of my classes there, I'm telling that I have a product. When my product is available to the more number of people, automatically more demand will come for that product. If my product is available for less number of people, automatically demand for my product will be reduced. Am I right or not? When my product is available, when my product is required for more number of people, more demand will come. When my product is required for less number of people, less demand will come. Am I right or not? But when it is possible to make available my product to more number of people, when more number of people are eligible, then it is available to more number of people. When less number of people are eligible, for less number of people only my product is reachable. Understand my point? So similarly, here the point is what? Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must not be bound with any particular operating system. It must not be bound with any particular hardware system. It must be available to every operating system and every hardware system. It must be available to every operating system and every hardware system. In that way, Sun Microsystems wants to provide their new programming language. Then only it will be available to everybody in outside. I'll forget my point or not. So because of that reason only, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a programming language, new programming language. It should be like what there, an architectural neutral programming language. Here the architectural in the sense what there, hardware system. Architecture is what there, hardware system. Right, sir. That new programming language should be, right, programming languages should be independent of all the hardware systems, independent of all the what their hardware systems. Automatically it will come independent of all the operating systems also. So because of that reason, this programming language is what there, an architectural neutral programming language. That's it. Now these are the three qualities or features that some people wants to see on their new programming language. Is that all of you getting my points or not clearly what I'm telling you? Right, sir. Now this is okay, fine. This is clear cut information here. We can understand. Okay, fine. All right, sir. At the end of 1992, at the end of 1992, new programming language was prepared, completed. The programming language was completed at the end of what there? 1992. That's okay, completed. Then after completion of this after completion of this new programming language, some people wants to give a name to this new programming language. Sun Microsystems wants to give a particular name to the new programming language. They are searching for the name. They are searching for the name. They want to give a name for the new programming language. Understand it clearly now. Meanwhile, what James Gosling has done there, when he sat in his cabin at Sun Microsystems, he always likes to see one type of tree through his cabin window. When he sat in his cabin, he always likes to see one type of tree through his cabin window. Okay, the name of the tree is what there? Oak is the name of the tree. He had a thought. He wants to give this oak is the name to the new programming language. Then, as he liked that particular tree, as he liked to see this particular tree through his cabin window, he wants to give this name to the new programming language. Then he has sent that proposal to Sun Microsystems. James Gosling has sent the proposals to Sun Microsystems. Unfortunately, Sun Microsystems has rejected James Gosling's opinion. Sun Microsystems has not accepted the James Gosling's proposals. Why? What is the reason for it? No, reason is very simple. Before 1992, before 1991, there was a programming language whose name is Voc. Already one programming language is already existed with the name is what there? Voc. So we should not give again the same name to our new programming language. If we give the same name or related name to our new programming language, people may think about it. It may be an extension of the old programming language. Unnecessarily, we are going to lose the identity for our new programming language. Our new programming language lost its identity if we give this type of name there. Then again, people are searching for a new name for the new programming language. Is it? All of you are getting it or not? Clearly, no. All right, sir. Then while searching for the name or while doing this, while preparing this new programming language, all Sun engineers, are used to go for their cafeteria at Sun Microsystems. Canteen, cafeteria in the sense canteen. They used to go for their cafeteria at Sun Microsystems. At Sun Microsystems cafeteria, they used to take one brand labeled coffee. They used to take one brand labeled coffee or tea, whatever it may be. One brand labeled coffee they used to take at Sun Microsystems there. What was that brand labeled coffee they have taken there? The name of that brand labeled coffee is what there? Java. The name of the brand labeled coffee is what there? Java. They used to take the Java coffee at Sun Microsystems cafeteria, tea or coffee, whatever it may be. They used to take this drink. The name of the drink is what there? Java. Okay. Then immediately, what happened there? These Sun people are getting this kind of thought. They send this proposal to the Sun Microsystems. Just we want to give the Java is a name to the new programming language. Then immediately Sun Microsystems has accepted this name to give for new programming language. Finally, they are given name for the new programming language is what there? Java. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All right, sir. Now, this is a point here I'm telling there. So, Java is a name for the new programming language. Because of this reason only, we can understand it clearly. In Google, if you search for Java symbol, if you identify this, what you are getting there? Understand it? This is a symbol for Java because of that reason only. Yeah, tea cup or coffee cup, that doesn't matter. And whatever it may be, some cup, saucer, some flames. Understand it now? So because of that reason only. Now, another point here I'm telling there, observe carefully. Java beans symbol. I think so. Here it is available. This is okay, but perfect symbol is not available. EJB symbol, if you observe this, not Java beans, no. EJB's symbol logo. Yeah, it's okay. EJB's logo is okay. Where? No, it is not coming like this. Yeah, Java beans better. EJB logo, I thought of it different. Java beans logo. Yes, sir. What this now is a coffee bean or maybe whatever it may be, some kind of thing now. See, observe this carefully. Then all these names are somewhat related with what their coffee only. All the names which are related with Java is what their coffee only. Am I right or not? But if you identify the names with the Python name is what there? Snake name, right? Framework is what there? Django, Jungle. Right. Then apart from this, Spider. IDs in the case of Python, right? Like this. Just I'm kidding there. They are not having any such type of intention. No, just try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Anyway, so the point like what I'm telling to you in this scenario, what is the point here I'm telling to you about this? The symbol for Java is what there? A cup, saucer, and a flames. It means like what there? Tea cup or might be then coffee cup, whatever it may be. Coffee or tea, something else. No. Okay, fine. That was clear. Name was given. After giving this name, after giving this particular name to this programming language, at the end of 1992, they prepared the first product on the base of the Java. At the end of the 1992, they prepared the first product in the base of the Java. The name of that first product is what there? Star 7. Understand it clearly. The very first product on Java is a Star 7. It is a remote controller. It's a what there? It's a remote controller. But what is the status of it now? It is a failure product. It's totally a failure product. Sun Microsystems has waited nearly 1.5 years of time to find a customer to take the Star 7. But they didn't identify even a single customer to take the Star 7. Sir, are you getting it or not? What I'm telling there. The very first product on the base of the Java is what their Star 7. Sun Microsystems has waited nearly 1.5 years of time to find a customer for what they the Star 7, but they did not identify even a single customer for the Star 7. It's a totally failure product. Good. 1.5 years of time. In the mid of 1994, At the end of 1992, they prepared Star 7. No product, no customer is available. Nearly 1.5 years of time they waited. In the mid of 1994, there is a demand for www as part of internet. That internet era was started in the mid of 1994 in abroad. In India, when it was started there, in India, that the internet era was started in the year of 2000, 2001 in that time. Sir, are you aware about it now? And outside might be internet centers are available. There is some huge business there by the time in outside. Only for the sake of Yahoo chatting only, people are going to the internet centers there by the time. Chatting app is what there, Yahoo chatting by the time. Okay, right, sir. So internet era was started by this particular 2000, 2001 in India, but in abroad, now in the mid of 1994. Okay. All right, in the mid of 1994, there is a demand for a www as part of internet, wherein www, the key feature, the key component is a browser. What is the key component for this www? Browser. See, without having browser, how it is possible to open internet? How it is possible to open our websites? No, not possible. So the key component is what? The browser. Right. By the time, very good demand is available for the browsers. By the time, very good demand is available for the browsers. What browser is available there at that moment there? In the mid of 1994, Mosaic is a browser which is available in outside. Mosaic is a browser name. All right. This browser is getting very good demand. Only that browser is a leading browser in outside there. That was prepared by Mark Anderson. Who is this person? Actually, this Mark Anderson is an undergraduate student at Illinois University at Chicago, Illinois University. All right. He went to the Netscape Communications. He went to what? The Netscape Communications for the sake of his internship work. For the sake of project work, he went to the Netscape Communications company. There, he prepared this browser as part of his project work. To prepare this browser, he took nearly $6.25 per hour. Hourly basis. Per hour, he took nearly $6.25 to prepare that Mosaic browser there. Of course, later on that name was changed. That's a different story. By the time that Mosaic browser is a very good browser, it is getting very good demand in the mid of 1994. Now, Sun Microsystem people are watching that market carefully. Finally, they understood the intention of the browser and importance of the browser. Then Sun Microsystems has thought of it. They want to prepare their own browser. Then finally, in the mid of 1994, they have taken the steps to prepare a new browser. To prepare a new browser, who has taken the responsibility? In the mid of 1994, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new browser. That new browser preparation responsibility was given to Jonathan Payne and Patrick Norton. Jonathan Payne and Patrick Norton. Both the members have taken responsibility of creating new browser. In the mid of 1994, they taken that responsibility. Again, they have taken nearly 1.5 years of time. At the end of 1995, they completed a browser and they have given name for this browser is what their Hot Java browser. At the end of the 1995, they prepared a browser. They have given name for this browser is what their Hot Java browser. On the basis of Java programming language only, they prepared the browser. Inside this hard Java browser, what features of the Java they have used there? If you observe this, internally they have used applets. What was the topic they have used there internally? Applets. Applets is a topic they have used internally. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? What I am telling there. Good. So hard Java browser was introduced in the end of 1995. See, because of this reason only, most of the people are thinking about it. Java was introduced in the end of the 1995. No, by the time Java was not introduced, by the time only hard Java browser was introduced. By the time what happened, the moment when this browser was provided there, now this browser is what there, successful product. So many people are interested for this product. Now this is successful product. Now people are talking about it. Sun Microsystems has prepared a browser. That browser is very good browser. some repetition is going on in outside. By the time people are talking about it, how this browser was prepared, how this browser was provided by Sun Microsystems there, then everybody they're thinking about it. They're talking about it internally. Might be Sun Microsystems has a new programming language that is Java. On the base of Java, this browser was prepared. People are having awareness on it. Then immediately people are sending the request to Sun Microsystems. Why don't you prepare? Why don't you release the Java programming language to the outside market? Can you please provide the Java programming language to the outside market? Then Sun Microsystems has decided they want to provide the Java programming language to the outside market. To release the Java programming language to the outside market, they have set the date. The date is like what there, 1996, January 23rd. They have taken the date. On this particular date, they released the first version of the Java to the market with the name is like what there, JDK 1.0 version. The very first version of the Java was provided by Sun Microsystems on the year 1996, January 23rd, JDK 1.0 version. After that, every 1 year or every 2 years of time, they're trying to release another next versions like that. In the next 1.5 year of time, 1.1 version, next 1.5 year of time, 1.2 version, and so on and so on and so on and so on. They're trying to release it. In the journey of this total Java, JDK 1.0, this is first version, language introduction is going on, but little bit awareness only. Next one is what there, JDK 1.1 now with some updations. Next one is a JDK 1.2 version. This is a huge version. More and more number of enhancements are provided in this particular version. At present, whatever the Java here we are seeing now, we are observing now, 70% of the Java was provided aligned with 1.2 version only. J to EE, J to ME, J to SE, these three parts are introduced aligned with what version they are now? 1.2 version. So this is a milestone in Java. 1.2 version is what there? Milestone version in Java. Next, after that, namesake versions are available. Like what there? JDK 1.3 version, namesake only. JDK 1.4 version, namesake only. JDK 1.5 version. Again here, more number of enhancements are provided. This is again another milestone. And if you're getting it or not, what I'm telling to you. Then after this, now JDK 1.6 version is namesake. JDK 1.7 is also be namesake. One or two features only, important features. No. Again, JDK 1.8 version is another milestone. Main versions, I'm telling them. All right, so next one is what the JDK 1.9 version is a utter flop version, failure version. Features are not much. From 1.8 version onwards, Java people are trying to copy the features from other languages. Before that, Java had their own. Other programming languages are copied from Java. But 1.8 version onwards, Java people are trying to copy the features from other programming languages. Best example is Python. Observe carefully, up to JDK 1.6 version, Java was maintained by Sun Microsystems. Right from 1.7 version onward, Java is available with Oracle Corporation. Java was provided by, Java is maintained by Oracle Corporation. When Java was in Oracle Corporation, from that point onwards, hurry-burly, they are trying to release number of versions and hurry-burly features they are including inside this Java. But of course, then some useful features are available, some of the features are unnecessary, but finally they are maintaining some other content here. So they are searching for other programming languages. In other programming languages, if any feature is good feature, they are trying to copy that. Now, as per my awareness, I can say 15 to 20 number of features from Python. How I knows about it? No, I thought previously both Python and Java, both. I'm able to teach both Java and Python. I've seen that clearly. Understand it clearly now. Right, sir. Okay, whatever it may be. Next one is like what there? JDK 1.10 version. All right, JDK 1.11 version. Again here, somewhat features are included, but the style of Java release was changed from 1.11 version onwards. From this 1.11 version onward, Java is becoming as a licensed one. The license agreements are changed. License, the total thing was changed. But it was licensed one. But for which users this is licensed one? not for everybody. For the students, for the teachers, for the individual development, Java is a freeware. But for the corporate users in the sense in the companies, if they want to use Java, they must take the license. Of course, nominal prices only up to that. Up to now, it's okay, fine. For corporate users, that license is mandatory. For the normal use, license is not mandatory. So for us, no need to take any license. We can use Java, no problem. But for corporate use in the companies, if you want to use Java, the companies have to take license for Java. From which version of Java onwards? No, Java 1.11 version onwards. Observe carefully. Then after this, JDK 1.12 namesake only. And one more point I'm telling there. Before JDK 11 version, there is a gap from one version to another version, some time gap, nearly 2 years of time, 3 years of time. And especially for releasing 1.8 version, they might be taken nearly 6 or 7 years of time. That much of time they have taken, but once they release one version, in the sense, huge number of updations, more number of features, they might be included there. But from Java 11 version onwards, what Oracle is following there, they want to release Java for every 6 months of time. For every 6 months of time, the Oracle people wants to release a new version for Java. Because of that reason only, immediately we are getting Java 11, Java 12, and JDK 1.13. All right, sir. Now JDK 1.14. In JDK 1.14, somewhat okay, but not huge version. Not more number of enhancements, no, but somewhat better when compared with the previous one. Then similarly here, like what there, JDK 1.15. Then what next one here? JDK 1.16. Now after this, JDK 1.17 again. Now here we are having somewhat content here. But of course, as of now here what we are having there, no, JDK 1.18 is existed and JDK 1.19 is available. I think so. As per your says, JDK 1.20 might be. Then we are saying that 20 is also existed then, right? So then it is available. But I didn't check it. 20th version is a long-term support or not, but I don't know. But up to 17th, I followed up. The remaining, of course, I'm going to take all these concepts here, but anyway, but the point I didn't check it. 20th version is a long-term version or not. But up to 17th year, we can understand. These are the milestone versions inside the Java. So, are if you're getting it or not? But at present, we are having what there? JDK 1.20th version is available that we are going to understand anyway. But I'm telling there, up to JDK 8th version, Java is a stable, completely stable. Afterwards, Java is coming in a rapid manner and like what there? Then rapid manner in the sense, what is the meaning of it? No, in a hurry-burry manner, Java versions are coming. Even I'm telling there, software industry is also be utilized Java 8 version up to this 8 version in a stable manner. Now immediately what happened there? After Java 8 version, no software company is using all the versions now. Now at present, the movement in outside is what there? All companies are trying to migrate directly from 1.8 version to 1.17 version. At present, now companies are directly migrating from 1.8 version to 1.17 directly. Think of it, when companies are using directly 1.17, what is the maintenance? What is the use of these many versions there? Understand that Oracle approach here. Oracle is introducing for every 6 months of time a new version they are introducing now. They have introduced these many versions here, but companies are trying to use directly what they 17 version. Then even they are not touching on, they are not having look on what these versions there. Now at present the trend is going on like this. Moreover, the Spring Boot framework 1.3 version is totally on the basis of the JDK 17. 1.17. So now latest versions of the other frameworks or other tools now, they are prepared on the basis of 1. They are trying to prepare on what there 1.17 version there. That might be the stable version at present. Then immediately may have a question to me now. So okay, these many versions are available, sir. Then which version I have to learn? Which version we have to learn now? What version is required in outside companies there? But I'm giving the reality. Up to JDK 1.8 version, they have used Java stable in a stable mode. Now directly they are switching from 1.8 version to what version they know? 17. So 17 version they are moving in the sense. Definitely we need to have awareness on 17 version or not. Yeah, now as per these companies, as companies are using now Java 17 version now, then definitely we have to migrate up to, we have to update up to Java 17 version or not. Yeah, definitely here we are going to understand up to 20th version as per my responsibility. I will discuss there. But as you are the student, if you want to survive in software industry, definitely we should learn up to at least minimum what there JDK 1.17 version. This is mandatory for everybody. Okay, of course. Then by completing your course, if Java 21 is coming there, I don't have any problem. I'll update it and I will give information to you. But I'll give confirmation to you up to the latest version. Up to the latest version, I'm going to discuss with you. Not only this, if we come with the full stack Java, in full stack Java also every technology I'm going to take up to the latest versions only. Spring Boot 1.3 version is nowadays might be the latest version there. It's a matter of might be then few days of time only. So I'm ready to discuss about that one point, like what the three versions, Spring Boot microservices. Yes, sir. If you're getting my point or not, that I'm planning for that anyway. In the future, we are going to understand this content here. So this is exactly the content about like what there Java history. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity, no? Right. All right, sir. It's okay, fine. But I want to give some permanent link to you, permanent classroom notes document I want to share with you. Now try to understand it. Say for example, right, sir. Now let me prepare Java 530 PM. 1 minute, sir. Just give a minute of time. Let me create it. Okay, it's okay. All right. All right, sir. All of you take this link, no? Everybody take this link. This link is for your core Java document. Daily I'm going to give the notes here. All right, whatever the notes I have given there, even that one also I want to paste here. So this link here we have to use. Okay. Now for the online people, I'm going to share that document, share that notes here in the questions box. Now try to utilize it. All right, sir. tinyurl.com/corejava530 PM notes. Right, sir. And I'm giving clarity to all of you guys. Don't worry. Just this is only starting point of the class there. Then in the syllabus, we are able to have steps to prepare first Java application. The topic is available. In the steps to prepare first Java application, I'm going to take like what there, how to download the Java software and how to install Java software, everything I'm going to discuss with you. But let me complete introduction part now. After that, I'm going to talk about what there steps to prepare first Java application. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? All right, so now just I have a trial for it. Now try to check this. Are able to get this document here in the browser? Have you checked it? Or else maybe let me check this. In the browser, just copy and paste this. If we click on it, then automatically here we have to get like what the document. Yes, exactly. Now directly this document here we are getting. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, wait. Okay. Okay, no problem. Just use this one. There we are able to get directly what there, this document. Document we are able to open. There we can see the total content. Directly we are able to get this document. In the future, I will change it. I will give folder share. When more number of concepts are introduced there I will give folder URL. There we can get it clearly. Okay. Right, sir. Right. Now, Java history. The topic is completed here in the introduction content here. The next topic would be differences between what happened? Differences between Java and others. This is the next topic. And if you want to see that introduction classes content here inside this, I'm able to provide even that one also. Okay. Right, sir. Now see this one here, whatever the content here, just I given some content here. Just I want to copy and I want to paste here. Here. Okay. Right, sir. So differences between Java and others. This is the second topic what we are having. All right. Observe carefully. The very first difference here I'm going to provide. All of you observe carefully. The very first difference. What is that first difference here? I'm telling to you. C and C++ are static programming languages. But Java is a dynamic programming language. From this point onwards, our content is very much important. Try to understand it now. Up to this Java history, it's a namesake topic only. But from this point onwards, we have to understand Java effectively. Right, sir. What is the first difference here we are trying to understand there? C and C++ are what there? Static programming languages. But Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Right, sir. Fine. What exactly the meaning of static programming language and what is the meaning of dynamic programming language? Listen carefully. Straightforward information. Understand it now. If any programming language, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, then that programming language is a static programming language. Come again, what is the static programming language? No, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at what time? Compilation time. Then that programming language is what their static programming language. Similarly, what is this dynamic programming language? No, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a runtime, not at compilation time. If any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a runtime, not at compilation time, then that type of programming language is what their dynamic programming language. Is it? Or if you get my point or not? Right, so let me write this point here. Observe carefully. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data. Primitive data is what there? Byte, short, int, long, float, double, boolean, character. This data is available. That is called as what there? Primitive data. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is called static programming language. The programming language is called as what there? Static programming language. What are the examples for the static programming languages? No, if you observe this, C and C++. These programming languages are what there? Static programming languages. All of you are getting it or not? Then similarly, now tell me, how can we say C and C++ are static programming languages? How can you say this point here? No, in C and C++ applications, Observe carefully. In C and C++ applications, everybody understand my point here. In C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at a compilation time only. At compilation time only, not at a runtime. Memory will be allocated for the data at what time, compilation time only, not at the runtime. Understand it clearly. I'll give diagrammatic representation also, don't worry for it. But first of all, let me give the definitions. After that, we are going to see internal content here. Right, sir. What is static programming language? No, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is what there is a static programming language. Examples are what there, C and C++. In a C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at compilation time only, not at the runtime. Right, sir. Now, what about this dynamic programming language? Can you understand it now? Quite opposite point here. What is the dynamic programming language there? If any programming language, allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, not at compilation time, then that programming language, is called what there? A dynamic programming language. The dynamic programming language. Understand it clearly. Right, sir. Then what are the examples for these dynamic programming languages? No, we can understand Java. Of course, Python is also a dynamic programming language and some other programming languages here. How can you say Java is a dynamic programming language? Point is very simple. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at a runtime only. At a runtime only. I'll give one simple point also along with this. Now try to understand it. All of you listen, one more point, small point. Tell me guys, all of you tell me, Java is an object-oriented programming language or not? Java is what there? Is an object-oriented programming language or not? What is the meaning of object-oriented programming language? Data must be represented in the form of objects. Data must be represented in the form of what there? Objects. That's the meaning of object-oriented programming language. In Java, when objects are creating, in Java, objects are creating at runtime, not at compilation time. In Java, objects are creating at what time there? Runtime, not at compilation time. When objects are creating at runtime, so what is the meaning of it now? When objects are creating at runtime, automatically memory will be allocated for data at what time there? Runtime only. Why? Because data will be stored inside the objects. Data will be stored inside the object. Data will be accommodated inside the objects only in the case of Java. So in Java, when objects are created, then only data is going to be created. It means that objects are created at runtime in the case of Java. So memory will be created for the data at runtime only. So because of that reason, Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Java is exactly what there? A dynamic programming language. Yes, sir. Are you following or not? This is that internal content here we can understand clearly now. Right, sir. I need to give one diagram also, but with the lack of the time, I'm not discussing now. So tomorrow I will cover the diagram. Then after that, tomorrow I will continue the second point also there now. Just first point information I've given there. Tomorrow I'll explain some more points here. Then after that, I'm able to explain the remaining content here. But observe carefully. So then few days of time only. I'm going to take 1 hour class for you. Then afterwards, then at 4:30 we have to attend the classes there. 4:30 to 6 o'clock. I'm going to continue these classes with you, right? But all right, then few days of time we have to attend this 1 hour of class. Then after that I will continue with the 4:30 to 6, 1.5 hour class we are going to see, right? Right, sir. And tomorrow we are going to see our content at what time there? 5:30. 5:30 we can come. Then I'll continue the remaining part now, right? Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Till meet tomorrow. Yeah. Then what is compilation time? Then what is runtime? I will discuss with you guys and tomorrow. Don't worry. Yeah. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Am I audible, guys? Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. Right, sir. In the last session, what we completed there in the content here we discussed now in the last class. And differences between Java and others. The topic we started there in the last class. In the differences between Java and others, just we have started our conversation. Now let us understand the content here. Introduction topic I started. In that introduction part, what we completed, just a Java history, the topic I completed. Java history, in the sense what there? Java history. Then what is the background story for Java? Why Java is coming? Only these few points I completed there. Okay. Then immediately we started with the differences between Java and others. In others part, what we have taken there, no, C and C++. These two things here I have taken there in the comparison. Then after that, from this, in the comparison here, what we completed there, if you observe this point now, first one is like what there, C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there, a dynamic programming language. There are given some kind of points here. Now try to understand it clearly. I want to give some explanation. Already required points I have given there, but I want to give some more explanation. Now try to understand this clearly. Right, sir. For example, all of you observe this clearly. For example, I have written a program. I have written a program. This is what actually .java file. .java or .c, whatever it may say. For example, .c. I've taken it. Here I have written some lines of code, number of instructions. Here I have written coding part. Now tell me, all of you tell me, who has written this program? Developer or not? Developer, programmer has written this code. How programmer has written this code? Programmer has written this code in his understandable language. Developer has written this code in his understandable language. Am I right or not? So what is the developer understandable language? No, developer understandable language is what? High level language. High level language is what the developer understandable language. Got it or not? Fine. I completed this program. Then I have to execute this program or not? Everybody understand my point here. I have to execute this program or not? To execute this program, here we have to use a mission. Here we have to use what there? A mission. All right, now here I want to say like what there? Execution. This is like what there? Execution. This execution would be performed by an engine. In the case of C, that engine is called as what there? C engine. C programs are executed by an engine, C engine. C++ programs are executed by an engine, C++ engine. Similarly, Java programs are executed by an engine, Java engine. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? C engine, C++ engine, Java engine. Python programs are executed by an engine, Python engine. So different names are available for Java engine and Python engine. Python engine is also be called as PVM. PVM, Python Virtual Machine. Java programs are executed by an engine called as JVM, Java Virtual Machine. In this way, here we are having some other names. So, okay, fine. This is C engine. Good. If you provide this C engine, if you provide this C program to the C engine has to execute that program and it has to give some output. C engine has to execute that program and it has to give some output. What is that output here? It has to provide there some output. Whatever the program you have written, as per that some output here we are getting. But here we have a problem. There is a problem here. What is the problem here? We are able to get now. Observe carefully. Now tell me, C engine is a mission or not? C engine is what there is a mission, just like a some hardware related, or maybe some engine, right? It's a mission. It's not human being. It able to understand. It able to execute only low-level language representations. That mission is able to understand only mission language, low-level representation. But observe carefully here. Here we provided program in what language? No, high-level language. Of course, C programming language only. Int I is equal to 10 now, high-level representation. Say for example, what is this high-level representation actually? Int I is equal to 10 is a high-level representation. But what is this low-level representation actually? This is low-level representation. Zeros and ones is what their mission language, low-level representation. So we have written our program in what representation? No, high-level representation. But C engine required the program in what representation? No, low-level representation. Are able to follow or not? This is what their high level. This is what their low-level representation. But there some miscommunication is available or not? Some miscommunication is available. So we are unable to execute our program in this case now. But I want to make it is execute. If you want to execute this program, then what we have to do there? Here we need to go for some approach. What is that approach here we have to do there? Now try to understand it. If you want to execute this program, first we have to convert our program from high level representation to low level representation. First we have to convert our program from high level representation to low level representation. Here I'm going to take some converter or a translator. Here I want to take translator. Here I'm going to take translator. Here I want to take this translator has to take this high level program as an input. It has to convert that high level program into low level program. The total low level program here we are going to get in the form of a separate file. Low level program here we are able to get in the form of what there? A separate file. That file is like what there? .exe file. Inside this .exe file, then what we are able to have there? Here we are able to have like what there? Low level representations totally. Here this is totally what there? Low level representation here we can understand. Right, sir. These are like what there? Low level representations. Right, sir. We can understand this. Low level representation. This is low level representation. Okay. Whenever we are getting this low level representation, if we give this low level represented code to the C engine, now C engine will execute this low level code. C engine is able to provide the required output. C engine is able to provide what there? The required output. Now this is what exactly the process of executing our program. Are you getting it or not? Now you can understand it clearly. Here we have used some translation process to translate the program from high level representation to low level representation. Now this translation process is called as what then? Compilation. This translation process is called as what there? Compilation. Now tell me here, what is the meaning of this compilation clearly? What exactly the meaning of compilation here? If you observe this point here, answer is very clear. Compilation is a process of converting program from high level representation to low level representation. This is point number one. Okay, observe carefully. Again, I'm asking there, what exactly the purpose of this compilations? No, I'm going to give some points here. Compilation in the sense, two things. One is what the conversion from high level language to What next one can know? Low level language, high level language to low level language conversion. And second thing is what there. Now tell me all of you know who has written that program? Who has written that program? Programmer, developer. Am I right or not? Human being only. Developer in the sense what there? Human being. See, human being may go for some number of mistakes in our program. While writing the program, number of mistakes here we are going to do. Definitely, it's a minimum fundamental right for human being committing the mistakes. Am I right or not? Having mistakes in our program is not a crime. Having mistakes in our program is not a crime, is not a wrong thing. It's a common thing for everybody. But without checking whether our program containing errors or not, without checking whether our program contains errors or not, trying to execute the program is a crime. Are you able to follow or not? Without checking whether our program contains errors or not, you are trying to execute our program is a big crime. So what is the point I'm telling there? Before executing our program, first we have to check whether our program contains any error or not. Before executing our program, first we have to check whether our program is having any error or not. If our program is having error, then we have to correct that program again. If no errors are identified there, then program is going to be executed. So definitely we need to perform some error checking or not. In our program, we have to perform some error checking or not. Exactly. That error checking here we are going to do with what there? That compilation only. Compilation is responsible for what there? Error checking. Compilation is responsible for what there? Error checking. Is it all of you are getting clarity on these points now? Is my point is clear to all of you? Right, sir. Now tell me, two responsibilities are available for compilation. What are the two responsibilities now? Come on, one is what there? Converting program from high level representation to low level representation. Second one is what there? Error checking. Error checking is one responsibility. Converting from high level to low level. This is another responsibility. Yes, all of you are getting clarity why we need to go for compilation. No, no response, guys. Fine. Let's come for the next point now. Observe carefully. The time when we perform compilation, is called as compilation time. The time when we perform compilation is what there? Compilation time. Got it or not? The time when we perform compilation is compilation time. Compilation time is also be called as static time. Compilation time is also be called as what there? Static time. Next one. The time when we perform execution, that is called as execution time. The time when we perform execution is also be called as what there? Execution time. Execution time is also be called as what there? Dynamic time. Dynamic time is also be called as what there? Runtime. They are the names, different names. The time when we perform compilation, static time or compilation time. The time when we execute our program, execution time, dynamic time, and runtime. So, all of you get my point or not? Okay, now observe carefully. One more point I'm telling you. For example, int a is equal to 10. I have written this in a section. Int a is equal to 10. Now tell me, for a variable, this is a variable. For a variable, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated or not? Internally, the 10 is the data. The 10 data has to be stored or not? Where the 10 data has to be stored in internal memory. Am I right or not? So here, what we are able to have there, 10 is the data here now. A value and 10 is the data. The 10 data will be provided within what there? 2 bytes of memory. Am I right or not? That means for every data type, on the base of data type, for integer, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated. So this is a primitive data. For this primitive data, memory must be allocated or not? For the primitive data, memory must be allocated or not? Please recognize my point, what I'm telling here. Definitely, memory will be allocated for the primitive data. Clear or not? Okay, now listen carefully. I'm giving conclusion, try to understand it now. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, at a compilation time. If any programming language provides memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime. That programming language is called as static programming language. That programming language is what there? Static programming language. All of you are getting clarity what I'm telling there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, then that programming language is called as what there? Static programming language. Similarly, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, not at compilation time. At what time there no runtime, then that programming language is called as dynamic programming language. The programming language is what there? Dynamic programming language. Is that clear or not? Right. So now observe carefully. Of course, I want to give even this diagram also for you. In the document, I will include even this diagram also. Now observe carefully. What is the definition here given there? What is the first difference between Java and others? So now tell me, what is the very first difference here? C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Tell me, what is the point I've given there? Yesterday, I think in the last class I given the point here. What was the point I've given there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is called static programming language. Examples for static programming language is what there? C and C++. Observe carefully. Next one is, what is this? How this is a static programming language now? In C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at a compilation time only, not at a runtime. So C and C++ are what they static programming languages. Next one, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, then that programming language is called as what there? Dynamic programming language. Examples are what there? Java, Python. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at what time here? At a runtime. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at what time here? No? At a runtime. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? What I am telling you now. That's okay now. This is the first difference here, what we identified clearly. Okay, that's okay, fine. Now this is completed. Then what next one here? After completion of this, second difference here we are going to understand. All of you observe carefully the second difference now. Everybody understand it now? Preprocessor is required in C and C++, but a preprocessor is not required in Java. Sir, all of you are getting clarity on this? Preprocessor is required in C and C++, but the preprocessor is not required in Java. Clear? Right. All of you observe carefully. Before going to understand preprocessor is required or not required in C, C++ and in Java, before understanding this preprocessor required or not required in C, C++ and Java, first of all, we have to understand what is preprocessor, what is the role of the preprocessor in programming, where this preprocessor is existed, what it is able to perform, what it is able to do in our programming languages. That all the points here we have to understand. After that, we will decide whether preprocessor is required or not required in C, C++ and Java. Yes, sir, all of you are getting it or not? What I am telling you. Right, sir. Now let us understand the content here. What I am telling to you. Observe carefully. I want to give one diagram here. For example, I'm going to write a program. Now this we can understand a C program. Dot C. This is what there? A C program dot C. Observe carefully. Next one is we need to perform compilation. Here we have to perform what there? Compilation. When we perform compilation, now tell me guys, after compilation of our C program, what files here we are able to get? What file here we are able to get? Already we have seen in the previous diagram there. Of course, different files here we are able to get .obj, .ai. Finally here what we are able to get, no, .exe file. That's what we require. After that, whenever we are getting this .exe file, there we can execute our program. So now here we have to perform like what there, execution process. Execution process here we have to perform. Whenever we are executing this program now, here directly we are able to get some output. Here we are able to get like what there, some output. That's it. Now this is the overall scenario here we can understand. All right. Now if we observe this compilation, in compilation is not like only one mission work. Compilation is like 4 missions work. Compilation is not like single mission work. Compilation is nothing but 4 missions work. What are these 4 missions here we are able to provide? First one is like what there, preprocessor. First one is what there, preprocessor. Okay. Next one, after that, compiler. After that, assembler. Then after that, loader, link editor. Loader, link editor. That's it. Observe carefully. First one is like what there, preprocessor, compiler. Next one is assembler. Next one is like what there, loader, link editor. This is overall. Right, sir. Understand it clearly. Now inside this, again now I'm telling there, here the requirement of the preprocessor, location of the preprocessor we understood there. This is sufficient. But I want to elaborate even compiler also. Internally, compiler is also existed. What is available there inside this compiler? Compiler, if you observe this, lexical analysis phase. After this lexical analysis phase, next one is what there, syntax analysis phase. After this syntax analysis phase, next one is semantic analysis phase. Next one is intermediate code generation. After this intermediate code generation, code optimization. Then after this, another one is what there, code generation. Right, these many phases are available inside the compiler. If you open the compiler, these many phases are existed here. Let's see this, the phases what we are having there. Now first one is like what, the lexical analysis phase. Next one is the syntax analysis phase, semantic analysis phase, intermediate code generation, code optimization. The next one is like what, the code generation. Of course, along with these 2 more tables are available. The 2 more tables are not required here, like symbol table, error handler table. So different things are available here. It's not required for us now. But majorly, this is the total architecture what we are having. Right, of course, I don't require all these concepts immediately. I don't not required to understand each and every point immediately. So from this diagram, what I require the information, what exactly the point here I'm trying to say. From this diagram, we can understand the location of the preprocessor. From this diagram, what we have to remember, the location of the preprocessor. Where is preprocessor? At which location that preprocessor is existed? That point here I require now. Tell me at which location that preprocessor is available? Inside the compilation. Inside the compilation, the very first phase is a pre-processing phase or not? Inside the compilation, the very first phase is what there? Pre-processing phase. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Only this point. For the sake of this point only, I given this entire diagram here. Okay. Right. Let me provide this point here. Try to observe this clearly. Here the diagram here I'm going to provide. Now tell me, what is the location of the preprocessor? Preprocessor is the first phase. Preprocessor is the first phase in compilation. Preprocessor first phase in compilation. That's okay, fine. What this preprocessor will do? What preprocessor is able to do? What is its responsibility in programming languages? Observe carefully now. I'm going to give some clarity. Now try to understand it now. All of you observe carefully. In a C and a C++, not only in the C, I'm telling that in a C and a C++, observe carefully. Every programming language is having some predefined library or not? Come on, guys, you have to respond for me. Every programming language is having some predefined library or not? So in C and C++, the complete predefined library was provided in the form of header files. Am I right or not? If you're having awareness on C and C++, we have to answer for it. The complete predefined library is available in the form of what their header files. Can you tell me examples for these header files? No? stdio.h. Am I right or not? stdio.h. Come on. Next one is like what there? After this stdio.h, math.h. After this math.h. Next one is what there? Conio.h. And so on. So many things are existed here now. What are the various things now? stdio.h, math.h, conio.h, and so on. Just examples I'm telling them. Okay, good. Listen carefully. Okay, predefined library is available in the form of header files. But how I'm going to use them in my C program? The predefined library is available in the form of header files. But how I'm going to access that header files data in my C program then? In C and C++ applications, if you want to use predefined library which are provided in header files, if you want to use predefined library which are provided in header files, then we have to include header files in the C and C++ programs. Am I right or not? We have to include header files into the C and C++ programs. Good. Further purpose, what syntaxes, what we have to use there? Examples I'm telling there. Hash include stdio.h. Am I right or not? Or statement here we have to use there. Hash include stdio.h. Next one is a hash include conio.h. Next one is a hash include math.h. Hash include like what there? Math.h. In this way here we are able to provide this. Am I right or not? Next point is very, very important. Try to observe carefully. For example, I have a program. Inside my program, I have written all the hash include statements. I have written all the hash include statements like this inside my program. Observe carefully. If we compile a C program, C and C++ program, C and C++ programs, then preprocessor will perform the following actions. All of you observe carefully what actions it is able to perform there. If we compile C and C++ programs, then preprocessor will perform the following actions. Point number one. Listen, all of you listen carefully. Preprocessor will recognize hash include statements. Hash include statements. Am I right? Observe carefully. Preprocessor will recognize hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the specified header files names from hash include statements. Am I right? Preprocessor will recognize all the hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the header files names. What are the header files names I specified here? stdio.h, conio.h, math.h, it able to take all the header files names. Clear or not? Next one, after that, observe carefully. Preprocessor, understand it clearly what I'm telling there. Preprocessor will search, will check, preprocessor will check whether the specified, the specified header files are available in C and C++ softwares. What preprocessor will do, no, whatever the header files name here we specify, no, preprocessor will check whether the specified header files are existed or not existed in the C and C++ softwares. Say for example, if you want to compile my C program, first of all, C software must be installed in my computer or not. In that installed C software, preprocessor will check whether these header files are existed or not existed. Okay, observe carefully. Point number 3. In the case, if the specified header files are not existed, if the specified header files does not exist or existed, the specified header files are not existed in the C library, C predefined library or inside the C software, then preprocessor will raise an error. If they're not available, then preprocessor will raise what there? An error. Got it or not? In the case, for example, right sir, in the case, observe carefully, if the specified header files, if the specified header files are existed in the C predefined library, in the C predefined library, then preprocessor, observe carefully, preprocessor will load all the header files, to the memory as part of compilation. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All of you are following this point or not? First of all, preprocessor will recognize all the hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the header files names what we provided. Preprocessor will check them whether they are available or not in the C predefined library. If they are not available, error will be raised. If they are available, then preprocessor will load all the header files content to the memory, part of the compilation. Now I'm giving one point here. Now try to observe carefully. This type of loading predefined library, is called static loading. At compilation time, we are loading that library or not? This type of loading is called as what there? Static loading. Is that all of you get my point or not? Then the preprocessor will load all the header files content to the memory as part of compilation. This type of loading predefined library is called as what there? Static loading. Now response guys, all of you are getting it or not? What exactly the point I'm telling there? Now tell me here, what is the conclusion here I'm telling there? Conclusion, not the point, no, conclusion now. Tell me, by seeing all these points, no, what is the job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications, no? What is the job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications, no? The job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. To recognize all hash include statements in order to load all header files content to the memory. Because of this particular reason only, here we have used what there? Preprocessor. No response guys, what I'm telling you now. Is it clear or not? Alright, so now. The main purpose of preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize all hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. That's it. Now this is, just give a minute of time. Right, sir. So the main purpose of the preprocessor in a C and C++ applications is to recognize all hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. Right, so this is what exactly the purpose of like what the preprocessor in C and C++. And the corresponding diagram also here we provided here at which location it is available clearly. But here my question is preprocessor is not required in Java. Preprocessor is not existed in Java. Why it is not existed in Java? Why it is not required in Java? That point here we want to understand. That's our required point here. Why it is not required in the case of Java? Okay, now observe carefully. After this, here I want to provide the point here. Now try to understand it now. In Java, first of all, tell me in C and C++, the complete predefined library is existed in the form of header files or not? Come on, in the form of header files or not? But in Java, the complete predefined library is existed in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. This example is what their packages. Example I'm telling to you, now observe carefully. Example I'm telling to you, now observe carefully. Java.io package, Java.util package, Java.sql package. All these are what their packages. Inside the packages, no classes and interfaces are existed. This is the structure of the Java predefined library. In Java, the complete predefined library is available in the form of what their packages. Java.io, Java.util, Java.sql. Understand it clearly now? Okay, good. Next one is in Java applications. See, in the case of C and C++, if you want to use predefined library, in the case of C and C++, if you want to use predefined library, there we have to include header files to the C and C++ programs or not. Similarly, in Java applications, if you want to use predefined library, then we have to import the packages. What we have to do there? Import. In the case of Java, importing packages. In the case of C and C++, including header files now. Right. Right, sir. Now observe carefully how we are going to write these import statements now. Just I'm giving that import java.io.star. What is the meaning of this star now? In a java.io package, so many classes and interfaces are available. That all classes and interfaces of the java.io I want to get into my program. That's why here I'm using this one. Next one is what there import java.util.star. Similar, in the case of java.util package, so many classes and interfaces are available. I want to get all of them. Next one is what there import java.sql.star. So here in java.sql package, so many classes and interfaces are available. I want to use them. That's why here we have used this star. Okay, fine. For example, I prepared a Java program. I prepared what there? Java program. Inside the Java program, I have written all these import statements. In a Java program, I have written what there? All the import statements. Now I want to compile my program. Observe carefully. If I compile a Java program, then compiler will perform the following actions. Of course, we already aware about it. In the case of Java, preprocessor is not available. That's why I'm using what the compiler. Compiler will perform the following actions. What actions the compiler is able to perform there? Observe carefully. Understand it clearly. First of all, compiler will recognize all the import statements. Compiler will recognize all the imports. In the case of C and C++, preprocessor recognized what their hash include statements. Now in Java, compiler will recognize import statements. Next one is number 2. Compiler will read all the packages names which we provided along with the import statements. All of you observe carefully. Compiler will read all the package names which we provided along with the import statements. Then after that, observe carefully. Compiler will check whether the specified packages are existed or not in the Java predefined library. In the case of C and C++ also, preprocessor has checked whether the provided header files are exist or not in C predefined library. Here also the compiler has checked whether the provided provided packages are available in the C Java predefined library or not. Then point number 4, observe carefully. If the provided packages are not existed, if the provided packages are not existed in a Java predefined library, then compiler will raise an error. Compiler will raise an error. Am I right or not? If the specified packages are not available in Java predefined library, the compiler will raise an error. Package XXX does not exist. Package java.util does not exist. Package java.sql does not exist. There we are able to get some compilation error. For example, if the specified packages are available in Java predefined library, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, then what compiler will do? Then compiler will not raise any error. Please remember this, compiler will not raise any error. In the case of preprocessor case, if the specified header files are available, no error, but header files content is loaded to the memory or not. That is called a static loading or not. Now, what I'm telling there, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, then compiler will not raise any error, and compiler will not load any package content to the memory. In Java, compiler is not loading any package content to the memory. Just compiler is responsible for checking whether the specified packages are existed or not existed. That's it. Yes, sir. In the case of C and C++, preprocessor responsibility is what there? Loading header files content to the memory, static loading. But in the case of Java, compiler is not responsible for checking whether the compiler is not responsible for loading predefined library to the memory. But compiler is responsible for checking whether the specified packages are available or not available in Java predefined library. Is that all of you are getting my point or not? Whatever the point here I'm telling you. Clear. Now this is exactly the point here what I'm telling to you, this point here. That's okay, fine. This is like what there, point number 5. All right, sir. Compiler will not load any package content to the memory. Okay. If compiler is not loading this, but who will load this predefined library to the memory? Who will load that predefined library to the memory? All right. If you observe this, if we execute the Java program, if we execute Java application, comma at a runtime, I'm telling there, not at compilation time, JVM will load the required predefined library to the memory. At runtime, not at compilation time. At runtime, JVM will load the required predefined library to the memory. This type of loading predefined library is called dynamic loading. This type of predefined library loading is called as what there? Dynamic loading. Yes, sir. Are you following or not? What are the points I'm telling there? A clear cut information here I'm telling you. Try to follow these points here. Each and every point I'm providing in the document. This document is for the sake of you only. All of you are seeing the document there. Whatever the content here I'm providing there. Of course, at the end of the class, I'll give that link also to you. Already given that link to you. All right. Now tell me. I'm asking one question there. In which programming language static loading is going on? In which programming language dynamic loading is going on? Now tell me. Static loading is going on in which programming language? C and C++. Dynamic loading is going on in which programming language? Java programming language. So static loading is supported by hash include statements, and dynamic loading is supported by import statements. Are you forgetting it or not? Now let's come for the conclusion, guys. Now the conclusion is what their preprocessor. Preprocessor is not required in Java. Why it is not required in Java? That's the question. Why preprocessor is not required in Java? That's the question actually. Right, now here we have to understand, no, observe carefully. In Java, preprocessor is not required. Why, sir? What is the reason for it? No, why? Because in Java, preprocessor is not required. Why? Because in Java, hash include statements. In Java, hash include statements and header files are not available. Why preprocessor is not required in the case of Java? Hash include statements and header files are not available in Java. Right or not? Now in Java, packages and import statements are available. In Java, alternatively in Java, packages and import statements are available. So here to recognize packages and import statements, Java is able to use compiler and JVM. So it is not required to use what their preprocessor. Because of this reason only, preprocessor is not at all required in the case of Java. So, if you're getting it or not, whatever the point here I'm telling them. That's okay, fine. Alright, sir. Now, whatever the diagram here we prepared now, this diagram I want to be converted to Java. This diagram is purely in C. I want to convert this diagram into what there? Java. Let me check this here. What we are able to convert here. Now here .c is available here. In place of .c, here we are able to get what there? .java. Listen carefully. In the case of C, after compilation, we are getting .exe file. But in place of this Java, in the case of Java, in place of .exe, we are able to get what files there? .class files. In Java, only two types of files. Before compilation, .java. After compilation, .class files. Alright, sir. Now here we are able to get it. But in the case of Java, what is not available here? No, preprocessor is not available. Remaining content is very same. In the case of Java, preprocessor is not available, but remaining content is very same. Alright, so now this one also I want to provide in our content here. Try to recognize this. But I have one important interview question, guys. You have to give answers for it. Are you ready for it? My question is, what are the differences between hash include statements and import statements? What exactly the difference between hash include statement and import statement? This is my question. Okay. Can I give answers here? No? Tell me the very first answer here. First of all, where they are available, where these two things are available here. No? First of all, tell me hash include statements are available in C and C++. Similarly, import statements are available in Java. Import statements are available in where there? Java. That's okay, fine. Next one is their functionalities, what they are able to include. Now tell me, all of you now tell me, hash include statements are able to include predefined library Hash include statements are able to include predefined library which are available in the form of header files. Am I right or not? Now tell me. Similarly, here what we are able to provide there, import statements are able to include the predefined libraries, which are available in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Okay. Next one, loading. Which type of load are which are recognized by preprocessor, which is recognized by compile and JVM. If you observe this, hash include statements are evaluated by or maybe recognized by. Hash include statement recognized by whom? Come on, hash include statements are recognized by whom? Preprocessor, right? Similarly, now tell me, recognized by the preprocessor. But import statements are recognized by the compiler and JVM. Both can recognize. Both has to use these import statements. At compilation time, checking packages, but at runtime, then loading the content point of both has to be recognized. Fourth one, now tell me, all of static loading and dynamic loading. Hash include statement is hash include statement is supporting what loading there? Is supporting static loading. Hash include statement is supporting what loading there? Static loading. But import statement is loading. Import statement is supporting what loading here? Now tell me, dynamic loading. Import statement is supporting what loading there? Dynamic loading. Okay, right, sir. Next one is fifth point. Observe carefully. Now tell me, by using a single hash include statement, how many header files we are able to include? Only one header file or more than one header file? Only one header file only. By using single hash include statement, we are able to include only one header file. We are able to include only one header file. Example here I'm telling to you, observe carefully. Hash include yesterday.h. Next one is hash include conio.h. That means if you want to include more than one header file, we have to use more than one hash include statement. That's the point here I'm telling to you. Hash include math.h, like this here we are able to provide. But in the case of Java, what is going on here now? By using single import statement, we are able to include more than one class or more than one interface of the same package. More than one class or more than one interface of the same package by using star notation. We know already. Import java.io.star. Star is representing what there? All, more than one class or more than one interface from the specified package, java.io package. We can understand it clearly now. Got it or not? So this is overall information here. We can understand clearly now. Right, sir. This is the total awareness on. Like preprocessor and its existency in a C, C++ and Java. It is required in C, C++, but it is not required in Java. What is predefined library, sir? There is a question now. What is a predefined library? For every programming language, some libraries must be provided by the languages, not by the developers. Some libraries only developers can define, but majority of the libraries must be provided by the programming languages only. That programming languages defined library is what there predefined library. Understand it? What I am telling you. Okay. All right, sir. Now, all right, sir. That's okay. Fine. Does JDK also include JVM? So this JDK, JVM, JRE, the topics I'll discuss with you later on. Don't think much about it now. But at present, we are at very startup mode. Just gradually, slowly, I'm going to increase the content here. So we are able to understand it now. At very starting, in the differences between Java and others, slowly we are going to understand each and every point here now. Right. So then tomorrow, I'm going to discuss one important topic here. Very important here. I think the third difference here. What I'm going to discuss there. C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages, but Java is platform independent programming language. This difference here we are going to understand. Very important difference. Directly interviewers are asking this question there, this difference now. So without failure, try to understand this particular point. So this topic, this point, I'm going to discuss on tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to see this content, guys. Okay. That's all, guys. That's all for today. Then tomorrow we'll meet. Tomorrow we'll see the remaining content, right? Once again, I'm telling there, few days of time only. Then 5:30 to like 6:30, I'm going to take no. Afterwards, 4:30 to 6, 1.5 hour class we are going to be take no. But in the startup mode, few days of time because of some busy schedule. Few days of time, only 1 hour class I'm planning that. Next onwards, 1.5 hour class we are able to plan that. But I will give schedule to you when onwards. From which date onwards we are going to plan for 1.5 hour class now, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot. Please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Hmm? Yeah. Okay. Here is it. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Yeah, thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And check it what we completed in the last session. Think so. We are discussing about the differences between Java and others. In the differences between Java and others, what topic here we understand there? C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Okay. Then where I given some points here. If any programming language allows memory allocation at a compilation time, then that programming language is a static programming language. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the data at runtime, then that programming language is what their dynamic programming language. Examples for static programming languages are C and C++. Example for dynamic programming language is what their Java and others. Next one is preprocessor is required in a C and C++, but it is not required in the case of Java. All right, what is the purpose of this preprocessor in a C and C++ and why it is not required in the case of Java? If you observe this, preprocessor is required in C and C++ to recognize hash include statements and to load the provided header files content to the memory. But in the case of Java, preprocessor is not required. Why it is not required in the case of Java there? In the case of Java, hash include statements are not available and header files are not available. In place of that, classes and interfaces and import statements are available in the case of Java. This is what exactly the content here we understood there, and some diagrammatic representation, somewhat extra content here are given Now try to recognize the content here now. All right, sir. Diagram also I have given there. The total process I have given, somewhat total content here. Then at the end I have given one important interview question in the last class. What was that question here I have given there? What are the differences between hash include statement and import statement? If you observe this, hash include statements are available in C and C++. Import statements are available in Java. Next one is what there. Hash include statements are able to include predefined library which are available in the form of header files. Import statements are able to include the predefined libraries which are available in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Hash include statements are recognized by the preprocessor, but import statements are recognized by the compiler and JVM. Hash include statement is supporting static loading, whereas import statements are supporting dynamic loading. By using single hash include statement, we are able to include only one header file. That's like what there. Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h, hash include math.h, like this. By using single import statements, we are able to include more than one class or more than one interface of the same package. Import java.ivo.star. Example I given, star is a representation here. The star is representing what there, including all content here now. Then after that, we need to start today the third difference here. What is the third difference here now? C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages, but Java is what their platform independent programming language. Clear? All of you understand it? Put focus on this point here. Before going to understand whether C, C++ and Java are platform dependent or platform independent, before that, first of all, tell me when a programming language is platform dependent and when a programming language is platform independent. That we have to understand first. After that, we are going to think whether C, C++ are platform dependent or not, whether Java is a platform independent or not. Later on, we are going to discuss about it. Right, so now let's understand the point here. Observe carefully. C and C++ are platform dependent programming language. That's okay. Before that, now observe carefully. Listen carefully. If any programming language, yes, if any programming language allows its applications to perform, understand it clearly. If any programming language allows its applications to perform, compilation is on compilation and execution on the same operating system. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution, both must be on the same operating system, then that programming language is called platform dependent programming language. This is what the platform dependent programming language. Is it? All of you are getting clarity in this now? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution on the same operating system, then that programming language is called platform dependent programming language. Observe carefully. Example is what there, C and C++. An example for this is what there, C and C++. Okay, definition is okay. Example is what there, C and C++ programming languages. Up to this one is also be okay. But how can you say C is a platform dependent programming language? Any proper reason for it? How it is possible to say C is a platform dependent programming language? Any reason for it? Yes, I'll give some reason here. Now try to understand the point here. All of you observe carefully. What exactly the point here I'm telling to you? All of you observe carefully. Right, now see this. For example, I want to take a C program here. This is my C program. C program in the sense what we are able to get here, .c as an extension here we are able to provide. Okay, .c. Now inside this C program, we have to write some mini sections. I've written some code. Observe carefully. Whenever we have written this C program, we have to compile this program or not? We need to compile this program. So compilation here I'm going to take. Observe carefully. This is like what their compilation. Now tell me, all of you now tell me, after compilation of our C program, what files here we are able to get now? What exactly the file here we are able to get now? Dot exe file here we are able to get. What file here we are getting there? Dot exe file. Inside the dot exe file, so now here we are able to have like what there some content here. What is this content? I will discuss with you later on, but understand this clearly. .exe file here we are getting. Clear? Whenever we are getting this .exe file, I need to execute this program. Execution here we have to perform. Who will execute our C programs now? Already given that point. Who will execute C programs now? C engine. C engine will execute our C programs. Whenever we execute our C program, there we are able to get some output. After execution of our program, there we are able to get what there some output. This is overall process what we are having. Clear? All of you are getting it clearly? Outputs here we are getting there. Okay, fine. Right. Listen carefully. All of you know. I have taken C program that we compiled. We are getting some .exe file. The .exe file we executed by using C engine. Then we are getting some output. Clear? Up to now. Further definition. Platform dependent programming language definition. Point of view. What I am telling there. For compilation, I need to take operating system. For execution also we require what their operating system. Here, what is the definition of the platform dependent programming language? The definition of the platform dependent programming language is what there. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution on the same operating system. That means for compilation and execution, we have to provide what the same operating system. For compilation and execution here, we have to provide what the same operating system. Then that programming language is what their platform dependent programming language. All right, sir. Now here, as per the definition, for compilation, I'm using like what there Windows. For execution, I have to use what there as per the definition Windows only. If we use Windows operating system for compilation, for execution also we have to use what their same Windows operating system. Then only the programming language is what their platform dependent programming language. Get my point or not? For the sake of the discussion, for the sake of our clarity purpose, for execution purpose, I want to use different operating system. And for compilation, I want to use what their Windows operating system. Compilation is on Windows operating system. Execution is on what their Linux operating system that I have used there. For example, for a discussion point of view, for the sake of understanding point of view, I have used this Linux operating system. Good. Observe carefully. C engine is available on which operating system? No? Come on, guys. C engine is available on which operating system? Linux operating system. If the C engine is available on Linux operating system, then what code it able to understand, it able to execute? No. Observe carefully. It is able to execute. It is able to execute only Linux representations. Linux represented code from operating system to operating system. Internal data representation is different. Don't think about it. Same data representation is available in both the operating systems. From one operating system to another operating system, internal data representation is what they're different. Are you getting it or not? Okay, fine. So the C engine is available on Linux operating system. It is able to execute only Linux represented code. Okay, fine. For example, observe carefully. C program I have written. I'm compiling the C program on which operating system? Windows operating system. I'm compiling the C program on which operating system? No, Windows operating system. Getting my point or not? When we compile the C program and Windows operating system, automatically .exe file is created or not? Now, what is the story about this .exe file? What it is available here inside this .exe file? If we have to this, understand the point here. .exe file, .exe file contains directly executable code. .exe file contains directly executable code. And listen carefully. This point is important. And it is having the local operating system representations. That is what they now here what we provided. Windows operating system representations here we provided. Is it all of you understand this point here? What is this .exe file nature? No, .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations, that is Windows representations. Now this .exe file is having which representations? No, Windows representations. Got it or not? But observe carefully, C engine is available on which operating system? Linux. It is able to understand only what representations? No, Linux represented code. Fine. For example, I got this .exe file which has Windows operating system representations. If I give this .exe file to the C engine, is it possible for C engine to execute this Windows represented .exe file? Come on guys, answer for my question now. If I give this Windows represented .exe file to the C engine, is it possible for C engine to execute Windows represented .exe file? Possible or not possible? Not possible here. It is not possible here. Understand my point clearly. It is not possible to execute. It is not possible to execute. It is not possible to execute Windows represented executable code on Linux operating system. Why? Because C engine is able to understand only Linux representations. So some mismatch is available or not? We are providing Windows representations, but C engine is required what their Linux representations. So some mismatch is available or not? So because of this mismatch, because of this particular reason, we are unable to execute our program. Okay, but if we want to execute this program, then what we have to do? No, only one solution. What is that solution? No, at runtime we have to change your operating system. At runtime, what operating system here we have to provide? The same Windows operating system here we have to provide. On this Windows operating system, if you provide Windows operating system, C engine is able to execute only. Now at present, now we have to remove that Linux. There we have to provide what there? Windows representations. Now observe carefully. C program we compiled on Windows operating system. We are getting .exe file. This .exe file contains what there? Windows representations only. That Windows represented .exe file, if we provide to the C engine, which is on Windows operating system, there we are able to, that C engine is able to execute that Windows represented .exe file or not? Why? Because now C engine is available on what their Windows operating system. It is able to understand only what their Windows representations. Now we are providing Windows represented .exe file or not? We are providing what their Windows represented .exe file. So C engine is also expecting the same Windows operating system representations. So finally, the C engine is able to execute this .exe file or not? Then we are able to get output or not? No response, guys. Right, sir. Because of this reason, C and C++ are what their platform dependent programming languages. That execution is totally depending on the operating system which we have used for compilation. Right, execution of this C program is depending on the operating system which we have used for what their compilation. This is what exactly the meaning of like what their like platform dependent programming language. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this now? Right, so now let me take this diagram here. I want to keep this one. All right, so let me have one line data. I want to provide some data here. Now try to understand it. The same point here I want to say no. If we compile C program on Windows operating system, if we compile C program on Windows operating system, then the compiler will generate .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations, that is Windows representations. In this context, to execute Windows represented .exe file, that is to execute Windows represented .exe file. Observe carefully. In this context, to execute Windows represented .exe file, Windows represented .exe file, then what we have to do there? We have to provide, we have to use the same Windows operating system, at a runtime. Right, sir. Due to this dependency, on the operating system, C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages. Yes, sir. Are you getting my point or not? Clearly, no. That's it, guys. Then how C and C++ are platform dependent, that we understood clearly. Okay, that's okay, fine. The content also here we provided. That's okay. But what is platform independent programming language? Before that, have you understood that platform dependent programming language content? Can I go for platform independent now? All right, observe carefully. What you are able to understand about this platform independent programming language, what we are understanding there? All right, what is the definition for it? Observe carefully. If any programming language, observe carefully, if any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation is on one operating system, and execution is on another operating system. Compilation is on one operating system and execution is on what there? Another operating system. Then that programming language is called as what there? Platform independent programming language. That programming language is what there? Platform independent programming language. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this now? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation on one operating system and execution is on another operating system, then that programming language is called platform independent programming language. Right, sir. Example is what there? Java. Of course, Python is also be platform independent programming language. But anyway, Python is not in our context here. First, we have to understand what there? Java. Java is in our context clearly. Getting it or not? Fine, sir. Observe carefully after this. What next point here? I'm telling to you how Java is a platform independent programming language. How Java is a platform independent programming language. We have to understand this point clearly. Understand it now? I'll take another diagram. Observe carefully. For example, first of all, I want to provide the diagram as per the definition. As per the definition, I want to provide this diagram. All right, so now here we can understand .java. Lines of code here we have written .java. Okay. Next one is what? After this, we have to perform compilation. We have to perform like what there? Compilation. Okay. When we perform compilation, in the case of Java, what files here we are able to get? Yesterday already we understood. In the case of C++, after compilation, we got what there? .exe file. But in the case of Java, after compilation, what files here we are able to get there? There we are able to get what files here we are able to get there? No, class files here we are able to get. Right, now we can understand clearly. There we are getting some class file. dot class file. Okay. Whenever we are getting this dot class file, then what next one here we have to do then dot class file. Now I want to go for multiple executions. No, inside the dot class file, some code is available. I will discuss about it. What exactly the code is existed here. Now understand it. No. First of all, I want to execute this program. This is execution. Here we are able to have some output. Execution, and this is like what their output. Understand this? No. Here we are able to provide observe carefully. Execution can be provided here. Now, for compilation, we require one operating system. For execution, also we can be required an operating system. What operating systems I want to use, I'll discuss with you later on. This is one-time execution. Here, I have to provide like what there. Another time execution. And another one. Another time execution here we are providing. Right, observe carefully. After this, after completion of all the content here, then what we have to do? Now I want to confirm the operating systems. Can you tell me what is the definition of the platform independent programming language? Come on, what is the definition of the platform independent programming language? If any programming language allows its applications to perform, compilation is on one operating system and execution is on another operating system, then it is what their platform independent. Please remember that what I'm telling is central point. Platform dependent, compilation and execution must be on the same operating system. Platform independent, compilation is on one operating system, execution is on another operating system. That's it. That central point we have to remember now. Okay, right, son. For compilation, I want to use, for example, Windows operating system I want to use. Now here, how many times we want to execute our program? 4 times we want to execute our program. Am I right or not? All right, sir. In 4 times, then one time here we want to use what their Linux operating system. In another time, I want to use like what they say, for example, Mac, right? Mac operating system, MacBook. In another time here, I want to provide like what they say, for example, Unix, I want to use there, or maybe Solaris, I want to use there. Solaris operating system. Maybe another time here I want to use the same Windows operating system, of course. For compilation Windows and for execution also, I can use that Windows kernel. Understand my point? These many operating systems here we want to use there. Good. Observe carefully now. I'm going to give that exact point here. Now try to understand it now. When we compile Java program on Windows operating system, here what file here we are getting now? What file here we are getting now? Dot class file here we are getting. Then what is the nature of the dot class file? Before going to understand dot class file, what is the nature of the .exe file? Now tell me, what is the nature of the .exe file? .exe file contains directly executable code, right? So .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations. That is what their Windows representations. Clear or not? But now come for this dot class file now. What exactly the nature of the dot class file? Observe carefully. Dot class file contains bytecode. Tell me, dot class file contains what code here? Bytecode. What is this bytecode actually? It is not directly executable code. No, it is not directly executable code. .exe file contains executable code directly, but it is not having directly executable code. Answer my point here. Okay, then which code it is available here? No, it is an intermediate code. It is what there? An intermediate code, not source code, not directly executable code. In the middle one, it is an intermediate code, and it doesn't have or doesn't follow any operating system representations. It doesn't have any operating system representations, including Windows operating system, including Windows representations. Even though we compiled our Java program on Windows operating system, the generated dot class file doesn't include Windows representations even. All of you are following this point now? Identify the difference between .exe file and .class file. .exe file contains directly executable code, but .class file doesn't have directly executable code. Even it is not representing any operating system representation. It is a neutral bytecode. It is an intermediate code. It is an intermediate code. Okay, please remember this point. This is .class file representation now. But there is a point here. What's the point now? If you want to execute any bytecode on Linux operating system, that bytecode must have Linux representations. If you want to execute any code on Mac operating system, that code must have Mac representations. If you want to execute any code on Solaris operating system, that bytecode must have Solaris representations. If you want to execute anything on Windows operating system, that bytecode must have Windows representations. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on these points now? If you want to execute any bytecode on any of the operating system, that bytecode must have the respective operating system representations. Then only that code will be executed. Follow or not? My point, what I'm telling to you now. Okay, right. Observe carefully. Now, here .class file is generated. Is this .class file is having any representations? Any operating system representations are available with this .class file? No. But I want to execute this on Linux. I want to execute the same thing on Mac. I want to execute the same thing on Solaris. I want to execute the same thing on Windows. That is my requirement. Why? Because now we have taken Java as a platform independent programming language. When Java is a platform independent programming language, one time if we compile the program on Windows, the same thing we can execute on any of the operating system. That's a capability. But how it is possible in the case of Java? That point here we are understanding now. All right, now understand clearly. If you want to execute this bytecode on Linux now, this bytecode must have Linux representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Mac now, this bytecode must require Mac representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Solaris now, that bytecode must have Solaris representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Windows now, that bytecode must have Windows representations. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All right, now observe carefully. But directly this bytecode doesn't have Linux or Mac or Solaris or Windows representations. It doesn't have any of these representations. But still, how we are going to represent this? How we are going to execute this program? Right, exactly. In this particular situation, so problem is coming or not? Here, this is having neutral bytecode, but here we require local operating system represented bytecode. So here some mismatch is coming or not? Exactly. In this particular situation, to make Java as a platform independent programming language and to run Java applications on multiple operating systems, Sun Microsystems has provided a set of converters, a set of translators to convert our bytecode from neutral nature to the local operating system representations. Sun Microsystems has provided what there? Some converters now. What converters are provided by Sun Microsystems here? Observe carefully. Here, Sun Microsystems has provided some converters. Observe carefully. Here, Sun Microsystems has provided one converter, and here another converter. Here another converter, and here another converter. Multiple converters are provided by Sun Microsystems. We can understand clearly. Converter. Now here we can understand like what there converter. Here this is like what I am telling there. Converter. And here we have to provide like what there another converter. Like multiple converters are provided here. What is the job of this converter now? Tell me. The job of this converter is if we provide this neutral bytecode to the converter, converter will convert this neutral bytecode into Linux representations. that Linux represented bytecode will be given to this execution. Execution will be performed on the Linux bytecode and it will provide some output. Again, if we give this neutral bytecode to this converter is able to convert that neutral bytecode into MAC representations, and that MAC represented bytecode will be given to the execution. Execution will be performed on the MAC represented bytecode and providing some output. Right, next one. If we give this neutral bytecode to this third converter, it is converting that neutral bytecode into Solaris representations, and the Solaris represented bytecode will be provided to the execution. That execution is going to be performed on the Solaris represented bytecode, and some outputs here we are able to get. Finally, if you provide this bytecode to the Windows, that means converter, this converter, 1 minute wait, this converter will convert that neutral bytecode into that Windows representations. Windows represented bytecode will be provided to the execution. That execution is going to be performed on the Windows represented code. There we are able to get some output clearly. Is it? Are you getting my point or not? Okay. Now, so here we are getting the Sun Microsystems has given what their converters to make Java as a platform independent programming language and to execute our Java program in multiple operating systems. But here the question is, how Sun Microsystems has provided these translators? How Sun Microsystems has provided these converters actually? How Sun Microsystems has provided these converters actually? If you come for this point here, answer is very clear. Sun Microsystems has provided these converters and execution, this conversion and execution both in a single mission. Sun Microsystems has provided this conversion mechanism along with execution in a single mission. This is a single mission. Here also be conversion and execution both are provided in a single mission. Right, sir. In all the cases, conversion and execution both are provided in a single mission. Here, the name of this single mission, which has conversion and execution process, the name of that single mission is what there? JVM. The name of that single mission is what there? JVM. Here we require one JVM, here we require another JVM, and here we require what there? JVM, another JVM. Guys, observe carefully. Then what is this JVM actually? Java Virtual Machine. What is the job of the Java Virtual Machine here? Two responsibilities are available. What are the two responsibilities? No, converting bytecode into the local representations and executing that local bytecode. The local represented bytecode is called as a native code. Local represented bytecode is what their native code. See, after converting this bytecode into Linux, no, Linux represented bytecode is available. That is called as native code. After converting into Mac representations, Mac represented bytecode is available now. That is what their native code. So JVM is converting bytecode to native code and executing that native code. So anyway, JVM responsibilities are two. What are the two responsibilities? No, one is a conversion. Second one is what their execution. Conversion is from what to what? Converting from neutral bytecode to local operating system representation. That is what their native code. Converting from bytecode to native code and executing that native code. These are responsibility of the JVM. All of you are getting clarity or not? Now one straight question I'm asking to all of you, now try to answer for it. How many times we compiled our program here? How many times we compiled our program? Only one time, right? Only one time only we compiled our program. But how many times we executed our program? How many times we have executed our program? 4 times we have executed our program or not? See, observe carefully. 4 times we executed there. One time we compiled our program, but 4 times we execute our program. Now tell me, all 4 times on a different operating system we have executed. We executed our program 4 times in a different operating systems. Am I right or not? Now here my question is, for the 4 times execution of our program, how many JVMs here we have used? For 4 times execution of our program, how many JVMs here we have used? Come on guys, now tell me how many JVMs here we have used. Is it single JVM or 4 JVMs? Come on, think and give the answer now. Is it single JVM or 4 JVMs now? Single JVM or 4 JVMs now? Right, answer is what there? 4 JVMs, not single JVM. Not single JVM, 4 JVMs now. How sir? How can you say 4 JVMs can now? Please recognize my statement now. Java is a platform independent programming language because of JVMs only. Java is a platform independent programming language because of what there JVMs only. But but JVM is a platform dependent one. JVM is what there platform dependent. Java is a platform independent programming language, but JVM is what there platform dependent. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this? Java is what their platform independent programming language, but JVM is what their platform dependent. JVM is what their platform dependent. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this point now? All right, sir. This is a clear-cut information here. We can understand about the JVM and its platform dependency now. Not only JVM, the complete Java software. Java programming language is different, Java software is different. The complete Java software is a platform dependent. The total Java software is what there platform dependent. Inside the Java software only, we are having Java compiler, JVM, Java Docker, and all so many tools are available. All the tools collection is nothing but Java software. All the tools are platform dependent. Java compiler is platform dependent. Java JVM is platform dependent. Java documentator is a platform dependent. Java profiler is a platform dependent. All these are the Java tools. All these Java tools are platform dependent, but Java programming language is what they're platform independent. So all these tools are available inside the Java software. Java software is a collection of these tools only. So Java software is totally what they're platform dependent, but Java programming language is what they're platform independent. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity or not? Right. So now let me take this particular diagram here. Now let me go for it. Later on, of course, I'm going to write the content here. Right, sir. Example for this is what there Java. Java is the best example for what there platform independent. But let me give some points here about it now. Right, sir. If we compile Java program on Windows operating system, if we compile Java program on Windows operating system, then the compiler will generate dot class file, right, sir? Then the compiler will generate what there dot class file, right, sir? It contains what code here? Now tell me byte code. What is the nature of the byte code? It is not a directly executable code. It is not a directly executable code. Okay, what is this actually? It is an intermediate code. It is an intermediate code, and it is not having any operating system representations. Operating system representations, and it is not having any operating system representations. Okay, fine. This is a punch here. But observe carefully. In this context, in this context, if you want to execute, bytecode on any operating system, if you want to execute bytecode on any operating system, then that bytecode must have the local operating system representations. In this context, if you want to execute bytecode on any of the operating system, then the respective bytecode, then that bytecode must have the local operating system representations. Right or not? In this context, to make Java as a platform dependent programming language, Sun Microsystems, to make Java as platform dependent programming language, Sun Microsystems has provided some conversions or some translators, some conversion mechanisms to translate bytecode from neutral nature to, from what nature here? No, neutral nature to the local neutral representation to the local representation. Okay, neutral representation, right? This is a punch here. But how Sun Microsystems has provided this conversion mechanism here? No, observe carefully. Sun Microsystems has provided Sun Microsystems has provided the conversion mechanisms. Sun Microsystems has provided the conversion mechanisms along with the execution in the form of JVM, in the form of what there JVM. What's the meaning of the JVM here? Java Virtual Machine. In the form of JVM only here, we are able to get it. Java Virtual Machine. Got it or not? This is a clear-cut information here. We have to understand. Now here, I want to give some conclusions, guys. Now try to understand these conclusions here. What conclusion here? I am telling to you. Observe carefully. Java is a platform independent programming language because of JVMs only. Java is a platform independent programming language because of what there? JVMs only. But JVM is a platform dependent tool. But JVM is what there? A platform dependent tool. JVM is what there? A platform dependent tool. Yes, sir, got it or not? So this is what exactly the point here I'm telling to you. Now try to recognize this clearly. Java is a platform independent programming language because of JVMs only, but JVM is a platform dependent tool. One small note here I'm telling there. What is the note now? Right, sir. Java is a platform independent programming language. Java is a platform independent programming language, but Java programming language. Java programming language is a platform independent programming language, but Java software is a platform dependent. Java software is what there? Platform dependent. Right, sir. Observe carefully what I'm telling to you clearly now. Right, sir. Right, sir. Now this is a clear-cut information here we can understand. Java programming language is a platform independent programming language, but Java software is what there? Platform dependent here now. All of you are getting clarity up to now. Now here I have a question, one important interview question here I'm having there. What is that question here we are having there? Observe carefully. My question is, what are the differences between .exe file and a .class file? What are the differences between .exe file and .class file? Now here we have to give answer for this question. What are the differences between .exe file and a .class file? Right, sir. Answer for this clearly. Some answers are available. First of all, in which programming languages these things are existed here, that we have to understand. Now tell me, .exe file is available in C and C++. Next one is what there? .class file is existed in Java. Is existed in what there? Java. Okay, fine. Point number 2. Now observe carefully. What they are containing? .exe file contains directly executable code. Okay, but what about this .class file? .class file contains .class file contains what? .class file contains bytecode. What's the nature of the bytecode? It is not a directly executable code. What is this actually? It is an intermediate code. This is what there? An intermediate code. Right, sir. Point number 3. Which code is dependent on the platform now? .exe file or .class file? Which file is having platform dependent code? .exe file contains what there? Platform dependent code, but .class file doesn't have platform dependent code. It is a neutral bytecode. Answer my point now. So I can say that .exe file is a platform dependent. .exe file is what there? Platform dependent. But whereas .class file is platform independent. .class file is what there? Platform independent. Right. One more point I'm telling there. Observe carefully. .exe file is able to provide lesser security. .exe file is able to provide what there? Lesser security. Dot class file is able to provide more security. Lesser security, and what next one here? More security. Why? Because I can give multiple reasons for this particular security point of view. Point number one, if you compare C and Java, C is a lesser secure programming language when compared with Java. So dot class files, .exe files are having less security when compared with the dot class files. This is one reason. Another reason I'm telling there, in outside also, majority of the viruses related softwares are provided in the form of .exe files, but no virus related software is available in the form of dot class file. Even viruses, if you want to introduce, no, .exe file is a suitable one, but dot class file is not suitable for what there virus related things. No, sir, all of you are getting my point or not? So because of that reason also we can conclude that .exe file is able to provide less security for the data, whereas dot class file is able to provide what there more security for our content. Why? Because .exe file is directly executable code. If I include virus related software, directly it will be executed. But dot class file is not directly executable code. It is an intermediate code. Even if we include virus there, it is not executable directly. Understand my point here? So which one is more secure and which one is less secure one? No. All right. Dot class file is what there more secure, but .exe file is what there lesser secure one. So in this way we are able to understand the content clearly. Right, sir? So this is overall information about what there platform dependent and platform independent content. Right? Lesson number 3. Here we understood the differences here, reference between Java and others. If you have to this, that the difference, third difference here we understood clearly. Right, sir. All of you are getting clarity? Can I move forward? Can I go for the next one? All right, sir. The next one is like what I'm telling to you. Observe carefully. The fourth one, fourth difference here, what I'm telling there, pointers are existed in C and C++, but pointers are not existed in Java. Pointers are existed in C and C++, but pointers are not existed in Java. That's a point here. Okay. What is the meaning of this pointer? What exactly the meaning of this pointer? Okay. What's the time now? 6:30 almost. Okay. Then tomorrow, no, not on tomorrow, guys. The first weekend, this Saturday and Sunday, I'm not going to take classes for you. Next class will be on what there? Monday. Okay. Monday. What's it? Any occasion on Monday? No, no, no such kind of holidays. Class is there. Max class is there. Don't worry. So this Saturday I'm able to take no, but already I had some commitments there for other batches. No, I have to take somewhat sessions for them. Start tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Don't worry. Then once if I start object orientation on Saturday and Sundays also we are going to have sessions. Yeah, actually the point is what there no holiday scheme actually max. I'm going to follow that, but we are at very startup mode. But we need to set right. We need to be in a right track. Then once if we start it, definitely we are going to have long sessions. On Saturday, once if I start object orientation, Saturday and Sunday minimum 3 to 4 hours of time. I'm going to take for you on weekends. Then don't worry for it. We are able to get more content. But this 1 hour class, the few days of time, max 1 week of time. From this point onwards, 1 week of time. After that, we are going to have 1.5 hour session. On weekends, more sessions we are able to have. No need to worry for it. But content wise, we are completing almost all 1.5 hour equivalent content I am covering there within 1 hour in your understandable format. So no problem. Actually, this today's topic I used to take up to 1.5 hour of time. But all of you are understanding the point here. But the point is what there, how it is possible. No, less members are available in this class now. That's why I can manage it. If more members are available, automatically it's going to be slowed down. Slow down in the sense it may take the same explanation I'm going to provide in general 1.5 hour time, 1 hour 20 minutes I used to take now. But today we understood clearly within 1 hour of time. That's a good thing, good sign now. Okay. Anyway, if you have any doubt for it, just we can watch that video. Document anyway is available. Now try to read the document. Each and every point here we are able to understand clearly. Got it or not? So don't worry. Then Monday I'm going to continue this point here, this particular topic. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll see you on Monday.
Yes, am I audible,
Yes, sir.
guys? Azure Databricks is a, guys, Azure Databricks is a service. It is a service, guys, everyone. Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform the job of, guys, what is that? Azure Databricks is a service. Okay. Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform. Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform the job of what? ETL. That is extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Okay. Between what is that? Clouds. Between the clouds and on premises. Clouds and what is it? On premises. Between the clouds and what is that? On premises. Okay, guys. So now between the clouds and on premises. So here, okay, guys. So when it comes to this ETL, so now, guys, ETL is what basically? It is a service provided. Can you say Azure Databricks is a service provided by Microsoft, and to perform the job of ETL between the clouds and what is that? On premises. Between the clouds and what is that? On premises. So now, guys, let us try to see this. Okay. So what is basically an ETL? So ETL, as we know that it stands for what? Extraction. It stands for what? Extraction, transformation, extraction, transformation, and what's that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Now, guys, when it comes to this extraction, transformation, and loading, this is a process. This is a process, all of you. This is a process of, is what is that? Data summarization. This is a process of what, guys? Data summarization. This is the process of what? Data summarization. This is the process of what? Data summarization. Okay. It is a process of what? Data summarization. It's a process of what? Guys, data summarization. It is the process of what? Data summarization. Wherein you have what is that? Source. You have what is that? Source data. Source, what is the data storage? What's that? You have it? Source data storage. So now, guys, source data storage or source is a place where actually we can find the data, and from the source ultimately we pass on the data to what is that, guys? Target. Target. We pass on the data to what is that, guys? Target. We pass on the data to what? Target. We pass on the data to what is it? Target. So can you see here? We have what is it? Source. Source means what? A place where we can find actual data. The place where we can find what is it, guys? Actual data. All of you following, please. Yes, guys. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So now, so we have what's it? Source. And source is nothing but what? A place where you can find the data. So now, in the source, we can get the data in of type of what? Files, or else we can get the data in the form of what is it? Databases, or else we can get the data in the form of what is it? Live stream. We can also get the data from what? Live streaming data. Live streaming data. Okay. We can get the data from what? Files. We can get the data from what is that? Files. We can get the data from what? Files. We can get the data from what? Databases. Else we can get the data from what is that? Live streaming data. Anyways, guys, so these files, can you see here, are of what? We can have the CSV files. We can have what is that? JSON files. We can have what a CSV file, JSON file, and then we have what is that? Excel files, etc. Can see here. These are the various type of files you have it. These are the various type of files you have it, guys. What is that? These are the various type of files we have it. Okay. What is that? We have the, these are the various type of files we have it. Okay, guys. So these are the various type of files you have it. So what we do is ultimately we pull in the data. We pull in the data into this ADB that is called as Azure Databricks. This is called as what, guys? This is called as what? The process of data ingestion. It is called as what? The process of what? Data ingestion. Okay. So then once we pull in the data, what we do? We perform the process of, so pulling in the data is the process of what? Extraction. Extraction. And once the extraction is done, guys, and once the extraction is done, then you will have what is a transformation. Then you will have what? Transformation. Transformation is what? Transformation is the process of, actual process of data summarization. And once the transformation is done, finally what we do, guys, finally what we do, perform the loading. We perform what is that? Loading. So now the all together loading where? Loading the data into the, yes guys, loading data into what is it? Target. That is called as destination. Destination or target. Getting my point? So this is how we can make out using this. Or in the same process, even if you have, can you see the data access to be accessed from the database? So what we do, we using this ADB, that is Azure Databricks, we pull in the data, and now again the same process that is called as E. Again, then you have what is it? T. What did you have it? T stands for transformation. Again, finally we put the data into what is that? Loading. Okay, what is it? Loading is a final process, and loading the data into what is that? Destination. So destination is what? Destination is the actual target. Destination, guys, destination is nothing but the actual target you have it. Getting my point, all of you? So these are the, and now even from the live streaming, even from the live streaming, if at all you want to pull in the data the same way, what is it you have it? We use the ADB. We use the ADB, okay, Azure Databricks. And then what we do? We use the, again, what is it? Extraction. And then we perform what is that? Transformation, guys. What is that? Transformation. And then finally we use what is that? Loading. We perform the loading. And now, guys, this loading will be done ultimately into what is that? Destination. What is that? Destination. Getting my point? This is how the entire process works on. Okay, extraction, transformation, and finally loading the data into this. Now, guys, even we have discussed it in the last class, but just I wanted to brush it up before we move ahead. Guys, use what is that? Let us see first of all what is a big data. Guys, you already know what is big data now. Yes, guys, what is big data? Big data is nothing but, what do you mean by big data, guys? Huge data. What is that? Big data is nothing but what? Huge data or huge information. Huge information is called as what? Big data. What is that? Huge information is called as what? Big data. Guys, huge information is called as what? Big data. So now, guys, big data. So what are the sources of getting the big data? Can you just tell me, guys, from where you can get it? Yes, any idea? Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Maybe event hubs, storage account.
Okay, anyways, yeah, anyways, guys, we get the big data from various sources. So such as what? Social networking sites. Social networking sites. Okay, guys, we get the data from what? Social networking sites. That is big data. Such as, what do you mean by social networking sites? WhatsApp, Facebook. Okay, Facebook, WhatsApp, WhatsApp. Then you have Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter. Then you have Insta, etc. These are all the, can you see here? These are all the social networking sites from where we get the data. So, guys, data. So basically, what you can say, this is a business now. This is a business, and from the business we get the data. And data, what we do? Data, we put it in the form of what? Files or whatever the type you have it. And these files, we get it into ADB, that is Azure Databricks. And from here, we get the data into Azure Databricks, perform the job of what? Extraction. And then we do what? Transformation. And then we do what? Loading. And loading into what is that, guys? Finally, destination. Loading into what? Destination. Destination. Getting my point? Loading the data into what is that? Destination. Okay. Loading the data into what is that? Destination. Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Okay, guys, everyone. Yes, am I audible to everyone or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, that's it. So now, next, apart from this, we can also get the data. Yes, we can also get the data from what? Social networking sites. We can also get the data from what? Banking applications. We can also get the data from what? Banking applications. So what in the banking applications, we can get the data. And from here, what we do? We pull in the data. And now, this time, whenever you have a banking applications, the data will be loaded or data will be stored in the form of what? Databases only, guys. From the databases, what we do? We pull in the data, guys. We pull in the data. Again, the same process. What is that? Using the ADB Azure Databricks, we perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. And now, finally, once we load it, guys, finally, once we load it, ultimately it will be sent towards destination. Now, likewise, you can also get the data from what is it? Human generated data. That means human generated data is very rare. Okay, human generated means the data which is generated by you and me. Okay, human generated data. And apart from this, we can also have, okay, same process. Human generated data will be again accessed into the ADB. And from the using the ADB, we perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and what's it? Loading. And ultimately, finally we load the data towards a destination. Finally, we load the data towards a destination. This is the destination you load it. Okay, guys. So yeah, what is that? Human generated data. What is that? Social networking sites. We can get the data from what? Social networking sites, banking applications, human generated data. Okay, guys, human generated data. These are the various things you have it. Getting my point, everyone? Now, apart from this, we can also get the big data in the form of what? Machine generated. Guys, machine generated data. What is machine generated data? The machine generated data is nothing but the data which is generated by the machineries, such as your CT scan machine is there, ECG machine is there. Okay, guys, many machines nowadays we have everything. We are surrounded by machineries. So every machine, almost all every machine generates the data. Getting my point, everyone? Almost all every machine generates the data. So now, guys, every machine generates the data. So now every machine generates the data. Okay, so whereas those generated, that is nothing but whenever the can you see here, the data is, can you see here, whenever, can you see here, whenever you have that is nothing but any kind of machine generated data is there. Okay, any kind of machine generated data, any machine generates the data, that data, guys, will be recorded. The data will be recorded into what is that? The following. What is that? It can be in the form of what? Live streaming, databases, or files. That means live streaming is a process where you get the live data. So such as, what is that you have it now? ADB. Again, the same process. ETL. Ultimately, from here, the data will be sent to what? Destination. Destination. Now, guys, okay, these are the various, that is nothing but sources of getting the big data. That is social networking sites, banking applications, human generated data, machine generated data. Okay, live streaming data is nothing but just like the stock market. You'll be getting the stock market data. Okay, leave about stock market, guys. Live streaming data is more Similar, I can tell you, cricket match. We all must be watching the matches. Am I right? In that you will have live score, na? Guys, live score. That is called as what? Live streaming data. Getting my point? That is called as what? Live streaming data. Okay, guys. So now, anyways, we can capture even the live streaming data and perform the job here. So now, guys, this is the thing you have it. So now, after all these things are completed now, guys, this data, we get the data here. What we do, we get the data from what's it? Files, etc. into the ADB. And now ADB, from ADB perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, loading. But here in ADB, where the data is stored? The data is stored in ADB in the following storages. So we can see that storages in Azure means what? The following are the storages which we require it to store the data in Azure, guys. If you store the data in Azure, you can use it anywhere, guys. You can use the data anywhere, guys. You can use the data anywhere. That means you can use the data in. That means you can use it by using the ADB. You can using the data by whenever we use the Synapse. Even if you're using the ADF Azure Data Factory, also if you're using it, we can use the storages as it is. Okay, it is just like common storages. What we can say is commonly used storages, guys. Okay, commonly used storages. Okay, yeah, guys, I'm audible. Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
So now,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So now, commonly used storage. What are those storages? Let us try to see this now. The storages. So first storage, I'm writing it here. Azure blob storage. Second one is Azure data lake Gen 1. Third one, Azure data lake Gen 2. Azure data lake Gen 1, Azure data lake Gen 2. Okay. Then next one, what is it? You have it. Azure data lake, or sorry, Azure, okay, SQL database. Then you have what's it? Azure Cosmos DB. That means this is called as NoSQL database, guys. It is called as what? NoSQL database. Getting my point, everyone? This is called as what? NoSQL database. Following everyone, guys, please. This is called as what? NoSQL database. And afterwards, we can have the next one. What is it? Azure Elastic Pools. Can you see here? These are the various storages you have it. Wherein, out of all the storage, this storage is going to retire in 2024. Hence, we cannot create only this. Rest of all we can create and we can use it. Getting my point? Hence, rest of all we can create and we can use it. Only this storage you cannot create it, guys. That is called as what? Azure Data Lake Gen 1. Azure Data Lake, what is that? Okay, guys, Azure Data Lake Gen 1 you cannot create it. Rest of all you can create it. Now, in Azure, totally you have 90 plus storages. How many? 90 plus storages are there. Now, guys, I'll show you the storages, how the storages appears. So these are the, I'm just go to the portal, take a portal. I'm just sharing the screen here. New screen, I'm sharing it, all of you. How to begin here? How to start? All of you. Yes, guys, I'm audible, guys. Please come out, all of you.
Yes, sir.
A portal, can you see here? Just type it here. Portal.azure.com. portal.azure.com. Use a web page directly called portal.azure.com. So in this, can you see here, you have a storages. So for seeing the storages, guys, click on more services. Click on the more services. Click on the more services, guys. Can you see it? These are all the storages, you can say. I'll show you the storages. Can you see storage? These are all storages only. Storage accounts, recovery service vaults, data lake gen 1, storage, okay, sync service, Azure Stack Edge, Azure data box, okay. Then you what that data shares, HPC caches. All these are the storages you can use it. Okay, that means you have 90 plus storages are there which you can use it. Guys, what is that you have it? Can see databases. Can see all of you? Yes, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
These are all the storages you can have it. So in Azure, totally you have 90 plus storages you have. Okay. So this is how. Now, how to log into this portal, guys? I will tell you one more way. So now, guys, I'm just showing you. Use, first of all, azure.com. First of all, use the azure.com. Once you use the azure.com, guys, get your free account. You'll get it. First, click on this. Try Azure for free, getting started. Click on getting started or try Azure for free. And you can select getting started. Can you see here? Anyways, it's taking me directly because I'm already logged in. So hence it's taking me. So guys, here what we can do is, if you just click on this get started, it will ask you some of your details. That is your the mail ID, etc. Once you enter your mail ID, everything, guys, then finally it will ask you for the credit card. If you provide the credit card, it will deduct 2 rupees from your credit card, guys. Okay. Okay, guys. So yes, guys, tell me.
Okay, sir.
So now this is how. So finally, what we can do is finally what we can do is so finally what we can do is once you click on this, finally you'll be landing up here on this. Finally, you'll be landing up here. This is called as portal.azure.com. And now you can start the service here. What is that? Bricks. I'm just typing here bricks. Bricks. Type it here, bricks. Can you see here, guys? This is the bricks. Okay. So now this is the one way. Can you see here? Bricks. If you have this tab here, it's fine. Okay. So anyways, the login, how to log in this one, how to check on this, how to create this, and how to start, what is the bricks you have it, what are the things you have in bricks, that we will again see it from tomorrow onwards, guys. Okay. Tomorrow we'll have the class. Okay. Tomorrow we'll meet at the same time. No changes in the time. Okay, guys. That's it. So now, guys, for the day, can you see it? These are all the things. So these are the very mandatory things which you have to remember it. Sorry. It's okay. This is the storages, and this is the thing we have it about this. Okay, guys. So we'll just stop the class here and we'll continue tomorrow. Okay, ma?
Hi, sir.
Yeah, please, please.
Sir, is there any chance to modify the timings?
Modifying in the sense?
It will start at 10:15, right, sir? So, like,
We can
For
shift it to
me,
maximum 10 o'clock, not beyond that, because already I have one batch at 9 o'clock.
oh, okay, okay.
Since
Because
since
I'm
uh,
interested to join the session, sir, but because of office, the timings are not suitable for me. So that's why. Is there any chance? That's why I'm asking.
let me check and update you on this with the management. I'll check. Okay, I'll
Yes,
I'll
sir.
check and tell you on this definitely.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anyways, tomorrow we'll meet at the same time. Okay, okay guys. So we'll just okay, meet at the same. Now I'm stopping the class. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See guys, my name is Samir, and I would be your faculty for this Azure Databricks. And when it comes to this, my experience, I have around 10 plus years of experience in IT industry. And since the past 3 years, I'm onto the clouds. I'm supporting for the clouds and various clouds technologies. Okay. So now, guys, let us go ahead and see first of all. Okay, what are the things you have it in this? See, what is Azure Data Engineering? Okay, Azure is nothing but it is a name for the cloud services. Azure is nothing but it is the name for the cloud services given by the Microsoft. That means Microsoft is marketing their cloud products or their cloud services with a name called what is it? Azure. And now data means what? Information. Okay, data means what? Information. For the services called engineering, for this engineering services, they are using the Azure Databricks. Apart from this, they are also using the service called what? ADF, Azure Data Factory. They're using the service called what? Synapse. Okay, etc. And Synapse, and then we have the artificial intelligence, and then we have the machine learning. These are all the services provided for engineering services, for performing the engineering on the data. And these all are, that is nothing but these all are provided by what? Azure. So Azure is the that is nothing but name given by the Microsoft, given by what is that? Microsoft, for marketing their products, cloud-based services, cloud-based services. Now, guys, when it comes to this Azure Data Bricks, the Azure Data Bricks is nothing but this is okay, guys. Everyone, just have a look, and I want everyone to just interact with me so that okay, if you have any doubt, we can just clarify it meanwhile. Okay, guys. So now the Azure Databricks is nothing but it is a cloud-based. Okay, it is a cloud-based service. It is a cloud-based service or cloud service. It's a cloud service. Azure Databricks is a cloud service provided by Microsoft. Provided by what is that? Microsoft. And now it is used for the purpose of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. So now, guys, what is this extraction, transformation, and loading? Let us try to understand this. Whereas the extraction, transformation, and loading, everyone, the extraction, that is ETL, extraction, transformation, and loading. Extraction, transformation, and then we have loading. Basically, the extraction, transformation, and loading, it is a process or it is a technique which is used to perform the data summarization. Is used to perform the data summarization. As that is extraction, transformation, and loading. It is a process or it is a technique to summarize the data, to summarize the data. And whereas for this particular process of ETL, we require the following. What is that? Source, and then we require what is that, guys? We require the another one that is called as a target. Whereas a source is nothing but what? The source where we get the For the source from where we get the information is called as what? A source. And target is nothing but what? Target is a place or destination. Target is nothing but place or destination. Is called as what? Destination. Target or destination. We can say it here. Okay. Now, guys, between the source and the target, we perform the process of what is that? ETL. What is that? Extraction, transformation, and loading is the process which is performed between two. What is that? Source and the target. Source and the target. Now, guys, even a layman, that is a person who is not from an IT background, should understand this. That is my main motive. Okay, for explanation of all these things. Okay, so now, guys, let us try to see what is this ETL actually does. Now, guys, this ETL basically performs the extraction process on the source, picks up and transforms the data and load it into the required format. For that, let us take an example. Now, guys, you wanted to cook a curry, that is a vegetable curry you want to cook. So as soon as you thought of decided to cook a vegetable curry, you will go to the market and get the vegetables. Once you have been to a market, there you can find many vegetables in the market, such as we have, for example, in Telangana, we have this Raitu Bazaar, or in various areas, even we have the supermarkets, that is Reliance Fresh, where they are providing all the vegetables at one store. Am I right? So once you've been to this market, how many type of vegetables you can find it, guys? Can you tell me? Just a practical one, not nothing related to subject. Tell me now. Yes, guys.
Different vegetables.
Yeah, many types of vegetables, many types of vegetables. So are you going to buy all those vegetables, or some of it which is required for your to cook your curry?
Require for cook the curry.
That is there. So you are going to pick up only those vegetables which is required to cook the curry. Now you have picked up. Okay, now you have picked up. Okay, guys, just a minute. Just give me a second. I've got some important call note here. Sorry guys, actually I got some important call to attend from my office. Okay, so now guys, so I'm audible now. Hello, yes guys, I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you can continue.
Okay, so now guys, you have, what is this? We have this ETL. So now guys, Azure Databricks is nothing but this is a service provided by the Microsoft to perform the job of ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and loading. Whereas this process of extraction, transformation, and loading requires a source and a target. So once you have a source and a target, between the source and the target, we perform the job of ETL. Now, to understand this ETL in a better way, I'll just give you an example. We were discussing an example of a vegetable supermarket. So now once you've been to the vegetable supermarket, so you will find various kind of multiple vegetables. But are you going to purchase all of them or few of it? Few of it. Am I right? Very few of it you will purchase it as per your requirement, what you want to cook today. So what you will do, you will pick those vegetables and put it in a basket. Now, tell me now, what is the form of vegetables now currently when you picked up? Yes, guys. What is the form of the vegetables right now when you picked up? It is in a raw form. Am I right? Yes, guys. It is in a raw form. So now what we have done, we have picked up those vegetables and put it in a basket and build it. We bought it at a home. Now tell me, so in order to cook the vegetable curry, what is it you have to do? Tell me now. Cutting and chopping. That means you have to change the format. You have to change the that is nothing but format. That means by cutting and chopping vegetables, you have to do it. And now once the vegetables are cut and chopped, okay, that is nothing but again what you will do, you'll put it in a bowl and start cooking. So once the cooking is done, so what you are doing, you have converted here, my just listen it, you have done a process that is nothing but from you bought a vegetable vegetables, you cut them off, and now you have cooked it. That means you have changed the format. So now guys, in this, can you see what is that? Picking up from vegetables, from all a list of vegetables, you're picking up only restricted vegetables which is required for you. That is called as what? The process of what? Guys, that is called as the process of what? Extraction. Am I right, everyone? It is called as the process of what? Extraction. And now once the vegetables is bought, and what you will do, cutting, chopping, and cooking them. So are you changing the form of vegetables from the raw form to the cooked form or not, guys? Yes. So that is called as a process of what? Transformation. And ultimately the loading. Loading means what? Whatever you have it, you'll put it in the target. Your target is eating. So that's called as loading process. So here in the same way example, in the same way here also, what we do, we perform the extraction, transformation, and loading between the two. What is that? Source. The source consisting of what? Data. Data means what, guys? Data means what? Data is nothing but information. Data is nothing but what? Information. Okay. Data is nothing but what? Information. Data is nothing but what? Information. So we pick up the information from the source, required information, that is called as the extraction. And once the information is extracted, what you do? You transform. That means change the format of the information. That is called as transformation. And once the transformation is done, then finally you will load the data into the target or the destination. For example, guys, now I will give you a live type of example so that you will understand this ETL in a very better way. Suppose, guys, you have a latest, take a say supermarket data is there. Okay, some supermarket data is here. Can you see, all of you? Just concentrate well, guys. You will have a very good thing idea on this. So now, guys, you have product ID, and then you have the product rate, guys. Product rate is there, and then you have the product rate, product quantity sold, QTY, and next is what? Date of sales. That's it. These are the columns we have it. Product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. Am I right, everyone? Yes. Are you? Am I able to? You are able to hear me, guys? Please. Guys, please, you should respond it. People are not kids. You should respond it. This is a professional class going on, isn't it? So I want everyone you to just interact with me, please. Okay. So now, guys, what is it called as? Product rate, product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. These are the columns. These are the columns information of a supermarket. Let us make it here as a more supermarket, guys. More supermarket, you have it. And this is the information of the more supermarket. Day-wise sales is recorded. Can you see here, all of you? Guys, can you see here, all of you? Now, product ID is something like this 1, 2, 3, and rate is, let us say, 100 rupees. Okay, and then the product quantity is, what is that? 10. Quantity sold is 10 pieces, or 10 in the quantity, and date of sales is, let us make it here as 28. Guys, what is that? You have it 28 11 2022. And now 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, again we have, what's it? 200 rate, and 20 is the quantity sold, and then we have the date of sales is what? 28 is 11 2022. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 5. 300 quantity sold is 10, and the date of sales is 28 11 2022. Now, guys, everyone is following? Please say yes or no, guys. Yes, everyone is following?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we have this. This is nothing but the first one. And now, guys, on the second day also the data is recorded. That means the second day data. I'm just making it off. Can you see here, all of you? I'm just having the 28th data. Na? I want some other day data is also here. That is nothing but, let us say, 27th. I'm taking it as what? 27th data. Okay, 27, 27, and now 27. Now, guys, here you have, let us make it as 100 only. Okay, some change I have made it, that is okay. 100, and let us make it as a 10 here. Now, guys, this is the data you have it. Now, guys, tell me now, my query is here. The supermarket management wanted to know, management wanted to know the net sales took place on 27th and 28th of November 2022, and find out the variation. Find out the variation. Getting my point, guys? Find out the variation. They want this query to be executed. Now tell me, the supermarket authority wanted to know what is the variation in 27th and 28th day, whether the sales has increased or decreased. They wanted to know this. This is their query. So based on this, how this Azure data engineer is going to work. Now, guys, first of all, to apply the process of extraction, transformation, loading. Now tell me, to find out the net sales, do you require the product ID, guys? Can you tell me, all of you? If you interact with me, I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. If not, I'll be helpless, guys. I don't have a habit of,
No, it is required on dates here.
Yes, we don't require the product ID. Product rate is required.
No, only here.
Huh?
Here.
Year is required. But if you want to know the net sales without the product rate, how can you find out the net sales?
Yeah, sir.
So here we require product rate. Product rate we have picked up. That means product ID is not required. ID wise is not worried. He wants the net sales amount. So product rate is taken here. Product rate. Then now product quantity sold is required. Yes, of course we require to find out the net sales amount. We require the product quantity sold also. Then we have what's the date of sales. Yes, of course I require this DOS. I'm writing a shortcut. Now, guys, tell me product rate. What is the product rate? You have first product rate. Can you tell me, guys?
100.
Very good. So 100 is the rate, guys. Everyone, 100 is the rate. So I'm using this 100. Now tell me, what is the product quantity sold?
10.
Very good. That means the 10 pieces or 10 is the quantity, whatever it may be, you can consider. You can consider 10. Now, guys, what is the date of sales? Huh? This is the date of sales. Yes, this is the date of sales. Okay, this is the date of sales. That is 28 of so and so month. Now, guys, tell me. Second time, tell me now. In the second transaction, I've just made it 3 entries to make the process very simple. I have what 200 rupees as the rate of the product. Then I have the rate of the product as what 200, and then you have the quantity sold as what 20. Yes, 20 is the quantity sold. That's it. Now date is same, anyways, leave it. Now guys, the third one is 300 is the rate of the product. And now guys, once the 300 is the rate, you will have to just make it here 300, and then the quantity sold is again 10. Now guys, this is called as the process which I have done right now. This is called as the process of what? Extraction. Am I right, everyone?
It's a small doubt. For extracting our data, we need to create another database table like for these 3 fields.
Simple. Yeah, that is fine. Technically, I'm not just, just simple example. I'm just making it you. Okay, just to understand the process. Extraction. Okay, guys. Now, the next one, after the extraction is done, what is the next process you have to tell me now? Transformation. Very good. Transformation. Okay. Transformation. Now, guys, transformation is the actual process of where we on the data we perform any kind of arithmetic operations, whatever the things you require it, we have to do it. Now tell me, to find out the net sales, what is that you require? You need to find out you pick up the product rate and product quantity. Now tell me, product rate is 100 rupees, quantity sold is 10. That means 100 into 10 means what is the outcome, guys? Tell me now.
1000.
Very good. 200 into 20 means what?
2000, 3000.
Very good. 2000. And next one is what? 3000. So now guys, 2000, 3000. Now you have performed some arithmetic operation. Now sum all the values, 1000 plus 2000 plus 3000. What is the total sum you have it? Can you tell me? The total sum amount
is 4,000.
6000. Am I right? So
We need
can
to
I
use
write
that.
like this? Can you see here? I'm writing here like this. I'm creating a new table here. I'm creating a new table with a name called what? Net sales. Net sales amount. Simple. Net sales amount table. Now guys, what I will do is, below this I will put up guys, below this I will put up the value, the net sales amount. What is the value of the net sales amount? Can you tell me? 6000. But now, on which date this transaction took place, guys? On which date the transaction took place? Tell me now.
28th.
28th. Very good. So now guys, okay, now guys, you have 28/11/2022. So finally what I'm doing is, finally I'm pasting up the data here. Now guys, this data is ready. But I wanted to know the variation of 27th and 28th. Now again repeat the process for the same. Now tell me, instead of pasting all these things repeatedly, I'll directly calculate 10 into 100 into 10 what?
1,000.
Very good. So I'll write it here 1000. Yes, 100 into 10. Yes, 100 into what is it? 10. Then I have the value as what is that? Tell me now. 1000. Now tell me, next one, what is the calculation you have it? 200 into 10 means what?
2,000.
Very good, 2000. So use it as 200, then into 10 is equal to 2000. Very good.
Then 110, 1,000.
110, what is that?
1,000.
Very good, 1000. I think it is 4,000 now.
Yes.
Guys?
Yes.
8,000. Am I right? Okay. Anyways, no issues, no problem. Okay. Now, guys, can you see it? We have it. Now, guys, now it is what? Tell me, now it is what? 3,000. Sorry, 2,000 plus 4,000. 2,000 means what? Totally, what's the amount now? Now the net sales amount here is what? I'm directly writing it here. What is that? 4,000. Am I right, everyone? And the date of sales is what? 27/11/2022. Now this is the final data I will. What I will do is, once this is called as a transformation. Now the transformation is done. Finally, what I will do? I will start the process of loading. Now loading will be done. Loading, and the data will be loaded into what? destination. Okay, the data will be loaded into what is that? Yes, guys, the data will be loaded into what? Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Now tell me, destination is nothing but what? Target. Am I right, everyone? Target. This is your target data. So now, guys, this data I'll load it into the target once. Now, from the job of extraction till the job of loading into the target, it's the job of a Azure data engineer. It is a job of what is that? Azure data engineer, which we do it by using the Databricks. Which we do it by using what is that, guys? Databricks. Now further, he wanted to know what is the final variation. That is, find the variation. So this job further is a job of analyst. Analyst or the job of the data scientist. So job of the data scientist. These are the person who is going to work. So, but in Azure, for even working onto this, that is for the analyst and data scientist, we have the services provided here. Instead of Databricks, we can use the machine learning, we can use the artificial intelligence and do the same task of finding out the same and finally generating a report and sending back the report to the client here or the customer, whatever we have it. So this is the process of extraction, transformation, and loading. Everyone is okay now, guys? Please tell me now. Is this clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now this is how it works. Yes, this is how it works. Now, whereas when it comes to this, now this is fine. But what about, I have a doubt here. What is that? So thing is that I wanted to know, first of all, guys, everything is fine. But I wanted to know here, first of all, what is basically, we are doing it all these things. This is cloud, etc., everything is here. But now what is it I wanted to do here is, cloud is there, everything, but on premises. I want to know, first of all, what is the difference? So now, guys, here you will have two things. What is that? Clouds. And next one is what? On-premise. Clouds and on-premise. Basically, these are the two factors which is importantly we should know. Okay. So to understand the situation of this, basically cloud, I'll give you a very simple example on this. Cloud is nothing but, or on-premises is nothing but, it is just like, just take an example of your mobile phone, guys. Everyone, take a example of your mobile phone. Your mobile phone has how many memories? Can you tell me? Your mobile phone has how many memories? Yes, one is the inbuilt memory. You will have it in your mobile phone. Another one is, what is that? You will have it. You can store it in the SD card. And the third one, and the third memory, which is nothing but you can store the data in, what is that? Yes, which you can store the data in, what's that? Google Drive. Now tell me, one fine day, you lost your mobile phone. Now the data which is available inside your mobile phone and in the memory card, can you recover it back? Can you recover it back?
No, sir.
No. But if you store the data in the Google Drive, you can recover it back at any point of time, even if you change the handset. Am I right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So now the data, which is stored in the Google Drive is nothing but the data is on the cloud. The data is on, what is that? Cloud. And the data which is there in your, can you see your mobile phone? That is called as what? On-premises. It is called as what, guys? On-premises. So now, slowly all the corporates, all the business entities are moving from the on-premises environment to cloud environment. For what? For security reasons, for storage reasons, for avoiding purchasing of a licenses, everything. To avoid this, they are going on to the cloud services. And whereas across the globe, we have the following cloud providers. What is that? We have the Azure. Okay. Azure is one of the topmost cloud provider. And then we have AWS, Amazon Web Services. Then we have the GCP, which is nothing but the Google Cloud Platform. Google is also into this. Whereas these two are the market leaders in providing this. Apart from this, you also have, what is that? Alibaba, one of the China-based cloud provider. And we have SAP Cloud is there. And then your Oracle Cloud is there. Various people has come out with their products. Various people has come out with their products with various names. Getting my point? Azure, AWS, GCP, Alibaba, SAP, and then we have Oracle, etc. But now the leading market, the leaders of the market is what? Azure and as well as the Amazon. Yes, Salesforce, of course. Okay, all these are the cloud providers, but Azure, or Amazon Web Services. Even the GCP is coming up now, but the market leader is the Azure. Okay, why? I'll tell you. Before it was Amazon Web Services. Yes, of course. So before it was Amazon Web Services was in the top position. Now it has come down. Why? The same task what Azure is providing, or you can do it in Azure, that is quite cheaper than if you use it in AWS. If you use in what? AWS, it is bit costlier. So hence, to reduce that, the Azure has provided or launched their product on a very cheaper cost. So hence we can say that here the Azure is cheaper than comparatively with the Amazon Web Services. Hence, it is more efficient than AWS. Then that's the reason why it's leading up the market. And whatever the cloud providers you have it, they all provide the cloud services in the form of the categories. What is that? First one is called as what? IaaS. And the second one is called as what? PaaS. And the third one is called as what? SaaS. IaaS means what, guys? Infrastructure as a service. That means if at all you require some space to store, suppose this is my computer, all of you, this is my computer, I'm taking it to my desktop. Everyone, just a minute, I'm sharing my desktop. Just a minute, I'm sharing my desktop. See, these are some sharing my desktop. Can you see here, all of you? Just have a look. Here, guys, what is it I wanted to do is, I'm sharing my desktop. Just a minute, wait. I have some files are there. Some files are there here. I don't want these files to be remain on my computer desktop. I want to store it in the cloud because for easy access, more security, etc. I require some storage space or not to store the data. Am I right? Google Drive is providing by default how much space for us? 15 GB. Am I right? Whereas if at all you require to store the data more than 50 GB, then what is it you require to do? Tell me, guys, what is it you require to do?
We need
You
to
need
buy.
to purchase. You need to purchase. Am I right? In the same way here also, you hear what is it? The drive. I want to store this entire some information. Some, let us say you have okay, I have on my desktop around 10 petabyte. 10 petabyte information is there. I want to store it. That I need not worry for that. Simply, I need to inform my cloud provider. My cloud provider is going to provide me the service of storing the data on their particular cloud environment. And cloud environment, ultimately, they store the data in what? At the data centers. They have it. Data centers across the globe, they have the data centers. And Azure is having their data centers around at 54 locations currently. They're operating from 54 locations currently. That means the Azure is operating from what? 54 locations currently to provide the, that is nothing but storages. And whenever you require, they can access. That is called as what? Infrastructure as a service, storage service, all this going to provide. Infrastructure means what, guys? Infrastructure is nothing but computer, that is nothing but hard disk, or else you require a RAM. All these things will be provided to you by the Azure in the form of what? IaaS as a service, infrastructure as a service. PaaS. PaaS means what? Suppose, guys, you wanted to use a platform called operating system on not Windows, because banking data, when you consider, you will have a massive amount of data in the banking sector. So banking sector, massive amount of data is not supported. So hence what we do? Yes, what we do? We require to store the data, or we require to save the data, yeah, or we require to run the data on the various cloud, that is platforms, that is called as what? Mainframes from IBM or Unix platform. But right now, can you see here, you don't have that. If it is in a local computer or a local server, you have to buy that particular operating system and install it into your PC. In order to avoid that, simply you can inform your cloud provider Azure to provide you the PaaS as a service. That means platform. I want to operating system as the mainframes operating system. So they will install it for you. They will provide you that service, licenses and all these things. You need not worry about this. Suppose you have a software as a service. Means what? Suppose you require some software. That means for storing your data, you require some SQL database. So now, guys, whenever you require the SQL database, you require to buy the license. Am I right? License of all softwares. So here you do not worry about the license, guys. Here you need not worry about the license. The license is not your responsibility. License is not your responsibility. License is the responsibility of the Azure provider, that is a cloud provider. So simply you need to use this, you need to pay. So how you are going to pay? You need to go with the model called pay as you go model. That means the way you use it, you have to pay. It is just like your OTT platforms. If you want to watch some premium movies, you have to pay some extra cost. Am I right, guys? Yes, everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the same way here also, if you want to take some premium services, you have to pay for it. That's it. Use it. Pay, use and go. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing will be your own. Whenever you require, they will save it. For saving, they will charge the cost. So that is nothing but they have cut short the things. So here, serverless, they have made it serverless now. That means you need not have a servers in your office where server room for maintenance of the server. Again, some service administrator is required. All these things is not required. Everything is cut short here. Getting my point? So that is nothing but the simply with a laptop and that is nothing but your mail ID and login, just like this. You can start your project. I'm using it. Can you see here, all of you? Portal.azure.com. I'm using this. Simply you need to log into this web page, guys, with a laptop, and then you can start working on this, guys. Can you see? Then you can start working on this. See, you can start working. You create your this thing own. So here, can you see here? Go to the subscription. You will find how much cost they are billing it for you. Can you see here? Currently, my role they'll display you. I'm the account admin, and current cost, see, 587 rupees because I'm using it right now active. Likewise, you will have to pay as you go model. So simply with a username and password created on the Azure, you can be and you can start up your own project with a very low cost without any infrastructure, servers, etc., etc. Everything is taken care by the Azure only. There is a cloud provider only. Okay, guys. So as a part of this course, we are going to see this Azure Databricks. Okay, with all the real-time applications we have it. Okay, so all the real-time applications and what are the things you require it, Azure Synapse, all, even the Delta Lake, how to develop a Delta Lake. Delta Lake is about the data lake. So all these Delta Lakes creation, how to extract the data, how to perform the transformation on the data, how to report the data, visualization of data, everything we are going to see as a part of this course, for which we will be having 60 hours time. 60 hours time we will have it. You will have a time called what? 60 hours time. Okay, 60 hours time. And you will have the class from Monday to that is Friday. Monday to Friday, 5 days. But Saturday, if it is required, we'll put it the class some days, or if it's not required, we don't put up the class some days. Okay, guys. So this is how we are going to move it ahead. And the contents brochure and all, you can find it on the web page. You can see there. Yes. If you have any doubt now you can ask me, guys. Go ahead and ask, please.
Sir, it is just extracting transformer loading, or we use any SQL behind this, or any developing, just we have to know any Python coding or any other.
Yes, Python coding development is also there. Python coding is also there. So Python, Scala, R and SQL, these are the codes in which you need to write it. It is basically a coding based process where you need to know this. If you don't know this, you will have to learn it. And whereas as a part of this course, maximum I'm going to cover you the Python, because Python is the main this thing I'm going to teach you. And Bricks is also providing default languages of Python only, but you can also use the Scala, you can use the R, you can use the SQL language to write the commands and do the same. So basically the thing is that here in this, it is not, this is the, you will have two services. I'll just give you one more service name here. That is, first is the Azure Data Bricks, which is nothing but it is used for the process. And also you will have the Azure Data Factory. ADF is also there for the same process, but the ADF is used here as that is nothing but as a GUI, graphical user interface. But here you will have the ADB as a character user interface. Both of them performs the same job, but why ADF and why ADB? That means basically in the real time for data ingestion. That means for data ingestion means what? Extraction. Here, can you see? Pulling in the data, pulling in the data, pulling in the data, extracting all these things. Till here only they are using ADF. Further to this ADB job, because ADB has a, a more feature of visualization, more flexibly visualize it, and ADB provides a user, multiple users to work onto the same environment. Suppose there is a data scientist, there is a data engineer, and there is one more programmer is there, database programmer. All of them collaboratively work in a single environment. That is the Databricks thing you have it. Okay. So now guys, so this is the thing you have it in Databricks. And now if you want any other questions, you can go ahead and ask. Please.
Can you please show me the some coding, how it involves in real time? Just sample coding, sir.
A sample coding. Okay. Some sample coding is basically, I'll tell you just a minute. See, sample coding here, what we have it is, we can use in 4 different languages. So we can write it, the coding like this, such as I'm using Python. So if at all you want to use the Python in bricks, use %py. And then can you see here, you can just print off this line, whatever. This is bricks class. Likewise, you can write it here. Okay. You can write like this. Okay. Or else if at all you are using the same thing, can you see here in Scala, you have to use %Scala, and you can use it print ln, print line. The same thing you can use it there in Scala. Okay. These are the type of codings you can write it here. Okay, guys. So these are the things you have it. So, anyways, we will see
Hello,
this.
sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Tell me.
in course in the course credit, I have seen some Spark syllabus.
Spark, PySpark also will tell you.
Okay, sir.
Sir, Samir sir.
Uh,
Sir, if I learn this data breaks, how many years of show the experience, sir?
See, guys, Databricks, if you learn any cloud technology, not only Databricks, whether it is Data Factory or it is Azure, Amazon Web Services, whatever the thing you have it, you can start, or especially Azure, don't put it before 2018 because this version has not been launched. So hence it was there, but it not launched basically. So you can put it after 2019-20, you can put up 2 years experience maximum. Okay, guys.
Sure. But if you are finally you are giving us some real time environment experience.
Obviously,
Sir, will you provide any real-time hands-on project?
yes, projects in the sense the real-time scenarios. There will be no project like structure in cloud environment. You will have the case studies. That is the only realistic case
Like
studies.
POCs, like we need to take one POC and we'll be applying on the
Yes.
data factories.
Yes,
Data factory and Databricks.
yes. The same way we work here.
It is a combination of the ADF and Azure Databricks, sir, or also only
This
Azure
one is
Databricks?
only ADB, not the ADF. This particular class, what you people are attending, it is only ADB. It has to do nothing with the ADF. ADF one class integration I will show you. That's it. But ADF is totally different course. That is at morning 7 a.m. we have a new batch started the same day.
But the same functionality will be the same for the
Functionality will be changed. Functionality will be, that is ultimately doing it for ETL only. But I am telling you now, this is bit different concept. Ultimately it achieves the same task, but the concept is variation. Obviously you will have some variation on this.
Samir, the people who don't know about the Python, how they can manage Python, PySpark,
See,
Scala, etc.
Python, PySpark, basic commands you should try out. You can get it here, basically on this Google. If not, I have some Python videos that I can refer you. I can send you that videos. You can refer those videos, Python classes videos. Then you can understand it. Okay, that is taken. That is my classes only. And here, because we have a bricks, it itself is a very vast subject. Teaching again Python here will be a cumbersome process for me. So I don't want to make you any kind of fake promises that I will teach you that or this, because the realistic issues what we have to see and the real-time scenarios which we have to see, every scenario will take 1.5 hours to 2 hours time every day. Okay, though we are saying 60 hours, but it will cross around 90 hours a day, 90 hours totally, because 1.5 hour to 2 hours class also we have to take up some days. So that is the thing. So Python, if you want, see, basically I will go from the basic Python only. But still, if you need some more inputs, because you might not be from this background, you might be from some different background. In such a case, then yeah, in such a case, you can just either do the Python separately, or I can send you some videos. Is there basic Python videos, how to write the code, how to generate this line, how to print all these things. I'll send you that you can have it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, mobile. Okay, anything, any other questions? Anyone else want to ask me some questions? Okay, guys, that's it. So we'll meet tomorrow at same time, 10:15. We'll join the class. Okay. Thank you everyone for attending this demo. Thank you everyone. Okay, so now let us start with this. Okay, guys, so let's start again, and just we'll begin the introduction part today. So guys, we're using it Azure Data Bricks. Okay, we're using the Azure Data Bricks. So basically, what is Azure Data Bricks? Guys, the Azure Data Bricks is nothing but it is a cloud-based service. Cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. It is a cloud-based service, guys. It is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. So Azure Databricks is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. It is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft to perform the job of ETL. So now, guys, what do you mean by ETL? Guys, the ETL stands for, yes, the ETL stands for, already I told you yesterday, ETL stands for what? Extraction. Yes, extraction, transformation, and loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Whereas this process of extraction, transformation, and loading is a process of, yes, is a process of what? Data summarization. Is a process of what? Data summarization. It is a process of what, guys? Data summarization. So extraction, transformation, and loading. This is a process of what is that? Data summarization. It is a process of what? Data summarization. Wherein for the process of ETL, that is called as extraction, transformation, and loading, guys, we require the following. What is that? We require the source. First of all, source means what? The source of data. Source, guys, source. And then we require, what is it? The another one as a target. We require the first thing as a source and the second thing as a target. So now guys, when it comes to the source, what do you mean by source? Okay, guys, what is the source of income? The place from where we get the money is called a source of income. In the same way, a place where that is nothing but the source from where you get the data is called as what? Source of data. Source is nothing but actually it is, guys. Source is nothing but what? Actually it is. Yes, guys. Source is nothing but actually it is. Okay. Actually, it is the source of data. That is a place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. Okay, guys. A place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. So I'm using source of data. Yes, guys, source of data. So now, guys, tell me now the source of data. So according to you, what are the sources which are available from where we get the data, guys? Tell me now. What might be the sources from where you get the data? Now, guys, for example, now you're typing or you're recording some information of your expense, house expense. So where do you write your house expense generally? Nowadays, we are using in digital format only. We are not taking a pen and paper and writing the things. Everything we are digitally writing it. Tell me now, house expenses, where do you write it? In which type of file do you write it? Tell me now, guys. This much is the earning for this month and this much is the expenditure you have incurred. You have to write all these things. So tell me now, how do you write it, guys? In which file you use it or where you write it in the computer? Can you tell me, guys? Somebody? Guys, am I audible? Yeah, am I audible, guys, everyone?
Yes, you're audible.
So you're understanding what I mean to tell you? Guys, you're understanding what I mean to tell you? My question is that suppose you have to write your household expenses. Not let us go into the broad scale. We'll just go to at our place. You want to write a household expenses. Where do you write this information? That is income, expenditure. You have to write it. What type of thing you use it? Are you going to use in Excel file, guys, or not?
Yes.
So that is nothing but basically your house affairs or your that is nothing but house expenses and income. You're going to write in an Excel sheet, but ultimately that is what? That is but nothing but the data. That is nothing but what is that? Data. So we can say what is that? Source of data is nothing but the place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. A place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. So we can get the data from what is that? Following files. We can get the data. Okay, files. What type of files, guys? Okay, but ultimately the files will also receive the data from what? Ultimately business. See, we all are working for the business or not? Even though you are working as a data engineer, that means you are working for a business or not? Tell me now, guys. Yes, everyone, you're working for the business. Am I right, everyone? Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I'll back. Okay, sorry. So guys, we all get the data. We all work for the business only. Though we are working here, suppose you're working as a data engineer in an IT sector. That means, are you working it for a business or not? In fact, that means you will get the data from the business. From the business entities only we get the data. Am I right, guys? From the business entities only we get the data. Whereas this data is recorded in the form of what is that? Files. In the form of what is that? Files. So what are the type of files you have it? Guys, what are the type of files you have it? The files are the following. So we can have what is that? Yes, guys. We can have what are Excel files. Excel files, yes, Excel files, and we can have what is it? CSV files, which stands for what? Comma separated value files. Okay, comma separated value files, and Excel files, comma separated value files, and you have what is that? JSON files. JSON stands for what? JavaScript object notation files. Okay, and then afterwards, what is it? You have it? Excel file, CSV file, comma separated value files, JSON files, and you have the Parquet files. Parquet files. You have the Parquet files. Okay, guys. You have the Parquet files, and then you can have what? Avro files. And then we can also have what's that? ORC files. Various type of files. That means we get the data ultimately from the business, and this business will be recorded in the type in the form of what? Files. Excel files, comma separated value files, JSON files, Parquet file, Avro files, ORC files. Anyways, you don't worry about the files. Once we get into the subject, I will explain you about each and every file. You don't worry now. Okay. So this is nothing but the data we get it. From where? From these files, what we do from these files, guys. From these files, we get the data. From these files, guys. From these files, okay. From these files, we get the data. So ultimately, what we do, we pull in the data. We pull in the data by using the process called what? Extraction. We pull in the data by the process called what? Extraction. So extraction is done. And now, guys, this extraction is done by what? By using the ADB. That is called as what? Azure Databricks. By using the Azure Databricks. By using the Azure Databricks, guys, by using the Azure Databricks, we perform the process of extraction. That means extraction of data. Extraction, the full name is what? Extraction of data only, guys. Extraction of data. Extraction. Then extraction is done. Then next, what is the process you have it? Tell me now, guys. The next process, the next level of processing is what is that? Transformation. So transformation is nothing but the ultimate requirement. Based on the requirement of the customer, you're going to change the format of the data. You're going to change the structure of the data. You're going to design a new structure of the data. Am I right? This is called as what? Transformation. And once the transformation is done on this data, ultimately the process of loading will be taken place. And loading means what? The final data, whatever you have it, will be transferred to the destination. That is called as what? Target. That is called as what? Target. Or we can say destination. We can say target, or we can say destination. We can say target, or we can say what is that? Destination. The data will be transferred to the destination. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Yes, guys, everyone is following or not? I want a reply, guys. If you don't talk, yeah, if you don't talk, I cannot understand what is your thing. Okay, so I want everyone to respond it, guys, so that I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. Okay, anyways, so this is the first. Now, apart from, guys, apart from getting the data from the files, we can also get the data from the business. We can also get the data from the business in the form of what? Database. And database can be what again? The database can be what? It can be Oracle database. It can be the SQL Server database. Okay, it can be any type of database you have it. Whereas this kind of database, can you see here? This kind of database, when you receive the data, we can say that we have received the data from OLTP system. We have received the data from what is that? OLTP system. What do you mean OLTP? OLTP stands for online transaction process. Online transaction process. That is called as what? OLTP system. Okay, OLTP system. You will receive the data. Getting my point? You will receive the data from what? OLTP system. So now, guys, ultimately from this database, what we do, we pull in again the same process. We pull in the data. By using the process of what, guys? Same process we perform it. Extraction will be done. That means using the ADB, we extract the data. We extract the data. And once the data is extracted, then what we do, guys? We perform the transformation on the data. We perform what is that? Transformation. Transformation is the actual process of data summarization or loading the data as per the requirement of the client. So now, guys, loading will be done. And finally, once the loading is done, guys, once the loading is done, the loading will be done. Okay, the loading will be done into the destination. That means this is the destination. This will be your destination. Getting my point? Now, guys, destination. Destination. I'm linking up just to show you, guys, these all will reach the destination like this. Finally, the data reaches the destination. Target is nothing but, guys, it is called as what? Destination. Destination. Okay, now next one. Apart from this, guys, apart from getting the data from the businesses from the data into the databases or into the files, we can also get the data. Everyone, we can also get the data, guys. We can also get the data from another way. It's called as what? From the business only, because we all working for business. We get the data, business data only. So we get the data in the form of what? Live streaming data. Live streaming data, such as, guys, live streaming data means what, guys? Stock market data. Live streaming data. Suppose that is India versus Pakistan match is going on, you will get the live streaming. Am I right or not? Yes, guys, that is all called as what? Live streaming data. Even the live streaming data we pull in here as it is. The live streaming data also we pull in here in as it is. And this process is called as what? The process of, again, extraction. We perform the extraction on this data. So can you see here, we perform the extraction on this data. And once the extraction is done, then what happens? Again, the process of transformation will become. So what is the process of transformation? Transformation is the actual process of, yes, guys, transformation is the actual process of what? Data summarization. Transformation is the actual process of what? Data summarization. And once the data summarization is done, guys, finally what we do? We load the data into the target. We load the data into the target, guys. Okay. So now this all data, whatever you have it, that is source data, destination data, or whatever the data you have it, finally will be recorded to the target. That is called as sync system. In Azure, it is also called as what? The destination is also called as what? Sync system. Sync. This is also called as what? Sync system, guys. Okay, it is also called as what? Sync system. Sync system. Okay, so now can you see here? This is how we get the data here. Ultimately, we get the data from what? Various sources. Ultimately, we get the data from what? Various sources. And from these various sources, what we do? We extract the data, we transform the data, and we load the data into the target. Everyone. Okay, so this, all this can see extraction, transformation, and loading will be done by using the service, guys. This is a service. ADB is one service. ADB is one service, guys. Likewise, you can also have, what is it? ADF is the another service. Likewise, you can have Synapse as the another service. These are the various services we can do it. Okay. Whereas, can you see here, guys? This is how exactly things works off. Okay. Here, everyone is following or not, guys? Yeah, I want a reply from all of you guys.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
Now, next after this, now, guys, Next one, let us see exactly what exactly the big data is. Big data. Now guys, what is a big data? Big data is nothing but whatever the data you're getting, this data, this is called as big data only. The data from the business, whatever you're getting, that is called as big data. So just understand, big data means not a very great concept, something where you need to get confused. It's not like that. Big data, just split it, guys. Split it. Big means what? Huge, na? Huge or massive, you can say. Data means what? Information. So we can say that huge information. You can say what is that? Huge information, massive information, huge information or massive information. Huge information or massive information is called as what? Big data. Big data. Okay, where you have a massive amount of information is called as what? Big data. Ultimately, we get the big data from what is it? All these businesses only. But what is that business? What are the sources you can see? Let us see for that. Actually, types of source of big data. Now guys, types of sources of big data, types of sources of, okay, types of sources of big data. Okay, sources of big data. The first one from where you can get the big data, that is called as what? Social networking sites. Social networking sites. So what is the social networking sites, guys? Social networking sites are nothing but you have the WhatsApp, you have the Facebook, you have the Twitter, WhatsApp, Facebook. Okay, guys, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. Then you also have what's that? LinkedIn. Then afterwards, you also have what's that? Instagram. All this Insta and all these are what? These are all called as what? Social networking sites. These are called as what? Social networking sites. So the social networking sites are basically referred as the major source of getting the big data. Major source of getting the big data. Getting my point? Next one after this, guys, you have the second source. So what is the second source? We can say second source as the banking application. So across the globe, the banking application is the major source, considered as the major source, guys. Banking applications are considered as the major source of getting the big data. The banking applications are considered as the major source of getting the big data. Major source of getting what's that? Big data. Major source of getting the big data. Suppose you go to a bank and get an entry done. So in your passbook, you have made some entries. That is some cash withdrawal entry and some deposit entry and some online transfer entry, some purchase entries, some entries you have made it. Okay, that means some transactions you have done it. So, but can you see here in this passbook, as you have made only 3 transactions, but it will give you some 7 to 8 lines code. Am I right? 7 to 8 lines it will print. Balance, it will print deduction after the debit balance. So that means type of data. That means banking data is considered as a massive or huge amount of data across the globe. Getting my point? So we can get the data, the big data. We can also get it from what? Banking applications. That means this we have discussed as a business now. Business means what? It can be social networking site, which is a one type of business. Banking application is the another type of business from where we get the data. Okay, then we can also get the data from what is that? Machine generated data. Machine generated data. So what do you mean machine generated data, guys? The data which is generated by a machine. Suppose you have a CT scan machine. Suppose you have a CT scan machine. Okay, so it scans of the human body, whereas the CT scan machine or MRI machine, okay, MRI scan or CT scan machine, whatever the machines you have it, okay, and then we have what's it? MRI, okay, scan, or else we can also have what is that? CT scan, MRI scan, and even the ECG machines. Okay, these are all the machines which generate some data. Am I right, guys? These are the machines which generate some data. Am I right, everyone? These are the machines which generates some data. Whereas even these machines, can you see here, generate some data. So this kind of data is also considered as the big data. That means a massive amount. The CT scan machine generates a very massive amount of data. So that is nothing but called as what? Machine generated data. Any that is machine which generates the data is called as what? Machine generated data. That's it. Okay. Then afterwards, guys, just a minute, 1 minute. Okay, guys, sorry. So now, guys, okay. So now, guys, after this, okay. So now, can you see here? This is nothing but the can you see here? Some that is machine generated data. After that, fourth one, what we can consider here is okay. That is called as what? IoT sensors, Internet of Things. Okay, IoT sensors. We get the data from what? Sensors. We get the data from what? Sensors. These sensors basically measures what is that? Pressure. Okay, and then it measures the okay that is even the okay gas pressure. Okay, and then it measures even the temperature. Okay, and even the okay wind. All these are the sensors which basically measures. But these sensors, how it generates, these all will be connected to computers, to required computers. So this computer generates the data here. The data will be recorded here, and this data will be further processed or transferred to us like this. From in the files we received, we extract it, we transform it, and we load it. Ultimately, it will go like this. Okay. So now, guys, so basically IoT sensors, I can give you one example. Guys, whenever you travel, and okay, like on the highways, once you will enter a basically a type of a town or a village. At the starting of this town or a village, you will find some a very big table fans which is rotating very slowly. Am I right? Which rotates very slowly. What it does exactly? That measures the wind, and those fans are nothing but a machines at sensors only, and those are connected to the computers. And whatever the thing is recorded, the data will be transferred to the computer, and from the computer again the data will be that is kept into the files, and again it is transformed further for this analysis. So basically this is how exactly the process moves on here. Okay, so guys, okay, all of you following or not, please let me know, guys.
Yeah, we can able to follow.
Now, next, after this, again, you have what is that? Guys, the fifth one is human generated data. Human generated data, it's not basically you will have that massive, but still it can be considered as a big data only. Human generated data means the data which is generated by you and me. Okay, the normal routine data, that is basically, you know, a kind of a human generated data. So this is also considered as the part of big data. But guys, this big data, is basically has some categories. That means we can say types of big data. We can have various types of big data. So now I will say types of big data. Now guys, what are the types of big data? Generally guys, you will have the following types of big data. The first type of big data which you can consider, okay, which you can consider, that is first type of big data which you can consider. Okay, the first type of big data which you can consider, the first type of big data which you can consider is called as what? Structured data. Structured data means what? I'll type it. Guys, I'm writing it: name, ID number, and salary. Can you see this is the thing we have it? Name is, let us say, Alan. And now guys, I'm using the ID number as something like this, and salary I'm making a sum, okay, 10,000. And Bobby, 20,000. Carl, 30,000. These are the basically, can you see here guys? This is the data where, can you see this data is in which format? It is in the proper format of rows and columns or not? These are the rows and these are the columns. Am I right guys, everyone? Yeah, these are the rows and these are the columns. This kind of data is proper data. Hence it is called as what? Structured data. This kind of data is called as what guys? Structured data. The data which is placed into the proper form of rows and columns. The data which is placed in the proper form of rows and columns is called as what? Structured data. Am I right, everyone? Yes, am I audible, guys? Yeah, what happened? Am I audible to everyone or not?
Yes.
So now, guys, this is nothing called as what? Structured data. Next one is, what is it? You have it. The second one is semi-structured data. Semi-structured data means what? This data is purely not structured as well as not unstructured. It is semi-structured. You will have some semi-structure, such as you have the data into what's that? JSON files. For example, I'll give you the JSON file, how the JSON file looks like and how the data will move. The data in the JSON file will be given in the curly braces. Now, if at all I'm writing the first, I'm calling, defining this data into JSON format, how the data will be. Let us see it here. Name under the quotes, double quotes, and use the colon, ALN. Now, guys, use a comma. After this, use it again. ID. ID. Then use it as it's a numeric data. Now you can place it normally. Again, we have what is that, guys? Under this, again, you have what is that? Car. That is salary. This is also numeric data, so hence you can leave it as it is. Do not place under this. And finally, after this is done, the data is closed, the braces. Can you see this kind of data is called as what? Semi-structured data. It is called as what, guys? Yeah, it is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. This kind of data is called as what? Semi-structured data. And now finally, the third one is called as what? Unstructured data. Unstructured data is nothing but guys, this unstructured data is nothing but basically there will be no particular structure, such as the photos in your mobile phone, the videos, the chat history, and the voice notes. All these comes under the unstructured data only. There is no proper structure for it. Okay, there will be no proper structure, guys. There will be no proper structure. There will be no proper structure. Okay, there will be no proper structure. All the that is nothing but data is called as what? Unstructured. 80% of the globe, 80% of the data from the globe, we'll get it in what? Unstructured format only. 80% of the data across the globe, we'll get it in what? Unstructured format only. So guys, these are the types of big data we can have: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. And this structured, semi-structured, and unstructured can be placed into what is that? Into this type of files, or into this databases, or we can extract it from the live streaming. Further, the as it is process. So this is how the entire structure works. So is everyone clear with this, guys, or you have any doubt? You can ask me now. Yes, guys, tell me. Guys, tell me now.
No, Samir, no doubts as of now.
Okay. So this is how the things works off. Okay, guys. That's it. So for the day, guys, that's it for the day. And
So with Azure Databricks, what kind of data we usually handles, like structured or non-structured?
unstructured only.
Unstructured only. Okay.
Unstructured, semi-structured, and structure. Three of them will handle it basically. Not mostly you will have semi-structured data.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it, guys. So this is the thing we have it. Please go ahead now.
So to learn database, do we need any predefined technical background? Hello,
Do you?
am I audible?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. No, I'm just asking, what are the prerequisites to learn this Azure database?
See,
I don't have any
basically,
background in the field.
yeah, prerequisites is that if you know the Python, or if you know the R, or if you know the SQL, that is very well. You can just understand the code what you can do. If not, also I will explain you, and you have to put your efforts much on that, because this is basically a purely type of a technical job where you have it. What we are doing in Databricks. If you don't want the amount of coding, you don't need actually the coding. Simply you can go with the ADF rather than going with the ADB.
Okay, so I'm basically ETL background. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest? Should I go for ADF or ADB? I'm not really sure, and I would like to
You're basically you're from technical background or non-technical, or
I am basically an ETL developer, Informatica developer.
Then you can go with the ADB. Why not? Definitely ADB will work for you.
Okay. And to be Azure data engineer, what are the services we need to know? Like
to be an Azure data engineer, if you know ADF, then also you'll call as a Azure data engineer. If you know ADB, then also it is called as then also you are called as a Azure data engineer. If you know the Synapse, then also you will call as a Azure data engineer only.
Okay, so either one also should be fine, that means, right?
Yeah,
no,
that's
I heard the reason I'm asking, I heard ADF also like something like it's an ETL tool only, and here you have mentioned ADB also ETL tool only, right?
See, if you have what is the companies are doing till the job of data ingestion in a project. I'm telling you the live session, live scenario what is going on right now in most of the projects. Up to the data ingestion, ingestion means what? Extraction. Up to this data extraction, they're using the ADF. Further, for transformation and loading, they're using the ADB. some projects.
Okay.
Because you have more good facilitation, or we can say good facilities, or very flexible to perform the process of data ingestion using this that is ADF, because ADF does not uses any code. It is basically a menu driven this thing. But here you will have to write the code for everything, extraction again, transformation, and again loading again. Basically using this ADB you can design. It is mainly focused on the visualization, data visualization. That means visualization in the sense performing the analysis on the data, etc.
Okay. So my understanding is like ADF might be something like a tool based, like ETL.
You can go with
And
this ADF or ADB, anything, because already you have a technical background. You need not worry about it.
Okay. And both are not, if I would like to join any training, both are not.
Both means it will be very good. No issues.
Okay. I'm trying to join any one of these. So what is this? Should I start with ADF or ADB? Like being an ETL.
That you have to decide it. I can't tell, because you basically, I'm telling you now, if you are mainly, you think that you can manage the amount of coding, then you can go with the ADB. If you don't want the coding, because ADB is required anyways in the process. One time in one situation, you can do the job without ADF also. But ADB is very mandatory to have it, mostly. So just how it's better to have ADB knowledge. You can just decide it. That's not a problem. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Any other questions?
Sir, may I know what is Synapse used for?
Synapse is totally a visualization process. It is basically called as a data warehouse of Azure. Synapse. Okay. So data visualization, analysis. I told you now, analysis, data visualization, all analysis from this part. Once the data is loaded into that sync system, from here the data is picked up. And now we use a technique called OLAP, online analytical process. And this using this artificial intelligence or machine learnings, all this we apply it further on this data. Whereas can you see here the machine learning, artificial intelligence, or machine learning or artificial intelligence, all this is the part of what is that we have it. The Synapse performs this job, this type of job, more focusing on the visualization of the data.
So, sir, like I just wanted to know, ADF and ADB are enough to crack a job in the current market scenario?
More than enough, more than enough. Synapse, see, in this particular course, we are covering Synapse. We are covering integration with even the Snowflake. I'm covering integration with even the Amazon Web Services, integration with all various things I'm using up here. So anyways, you will not have anything where you need not do that. So you can do it very well. That's not a problem.
Okay, so sir, ADF and ADB are enough, right?
Yeah, that's more than ADF is enough. ADB individually is also enough. ADF and ADB combination, okay, if you have that, it's very good. If not, it's not like that. If you know ADF, you don't get a job. Definitely you will get the job, even if you know the ADF or not, or the ADB. That's not a thing. There is a misconception in the market that if you know the ADF, you should also know this ADB, then only you'll get a job. It's not like that. These are two different services you have it. ADF has its own functionality and ADB has its own functionality.
Okay. The only thing is just the market is a bit low, so worried, that's all.
Market is obviously in this November and December, the market will be low.
Okay.
Always, again, it will pick up after January 15th.
Okay.
That is the every year issue you will have it in the IT sector.
Okay.
Whether you go with the training or whether you go for real-time jobs searching, everything, but the slang will be like that. See, every batch I'll be having 50 to 60 students, but this November and December I have a less amount of students. That obvious. That it does not mean that the market is drawn out. Of course, the flow will move. It will slow down automatically. It will pick up, because right now most of the times even in the US this ending of the year, so everyone will be prepared for Easter and everything, Christmas. So things will slow down because we are totally dependent on the all yeah, the US and the UK and Europe, and where all the Western countries we're depending upon for the data, for project, everything. So obviously it will have an impact even on our life, isn't it or not?
Yeah, correct.
That's the thing.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, guys. Good morning. So my name is Samir, and I'll be a faculty for this ADB. And when it comes to my experience, I'll just walk you through. I have around 10 plus years of experience in IT, and on the clouds since the past 3 years. I'm working onto this cloud technologies. Okay, that's it. Working in some corporate. Okay, so guys, let us start with this now. So what is, before we go ahead, let us see. And guys, I want everyone to just have an interaction. So I want the session to be an interactive rather than me talking on a side. I want everyone to interact with me. Okay, guys. So let us start with this. So let us say here, Azure data engineering. What is Azure data engineering? Yes, guys. Everyone, I'm audible. Please.
It's audible, Samir. Audible.
Okay, so now this is what is Azure data engineering. So basically, Azure data engineering is packed is a packed into the is a packed in the form of services. In the form of what is that? Services. Azure data engineering is packed in the form of what? Services. The following are the various services provided for various operations in the that is nothing but in the Azure data engineering. So the following are the services. Let us see what is a first one. What is it? You have it. We have the first one here as a Azure. Is Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks. And then we have the next one after this. We have the Azure Data Factory. And apart from this, we have the next service that is called as Azure Synapse. Azure Synapse. And next one after this, Many services are there, but I'm listing few of them. Okay, so we have the Azure artificial intelligence, AI, or else we can also refer it as a ML, that is called as machine learning. Okay, so these all are the services packed into this Azure data engineering. That means all end-to-end solutions for the data. That is nothing but data engineering means end-to-end solutions for the data. So now, guys, what is this Azure data that is Azure data bricks is used, and what is the purpose of it? So, guys, this service called Azure data bricks is provided by the Microsoft to perform the job of ETL. So, guys, what is this ETL? Where ETL stands for what? Extraction, transformation, transformation. Okay, guys, extraction, transformation, and loading. So the Azure Databricks is provided for Azure Databricks is a service provided by the Microsoft within the Azure data engineering for the purpose of extraction, transformation, and loading. Guys, this extraction, transformation, and loading, what it is? Let us try to understand this first. So guys, this extraction, transformation, and loading is nothing but it is a process. It is a process where, guys, it is a process where data is summarized. Where the data is summarized. Where the data is summarized. Where the data is, what is that? Summarized. And this summarized data is used for decision making. This summarized data is used for what? Decision making. So whereas what is this process of extraction, transformation, and loading? So this process of, guys, extraction, transformation, and loading, this process of extraction, transformation, and loading basically consists of, requires the following. What is that? Source, that means what? Source, and the next one it requires as a target. Source and the target. Now, guys, what is a source and what is a target? So basically, between the source and the target, this process of ETL is applied always. Okay, irrespective of whatever the thing service we use it. Generally, I'm talking about the ETL. That is nothing but ETL is the process where the data, guys, ETL is the process. ETL is a process where the data is summarized. Okay, so what is the source? What is this target? Let us try to understand this, guys. Source is a place where we get the raw data. Source is a place where we get, what is that, guys? Raw data. And whereas this raw data is extracted as per the requirement in the process of extraction. This raw data is extracted as per the requirement in the process of extraction. And once the extraction means what? Picking up the data. Whereas after this process of extraction is done, the process of transformation is implemented. Transformation is the actual process where the data is converted into the required format by the customer. And once the transformation is done, guys, on the data or applied on the data is finally prepared and it is loaded. And it is what? Loaded. And where it is loaded? It is loaded into the target, that is called as a destination. Getting my point? Now, guys, this is a bit technical. I want to simplify it and explain it to you. Okay, what exactly? Now, guys, All of you are you able to hear my voice? Everyone, please come out.
Yeah.
So now, guys, suppose you go to a supermarket to buy a vegetables. You go to a supermarket to buy a vegetables. Tell me now, what are the different? That is, how many vegetables will be there in a supermarket? Let us say Reliance Fresh. You have been to the Reliance Fresh to buy the fresh vegetables. Now tell me, how many vegetables you have it? You will be having many, almost all vegetables you will have it. Am I right? So now, guys, tell me a answer now. Do you purchase all the vegetables or you will purchase only those vegetables which is required for you? Yes, my question is that you have been to a
Required
supermarket.
vegetables.
Yes, guys, you have been to supermarket and that is more supermarket, or you have been to a that is Reliance Fresh, where you can find many vegetables. Are you going to purchase all the vegetables or some of the vegetables?
Only required vegetables will purchase.
Required. That means before leaving, you will decide what curry has to be cooked. What curry has to be cooked. Based on that curry, you're going to buy the vegetables. Am I right? Some 2-3 vegetables. So now what you're doing is, suppose you have been to a supermarket and picked up some 5 vegetables out of some 100 vegetables are there. Different varieties of 100 vegetables are there. Out of those 100 vegetables, you are purchasing only 5 vegetables. Why those 5? Because that is required for the cooking process. You want to cook only those 5. Am I right? You're picked up. You're picked up. What you will do, once you pick up, you'll put it into your basket, bill it off, everything is done. Now you will come home. Now tell me, what is the form of vegetables now?
It's raw form.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So the vegetables in the raw form. So now, guys, what you will do? You have to eat those vegetables. You have to eat those vegetables. As we are human, so we require to eat those vegetables, but we need to cook it. Am I right? Cook it. So what you will do? You will cut the vegetables, chop the vegetables, everything. You will do it, and then you will put it on a, that is nothing but you put it on a stove, and ultimately from the raw farm, all the 5 vegetables you will pour it in one that is nothing but bowl, and you will cook it. You will cook it. That means you're converting this raw form of vegetables into cooked format. Am I right or not? Are you changing the form of vegetables or not for eating purpose? Yes, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, you have converted. Ultimately, the vegetables are cooked. The vegetables are cooked. Now the curry is ready. So that means what you're doing, you have bought the raw vegetables. You have first of all picked up the vegetables. You have been to the supermarket and picked up the vegetables. And once you have picked up the vegetables, what you are doing, you bought them home and cut it off and chopped it. And once the chopping, everything is done, you are changing the form of those vegetables from the raw form to what is that? Cooked form, as per our requirement. Ultimately, once the vegetables is cooked and ready, then what you will do? Finally, you will eat. That is nothing but called as what? Loading. Same way, guys, picking up the vegetables. Picking up the vegetables from multiple 100 vegetables are there, but you are picking up only 5 vegetables. And those vegetables, picking up the process of vegetables from the supermarket is called as what? Extraction. It is called as the process of what? Extraction. Whereas the extraction is done, then what you are doing? Transform. That means you're getting them home and chopping them, cutting them, and putting them into the bowl to cook, and ultimately cooking those vegetables. That means you are converting the raw vegetables to what is that? Cooked format in the form of a curry. Am I right or not? Ultimately, once that is called as a process of what? Cooking is the process of transforming. Cooking is the process of what? Transforming. Ultimately, once the transformation is done, finally your destination is what? Your destination is the curry. So curry, you will eat it. That's it. That is nothing but finally the process of loading is nothing but cooking. That's nothing but eating the same. So hence This is actually, you have the process in what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. That's it, guys. Nothing else. There is no technicality. There is no something is, where you need to worry about how the things will move on. All the things you need not worry about this. Simply extraction, transformation, and loading is the process. Extraction, transformation, and loading is the process of converting the picking up the required data, and transforming the data as per the requirement, and ultimately transformed data, you will load it into the target. Okay. So guys, is it clear for everyone what is ETL actually? Yes, guys, I want an answer, ma, please. Huh?
Yes.
Okay. So before we see some examples on how actually this process has taken place, let us try to understand few more things here, then we'll come back to this. Let us try to understand first of all, what is a cloud, what is a clouds, and what is an on-premises. Then we'll come back to this. Okay. So first of all, let us try to understand what is cloud. So now guys, because what is it you have it? Azure data engineering is a cloud-based engineering, cloud-based data engineering. Am I right? So now guys, I wanted to explain you, or let us try to understand first of all, guys, what is a clouds and what is an on-premises. Let us try to understand first of all what is a cloud basically. Okay. So guys, when it comes to this cloud, okay, just forget about this cloud. I'll just give you an example for this. Now guys, all of you are using the mobile phones. Am I right? All of you are using the mobile phones or not, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I want a reply from every one of you. Please, guys, try to respond. Yes, are you using the mobile phone or not?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So now every one of you, us, is using the mobile phone. Now, guys, when it comes to this mobile phone, you in the mobile phone, we have some memory. Will it be there, memory or not?
Yes.
Every mobile has some memory or not?
Yeah.
So now, what are the types of memories you will have in your mobile phone? Can you tell me? Yes, guys.
Mobile SD memory.
Yes, mobile internal memory and scan disk memory. That means you will have the memories in a mobile phone. You will have the memory in the mobile phone, such as what is that? SD card memory. So I'm writing it here. In mobile, you will have the memory. So that memory is called as mobile inbuilt memory. Am I right? With every default you purchase a mobile phone, you will get mobile memory as a free. Am I right? Mobile memory as free. Apart from the mobile memory, guys, you will also have, okay, you will also have, guys, you will also have a memory that is called as SD card memory. What do you mean SD card memory, guys? SD card memory is nothing but scan disk card memory. That means, suppose every mobile you are getting it with a 16 GB internal storage memory. That means this 16 GB, guys, this 16 GB is a default memory. That means in your mobile phone, you can store up to 16 GB memory. Whereas if you require to store more memory, rather than thus you want to store one more, that is nothing but 32 GB of memory you wanted to store it. For that, what we do, we buy an external SD card and we will just put it in your mobile phone. Okay, put it in your mobile phone, and from that point onwards, you can use this memory of 32. So now tell me, totally what is the amount of memory you have it in your mobile phone now? 32 plus 16. Guys, tell me now. 32 plus 16 means what? Guys,
48
32.
GB. 48 GB.
Very good. So 48 GB memory. Totally, you can store up to 48 GB memory now in your mobile phone along with SD card. Now, the question is that now the further I have some more videos and photos, etc., which is amounting to around 100 GB. 100 GB. Let us assume amounting to around 500 GB. Now tell me, how do you store this 500 GB memory? You already utilize the 32 GB, you already utilize the 16 GB memory. You have to store more 500 GB memory is required now. So now tell me guys, what is the way you adopt it? Just think generally, because we do it in the daily basis, this kind of job. Tell me now.
OneDrive or Google Drive will push.
Very good, very good. So that means you will now take the support of a Google Drive. Am I right? Google Drive. But the problem is that Google is also providing you by default 15 GB as the memory. Am I right? Huh? 15 GB of the memory by default Google is providing to you. But now you have to store 15 GB or 500 GB, guys? 500 GB. So now what you have to do? Tell me now. Tell me, guys. Yeah, please. Guys, please tell me, ma. Did you get my question? What I mean to tell you? If you get the question, just simply say yes, or else I'll repeat the question once again. My question is that, I'll repeat the question once again. My question is that now, my mobile memory already has 16 GB memory, and SD card, I have installed it. I've put some SD card and it has the 32 GB memory. Totally both the memories amounting to 48 GB, but I have some more 500 GB memory to be stored. So for that, I took the support of Google Drive, and Google Drive is providing only 15 GB memory. What is the alternative for me now?
External hard disk.
Huh?
External hard disk.
External hard disk, that is fine. Okay. But I want the data. Okay, no problem. One more way is that you can ask the Google. That is fine. That is very good. Okay. But here the thing is that you can ask the Google to increase the size. That means from 15 GB, I want 500 GB. So Google is providing, Google will provide you 500 GB of memory free of cost, or they will charge something for it? They will charge. That means after 15 GB, even if you store 0.1 MB also, okay, then it is going to charge you. So you can buy the space on the Google Drive by paying some cost. Now guys, totally I bought it. I bought this one also. Everything is done now. Totally the amount of memory. What is that amount of memory I have? 548 GB memory totally I have it now. Totally how much memory I have it? 548 GB. That means 48 GB in my mobile phone and 500 on my Google Drive. Now one fine day, I lost my mobile phone. One fine day, I lost my mobile phone, guys. That is my query. Now my query is that when I lose my mobile phone, so I could not able to trace it off. Now the question is that I bought a new mobile phone. I have to buy a new mobile phone. Hence, I bought the new mobile phone. Now, once you bought a new mobile phone, guys, please tell me, can you recollect this 48 GB? Can you recollect this 500 GB memory or not?
500 GB is possible. 48 GB is not possible.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So we can say that 500 GB, you can recollect it by just using the synchronize option. You can just log in with your mail ID, enter the password, and in the same way you can recollect it. But what about the 48 GB? The 48 GB memory is lost with the mobile phone, because this memory is called as physical memory. Am I right? This memory is called as what? Physical memory. Physical memory. So hence I cannot recollect it. Whereas the memory or the data which is stored on the Google Drive can be recollected. So we can say that the Google Drive, we can call it as a cloud. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Google memory is called as what? Cloud memory. Google memory is called as what is that, guys? Cloud memory, cloud data memory. It is called as what? Cloud data memory. Cloud data memory. Whereas the physical memory of your mobile phone, we can refer it as what? On-premises memory. Am I right, guys? I can refer it as what? on premises. So now tell me, what is the drawback, guys? Now tell me, what is the drawback you have? What is the drawback you have between on-premises memory and cloud memory? On-premises memory, once you lose your mobile phone, you cannot recollect it. But the same can be recollected using the cloud. Am I right or not? So now this is the drawback. You have it in the on-premises data. So now, guys, just for 548 GB, which is required for us, now what we have done, we took the support of the cloud rather than taking the support of the mobile phone. So in the same way, what you have done, tell me now, what you have done, that means you have moved physically, guys, you have moved physically from the cloud, from the physical mobile phone memory to what is that? Cloud memory. That is called as Google Drive memory. Am I right or not? So nowadays, every one of us storing the data in mobile phone inbuilt memory, or we are storing it data into the Google Drive, guys, tell me now. Huh?
Google Drive.
Most of us, every time we will store the data in the Google Drive. Am I right, everyone? So why do you store the data in the Google Drive? Tell me now.
You can recover.
Yes, can recover it. Suppose tomorrow you have traveled to other country, suppose United States of America, and did not take your mobile phone now. Now what happened is, as you did not take your mobile phone and you are there finally into this some United States of America, so can you get this Google Drive memory resaved to your mobile phone in even after reaching the USA? Tell me now, guys.
Yeah.
Of course, that means the access is possible even irrespective of the location. So we can say that we can access this data which is stored in the Google Drive from anywhere in the world. Am I right? From anywhere in the world without worrying about the physical location where my data is stored. The same way, guys, tell me now, actually Google Drive is stored where? The Google Drive stores the data into the cloud environment. Into what is that? Cloud environment. So cloud environment is what? Ultimately, cloud environment is nothing but ultimately it stores the data physically into the data centers. Every cloud provider has the data centers, and now in these data centers the entire physical data will be stored. In this data centers the physical data will be stored. Am I right, guys, everyone? Okay. Somebody just put it yourself in mute mode. I think there is no issues from my end. Yeah, guys, okay, now fine now. So now I think the voice is, background voice is not there. It's fine now. Okay, guys, there is no disturbance now, I think, from the background. Please say yes.
Yeah, it's fine now.
So now, guys, now in the same way, guys, here you have a cloud and on-premises. Cloud means what? Cloud is nothing but storing the data onto the Google Drive is your cloud environment. And now, guys, on-premise is nothing but storing the data into your mobile phone physical memory. Mobile phone memory. Mobile phone memory is called as what? On-premises. Is called as what, guys? What is it called as? On-premises. Am I right, guys? So now, guys, as we are an individual, still we wanted to save the data. Still we wanted to move it from the physical memory to what? Google Drive memory. In the same way, lot of the corporates, many corporates, now what they're doing is they're planning or they are moving from the physical data to what is that? Cloud data. So for that, many cloud providers has come out. Many cloud providers has come out to provide the support for it. So for that, the following are the cloud providers we have it. What is that? The first one is called as what? Azure. Azure is a cloud provider from Microsoft. So Microsoft, what it is doing is it is marketing their product, the cloud product. It is marketing its cloud product with a name called what? Azure. Okay. And then we have what is that? The next one provider as what? Amazon, or we can say AWS. AWS is from what? Yes, Amazon Web Service. Amazon Web Service. And the third one, what is that you have it? Google, GCP. So we have the GCP, which stands for what? Google Cloud Platform. Google Cloud Platform. Okay, guys, Google Cloud Platform. Then afterwards, then we have what is that? Alibaba. This is a China-based, okay, that is cloud provider. And now then we have what is that? We have the SAP Cloud. SAP Cloud. Likewise, then you have even the SAP Cloud is there, Oracle Cloud is there, etc., etc., etc. These are all the cloud providers. But whereas the market leader is the two or three, first three are the market leaders. And number one is the Azure. Number one is the Azure in providing the cloud services. So now, guys, these cloud services are basically classified or divided into three categories. These cloud services are basically classified or divided into three categories. What is that? First one is called as what? IaaS. IaaS means what, guys? IaaS stands for what? Infrastructure. Infrastructure as a service. And then you have what's that? PaaS. PaaS stands for what, guys? PaaS stands for what? Platform as a service. Then, guys, third one is SaaS. SaaS stands for what, guys? Software as a service. Software as a service. Guys, these are the three different services provided by the cloud providers. That means IaaS as a service, PaaS as a service, and SaaS as a service. These are the three categories of services provided by the cloud providers. Getting my point? So now entire cloud service is classified or built according to these categories: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Infrastructure as a service means what, guys? Suppose just now we have discussed that you require 500 GB of data to be stored. That means you require what? Space on the cloud. Space on the cloud to store the 500 GB data. Am I right? So whereas this all storages, suppose you require what is it? All the storages. How much storage you require it? 500 GB or 1000 okay, petabyte. Okay, petabyte. So all these, okay, all these, can you see here? All this is the responsibility of the that is nothing but the cloud provider, and it provides this service in the form of what? Infrastructure as a service. Now, guys, you require a RAM, random access memory. You require a RAM speed of let us say 56 GB. So now, guys, you need not buy an external RAM, anything. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider that this is the RAM speed you require it. So he will set it for you. So you need not worry about the physical components or the physical parts now. Getting my point? Next, after this, platform as a service. Suppose, guys, suppose. What is platform, guys? What is platform? Platform is generally a type of an operating system. Now, guys, we are using Android as an operating system, and can you see here? That is nothing but Apple is using some operating system. Okay, so hence these are the various operating system. Okay, these are the various operating system used by the various that is nothing but various mobiles, we can say. In the same way, if at all you have a computer, so generally in the computer, what is the operating system we use it, guys? Can you tell me what is the operating system we use it in a PC, guys? Tell me now. Generally we use the Windows as operating system. But now my question is that I have a very massive amount of data, and this massive amount of data is not supported on the Windows operating system most of the time. Let us assume banking data. Banking data is very huge, massive amount of data. So now it is not supported on the Windows operating system. Hence, we require some other operating system that is called as what? Mainframes. Mainframes is an operating system. Mainframes is an operating system from what? IBM. So you need not buy the license of this. You need not worry about the operating system. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider Azure that you require the mainframes operating system. He will take care. And now, guys, suppose you require some softwares. Softwares in the sense you require some reporting softwares, or you require some analytical software, such as you require some you require some softwares, or you require any kind of reporting. That is nothing but, suppose you require Power BI, or suppose you require some Cognos. You need not buy the license of this, need not worry about this. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider that you require it. He is going to buy that for you. He is going to buy that for you. Everything is taken care by that is nothing but by the cloud provider in the service called what? Software as a service. So these are the three categories of services we have it. So whereas the cloud providers has divided their service based on these three, and based on these three categories only they will bill you. They are going to bill you. It is as simple as, guys, as simple as simply you log into this. You have the OTT platforms is there, Amazon Prime, Netflix, etc. What you will do, you will enter your mobile number and a password. That's it. You will enter it into the application, and once you enter into the application, if you want to watch a new movie, then you have to subscribe that particular premium subscription or not. Tell me now, guys. You need to buy a subscription or not, premium subscription, to watch a latest movie. Yes, tell me. Do we require to buy it or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, required.
So in the same way here also, whichever the service is required, in the same way, simply we need to buy it from the Azure. Buy means what? Here we are just that means utilizing it, paying it. That's it. Utilizing and paying the cost. It is just like renting off. Okay, without having an ownership, without claiming an ownership, you can do your task just by paying them. Okay, just by paying them the cost of the same. So whereas where these are the three categories of service provided by the cloud. Now, guys, the cloud is clear for me, and on premises is also clear for me. Everything is clear. But my question is that source, target, and this thing is done already. This is also extraction, transformation, loading done. But my question is that what is exactly the use of the ADB, that is called as Azure Databricks? What it does, we have to understand this. So now, guys, let us come back here. When it comes to the Azure Databricks is a service of Microsoft, which is provided to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. To perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. The Azure Databricks is a service of a Microsoft provided to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Okay, guys. Now, when it comes to this Azure Database, exactly, let us try to understand this ETL with some example. Guys, here I have a data. So let us say here, I have some data here. So I'm using it this as a source. And now I have the source. And now, guys, in the bottom, I'll write the target. My query is that I have a data of a supermarket, and supermarket data is given like this: product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. Now, guys, some this you can see here. Now my query is that, guys, and here is the customer. The customer is here. The customer is here. The customer wanted to know, guys, this is a customer. That customer means what? The owner of the supermarket is a customer for us. This customer wanted to know what is the change in sales. or what is the sales difference on 21st of this month and 22nd of this month, whether the sales has increased between these two dates or not. He wanted to know first of all. So guys, first of all, to know this query or to report him the same to the customer, what is that you require it? You require the source, and the source consisting of the following information. What is that? Product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, date of sales. Let us give the product ID is something like this. Product rate, let us give it as 100 rupees, and the quantity sold is 10, and then you have a date of sales. Date of sale is 21, guys, 21/11/2022. And then you have the product something like this, okay, product ID, and the rate is 200, and the quantity sold is 05, and now the date of sales is 21/11/2022. And then I have something like this. So I have 500/02, and now guys I have 21/11/2022. Now guys, this is the thing we have it. First day, that means what? 21st data is already recorded. Do we have 22nd data? No, we will write the 22nd data. So as you wanted to write the 22nd data, simply what I will do is I'll copy this information and I'll paste it here. Okay, that's it guys. Let us see it here how to make it. So simply copy this information and I'm pasting it the same information. But now what I will do is, instead of this, I will make it as 200, rate is 200, and here I'll make it as rate as 300, and here I'll make the rate as 1000. That's it. Okay. Just now guys, product quantity sold as it is, but I'm changing the date here. What's the date? 22, 22, and now guys 22, 22. Now guys, here you have it. Now tell me now, as you have this 2 days data, tell me now, the 2 days data is here or not, guys? Now to tell me, is there any difference in the sales? Is there any difference in the sales from 21st to 22nd? Can you tell me, guys?
Yes, different is there, sir. Different is there.
Difference is there. How can you say? How can you say? Just by looking into the data. Am I right or not? Just by looking into the data, yeah, just by looking into the data, you can say there is a difference. Why you are able to say? Because you have only how many records are there, guys? Totally 6 records. Very simple, small data. You can look it here and decide it. Am I right or not, everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. If you have massive amount of data, can you look onto the data and decide it or not? Suppose each table having some 1 lakh records. Can you decide it by looking into the records?
No, not possible.
Not possible. So for that, here we use the technique. What is that? ETL. Let us see how the ETL is applied here. Extraction. ETL stands for what? Extraction. 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 Let us see how the extraction is done here. The first process of extraction is that where you have to pick up. Where you have to pick up. Do we require the product ID to find out the net sales amount of the day? Do you require the product ID, guys?
Not required.
Not required. Do you require the product rate?
Yes, required.
Required.
Quantity sold?
Required.
Date of sales?
Required.
So now guys, I'm picking up these 3 columns. Picking up these 3 columns is the process of what is that? It is the process of extraction. It is the process of what? Extraction. Now the columns are picked up. Now guys, next comes transformation. Picking up is done. Transformation. Now in the transformation, how can you find out the net? You want to find out the net sales amount each day. So to find out the net sales amount, do we need to perform some arithmetic operations on the data or not? That means some mathematical calculations is required or not?
Yes.
Hello, can anyone hear the voice?
Yes, yes.
Sir, screen is not visible.
Actually, he's left. He's left. Maybe he's facing network issue.
Okay, okay.
Shamil is not there.
Sorry guys, got disconnected due to some network issue. Sorry. Okay. Hello, I'm audible now?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm audible now. Yeah, so got disconnected due to some this thing, network issue. Okay, so now guys, okay, we were just a minute. So just a minute. I'm just looking out for this. I don't have this host rights. Just a minute. Let me call the people to provide me the host right, because once
Because you can provide a host rights to Shami. Might be or is the host.
I'm audible, guys. Please tell me, I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Now guys, see here. So we have, what is that? We were discussing about the calculations. 100 into 10 is what is 1000. 200 into 5 is what? 1000. 500 into 2 what? Again, tell me now, guys. 1000. Now tell me, guys. You have one totally. Calculate the sum here. What is the sum? Can you tell me the sum, guys? The sum of these three is what? Yes, guys, the sum of these three is what? It is 3000. So I can say that. Can I say that here? Can you see? 3000 is the net sales amount. Am I right, guys? Am I right, everyone? So this you are doing it under the process of transformation. Now, it is done for the 21st day. What about the 22nd day? Guys, can you tell me? Please come out, all of you. Help me out in this. Yes, guys. Tell me now, for the 22nd day, 200 into 10 means what? 200 into 10 means what, guys? Tell me now. 2000. 300 into 5 means what, guys? Tell me now.
1500.
Yes? Huh?
1500.
Very good. 1000 into 2 means what?
2000.
Very good. So now calculate the sum now.
5500.
Very good. So now, guys, 5500. $5,500. Now, guys, this is the net sales amount. Now, guys, this process is called as a transformation process. It's done now. Finally, you will be loading. Where you will be loading the data, guys? Tell me now. Finally, you will be loading the data into the target. So how will I load the data? I will load the data like this. See here, I'm loading the data. So net sales amount underscore sales underscore amount. Net sales amount is what, guys? Tell me now. Net sales amount is what? 3000. And now for which date it is? So I'm declaring one more column here. Oh yes, that is date of sales. Date of sales is, I'm using it as 21/11/2022. And then we have, what is that, guys? Tell me now. 5500, and it is on 22nd/11/2022. Now, guys, this particular thing, that is nothing but called as output. Now, can you see here? This entire thing, what you have done, guys? Can you see this entire thing? What we have done? We have transformed this much data. Can you see here? This much data of two tables I have transformed into one table and in the summarized manner. So this data, you can report it to the customer, stating that this is the difference of sales between 21st and 22nd day of November 2022. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Huh? This process is called as the process of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. And this is done by using the Azure Databricks here. By using, what is that? Azure Databricks. It is done by the process called what? Using the service called what? Azure Databricks, where extraction, transformation, and loading of data is done by the Azure Databricks. Clear, all of you now? Now, as a part of this course, guys, we are going to see this Azure Databricks. Okay, Azure Databricks, and the total duration of this course will be 60 hours. Okay, 60 hours, but it will be, we are quoting it as 60, but it will go beyond the 60 hours because we have many live scenarios we are going to look into. Okay, and that's the thing, we have it. And we are going to start the classes from tomorrow, the same 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay, guys, 10:15 in the morning. That's the timings we have it. 10:15 to around 11:30. Every day you will have 1 hour 15 minutes class, 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes class. And next, after this, guys, when it comes to this, the classes after this, even the resume planning and everything will be given to you as a support. Okay, and contents brochure, you can check it. Okay, Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks both are used for the same process, but Azure Databricks, here you can use the it is called as CUI that is called as character user interface, where you need to use different languages: Python, Scala, R, and SQL. These are the 4 languages used in the bricks, Azure Databricks. Whereas in the Azure Data Factory, it is totally a menu driven. It is totally a menu driven. Both performs the same job. Both performs the same job, but this is a menu driven, and this is a that is nothing but the code based. You have it. Okay, so that's it about this thing. And every day we will have the class 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes, and Saturday, Monday to Saturday, Friday you will have the classes. So generally Saturdays and Sundays I don't take the classes. If it is required to cover up the portion, then we will continue on Saturdays, guys. That's the only thing we have. Okay, so now you can ask me any questions if you have. Please go ahead.
Sir, like I just wanted to know, there is coding part is there in the curriculum, so we need to learn coding as well.
Yes, of course. Coding means whichever it is required, we will discuss it in the class itself. As such, separately, you need not learn the coding somewhere going outside. Okay. So what is that? I will explain you. That will be easy only, not so tough enough for people, what the people think. Okay. So we will be seeing here the coding in 4 different languages. See, there is SQL, Python, R, and Scala. I'll write the coding. Yeah.
Sir, like what is PySpark that I'm hearing a lot about?
See, PySpark is basically Python and Spark together. It is called as Spark, PySpark. PySpark.
Okay. Okay. Do we need to learn that also for ADB?
Yes, of course. I will teach you that PySpark also. I'll teach.
Okay. 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 Thanks, sir.
Okay, that's thank you. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, this is a duration, sir.
Duration will be 60 hours.
Okay. Okay.
60 hours.
Azure Data Factory. Is it required to learn both Azure Data Factory and Azure Database
It
for
basically
industries?
there is see guys, there is no connection between Azure Data Factory and database. If you learn it, that is up to you. If you don't learn it, then also no problem. You can get the job individually on Azure Databricks as well as on the Data Factory. These are two different services you have it. Okay.
Sir, if there any deployment process are you explaining, sir? Deployment processing.
Yes, of course, deployment process we will see now anyways. Without the this is all a technical subject.
Yes, sir. So ADF also there, right? ADF and ADB. Okay, deployment process is required. That finally classes over, right?
Yes. Yes.
Sir,
We
is there
will
any
see that
combined
difference.
batch for both Databricks and Data Factory? Is there any combined batch? I mean,
see, you will have Data Factory batch is morning 7 a.m. started today itself along with you, and Databricks is this time. Combined batches means these are two different services, so I teach them differently.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Combinedly we'll see a type of a project anyways, a case study you can say, not exactly the project, case study I can see. See, basically, when it comes to the data, someone is typing. So what is that? Monitor, optimize data storage, data processing. All this is covered, guys. And whatever the training we are going to look into, it is basically okay. More than enough to write a certification also. Certification for ADB whenever you want to write it. Okay, this is enough. So as a part of even the that is nothing but everyday videos will be provided to you. That's it.
sir,
Any other questions if you have? You can.
any batch for the evening? Any batch for the evening?
Right now, no, there is no batch in the evening. So morning batches only we have it. It's there, one batch is there, but it's already started 12 to 14 days back, it has started already. Yeah, 12 classes is already done with that.
Samit sir, ADB and ADF both are providing Azure, right? Microsoft. What is the main difference between ADB and ADF?
Basically, the ADF, what they are using is, if there is a project in where you are going to use the ADF and ADB both, the ADF is used for data ingestion process. Up to only data ingestion process only, the ADF they are using it. Further, after the data ingestion of the data, that means insertion of the data. Okay, once the data is inserted, the data picking up the data from there and preparing or moving the data into Delta Lake and then performing the visualization. For all this process, we are using the ADB only.
Okay, got it.
Yes, any other questions, guys? Okay,
Sir,
that's it, guys.
Any specific software we have to download for this?
No software is required. No software is required. No licenses is required. Simple, very subscription. I'll tell you. I'll show you. You have to subscribe that. That's it. No software, no piracy, nothing is there. No piracy,
yeah,
no
but it, yeah, but it is asking some card, yeah, credit card number asking.
Yeah, credit card, obviously. That is for free subscription. It will take you, it will charge some 2 rupees from a credit card. And the free subscription will be valid for 30 days. Okay. And after that, you have to go for pay as you go model. That pay as you go model will not cost you if you based on your usage only. It is just like pay as you go means it will not charge you more than 700 to 800 for an individual. So okay, because we are working on, because we are working on an type of an organization. Then even I'm taking multiple batches. Even then I'm not getting the bill more than 2,000 rupees per month, 2,000 to 2,500. But there is a technique for saving this. That is nothing but how to save the cost and all. I will that is anyways tell you those techniques. So if you follow that, that's not a problem for you to make out. That's the thing.
Yeah, can you providing that license code in per practice purpose? Yeah, can you provide license account? Sorry, can you providing account so for a practice purpose?
Account, you can take it. It's not me to provide you. You can take it directly. I'll show you the way how to create account, everything. I'll show you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, guys, any other questions? Okay, guys, thank you. Then we'll meet tomorrow morning at the same time. Yeah, please go ahead. Any questions?
Okay, sir. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. We'll meet tomorrow. 10:15. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so now let us start with the this Azure Databricks. Okay, guys, so now the Azure Databricks will just go ahead. Now, as you know, yesterday already we have discussed about these things. What is an Azure Databricks? So basically, the Azure Databricks is nothing but the Azure Databricks is a service. Is what is that? It is a service. It is a service provided by what is it? Microsoft. It is a service provided by what? Microsoft in order to perform the job of what is that? Extraction, transformation, and loading. That is nothing but ETL. Okay. So that is nothing but Azure Databricks is a service provided by Microsoft to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and loading. Okay. Now, so this process of ETL, guys, tell me now, this process of ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and loading requires what? Yes, guys, you require two things. One is the source, another one is what is the target. You require the source and the target. Between the source and the target, guys, we perform this job. That is called as ETL. Okay, everyone. So we have what is that? Between the source and the target, guys, between the source and the target, we perform the job of ETL. That is extraction, transformation, and loading. So whereas the source is nothing but all of you, source is nothing but what, guys? Source of data. Am I right, everyone? Source of nothing but what? Source of data. Guys, source of income means what? A place or a source from where we get the money is called as source of income. In the same way, source of data is nothing but what? Source of data. That is, we get the data from what? Ultimately, we get the data from what? Business only. Am I right? From where do we get the data? Can you tell me, guys? Yes, all of you. Yes, I want a reply from all of you guys.
From source.
Huh?
So we have to extract the data from the source, and
my question is that data we get it from where? Ultimately from the business only we get the data, na?
Yeah.
From the business we get the data, and this data we can get it in the form of what? In the form of files.
Files.
In the form of what is it?
CSV.
Yes, we can get the data in the form of what? Databases. We can get the data even from live streaming data. So what do you mean live streaming data, guys? Live streaming data is nothing but just like, you know, the share market data you have it live streaming, which will be fluctuating. Okay, on you know, that is immediate, that is very short interval, the values keep on fluctuating. That is called as live streaming data. Okay, just like your cricket match. Okay, just like you know, the stock market, this thing. So all this data will fluctuate. So we get it, the data from ultimately business, and from these businesses we get the data in the form of what? Files. Again, guys, these files can be what? It can be CSV files, it can be Excel files, all of you. It can be CSV file, Excel files, then we can have what's that? JSON file, etc. All these are the various type of files we have it. So from this data, from these files, what we do is we pull in the data by using the ADB. By using what is that? ADB. And ADB is used for what? ETL. Am I right, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, everyone tell me now. Yes, ADB, yeah, tell me. Yes, we use the ADB, that is called as Azure Database, and we pull in by using this ETL of ADBs. Ultimately, once it is done, extraction transformation is done, finally the data will be loaded into the destination. Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. What is that? Destination. Okay, destination. Destination. So finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Destination means what, guys? Can you tell me? Please, all of you. What is destination? Target. Destination is nothing but what? Target. Okay, target is nothing but ultimately where you want to put the data. Now, guys, these are the data sources we can have. Now, tell me, we have the types of data. Types of data. Can you tell me, guys, now? All of you just try to interact, guys. You should respond it to me. Then only I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. Okay, else it will be issue. Guys, types of data. So now, guys, what is types of data? The following are the types of data. We have it. The first one, that means we get the data from business now. All this data, database data, live streaming data, data from the files, etc. All this data are basically classified. And now, guys, this data, we can also refer it as what? Big data. Am I right, everyone? Can we call it the big data, guys? Yes, everyone tell me now.
Yes, sir.
So hence we can call it as a big data. Now, guys, let us do one thing now. Now, here, let us see the types of data. So generally we have the following types of data. That means this big data, can you see here? Or we can say types of big data. For your more clarity, I can say types of big data. So the types of big data are following. The following are the types of big data we can have. The first and foremost type of big data which we can have, guys, the first and foremost type of big data which we can have is what is that? Structured data. Second one is what? Semi-structured data. Third one is what? Unstructured data. Getting my point? Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. Getting my point? Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. These are the three type of data we have it. Now, guys, tell me, what do you mean by structured data? Structured data is nothing but, can you see here? I'm writing an example. For example, I'm writing it here. For example, all of you, I'm writing here written as an example. You have the name as a column, then you have ID. ID is nothing but identification number. Then you have salary, then you have job, something like this. Name is, let us give Alan, and ID number is something 21. Salary is 1000 or 10,000, let us make it as. And the job is the clerk. All of you following me or not? Bobby, 12,000. Senior clerk. Yes, guys, are you following it or not? Please convey it, guys. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So now next again, what is it? Carl, we have it. Can you see it? 32, and the salary is 15,000. Accountant. That's it. Okay. Now, guys, can you see it? This is the data we have it. Now tell me, this data is in which format? Can you tell me, guys? This data is in which format? Rows and columns. Am I right, guys?
Yeah.
It is in the proper form of rows and columns. Hence, this kind of data is called as what, guys? Tell me now. Hence, this kind of data is called as what? Very good. Structured data. This kind of data is called as what? Structured data. Now the turn comes for the semi-structured data. How the semi-structured data? I'll show you guys. Semi-structured data, guys. Semi-structured data is nothing but, okay, whereas the data which is recorded in the following type of files is called a semi-structured. JSON file, then we have XML file, etc. Suppose the same data, above data, I'll use it and I'll write the JSON file. How will write it? JSON file, always the data will be recorded in the curly braces. These are the curly braces. Suppose I'm writing the column called name here. Name. Under the double quotes, use Alan as a name. Okay, guys? Comma. Everyone. Use it here. What is the next one? You have it column. Tell me now. Guys, what is the next column? I have it. ID. So ID is which column here? Can you tell me, guys?
The second column.
Numeric column. Second numeric column. Am I right? If you have a numeric column, then the data will be normally given without the quotation marks. Next. What is the third column? What is the third column? Can you tell me, guys?
It's a salary based column.
Salary column. So now tell me, salary is a numeric column or character column?
It's a numeric.
So again, there will be no quotes here. Now job. What is the next column? You have it, job now. Job is a numeric or character?
Character. It's a character based.
So now use a clerk, and now this particular thing will be given here in the form of quotes. Can you see it? Quotes. Now finally, once it is completed, it will give you the brace here. That means this is called as a document. It is called as what? A document. It is called as what? JSON document. Clear, all of you? And this kind of data is called as semi-structured. This is not a fully structured, but at the same time, it is not unstructured also. It has some structure which the user can understand it. That is called as what? Semi-structured data. And guys, most of the times you will get the data in the semi-structured format only in the real time. Get my point? In the JSON format or XML format or HTML format only we get the data most of the times. Okay. So as a data engineer, it is your responsibility to pick up this data, guys, to pick up this data and convert this semi-structured data into what? Proper structure format. With the process of ETL, you have to do that. Getting my point? That is the actual meaning of transformation. That is the actual meaning of what, guys? Transformation, where you transform the data. Now, guys, I will show you one more format that is called as XML. Now, let us make it as the table name here as a employees. All of you, employees is the table name. Guys, employees is the table name. So I am using it here as it is. Guys, everyone, employees is the table name. Now the data will be recorded in the form of tags. These are called as tags, guys. Everyone, have a look. These are called as tags. the tag. If the same data, I write it here in the tags format. Now tell me, what is the name of your table? Can you tell me, guys? What is the name of this table I have given?
XML.
Name of the table. I'm writing the same data here.
Employees.
So use the employees. This is called as an opening tag. This is called as opening tag, guys. This is called as what? Opening tag. Okay. This is called as what? Opening tag. Now, guys, next one. What is the first row you have it? First column you have it? Tell me now. Name as the first column, na? Copy this. Can you see it? The first column will be like this. And now, guys, what is the value in the name? Tell me now. What is the name of the employee in the first row? What is the name of the employee in the first row, guys?
Alan.
Use Alan. That's it. Now, this job is done now. Is there any more data right now in the first row for this Alan? No. So close the tag now. This is called as closing the tag. Now, what is the second column you have to tell me now? ID. ID. Value is what? 21. And now close the tag. So is done now. So let's close the tag here. That's it. Next. What's the next one you have to tell me now? Sal. What's the salary you have value? 10,000. Now close the tag.
This is what type of format, sir?
XML.
Okay.
Now again you have what's it? Job. And now job, what is the job value you have it? Clerk. Just the first row. I'm writing only first row here, nothing else. Close the job. That's it. Now the first row is completed. Finally, you have to close the tag here. So I'm closing the tag here. Can you see? This is called as the opening tag, row tag. This is called as the closing row tag. That's it. Okay. This kind of format is called as XML format. That is called as what? Exponential markup language, or we can also say extendable markup language. Okay. This is called as what? XML format. This is called as what? XML format. Okay. This is called as what? XML format. And this is called as a JSON format. These are, but you can understand the data with this. But this kind of data is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. This kind of data is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. Getting my point, all of you? Yes, guys, I want an answer, ma.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me now. Now, okay, basically, okay, this is nothing but you have it. Extendable markup language, we have it. That's it, guys. After this, okay. Okay, guys. So these are the two formats. That is extensible markup language, and what is that you have it? JSON format. That's it. Now, guys, we have already done with the semi-structured data and structured data. This is called as a structured data, where the data is recorded in the proper rows and columns. And here you have what's that? Semi-structured data. That's it, guys. And now the third one, the third type of data, that is called as what? Unstructured data. What is the unstructured data, guys? Can you tell me? Unstructured data is nothing but in your mobile phone, you will have photos, videos, voice notes, chat history. All this is what? All those are called as what? Unstructured data. The data which does not follows any structure, or which does not have any structure. Which does not have any structure. Which does not have any structure. Okay. Which does not has any structure is called as what? Unstructured data. Okay. There is no format for unstructured data. Your photos, your chat histories, etc. But whereas the drawback is that 80% of the data, 80% of the data collected in the big data environment, 80% of the big data environment or big data collected will be 80% of the data will be unstructured only. Only of the 20% we'll have it structured and semi-structured. Getting my point? All of you?
Yes, sir.
Only 20% will have structured and semi-structured. Okay, guys. So now this is called as the type of data we have it. Now the next one, guys, let us try to see whether whatever the type of data you have it. Can you see it? Just to see this example. What we do from the business, we get the data in the form of files, and these files can be all JSON, etc. And we pull in into the ADB, then we perform the job of ETL. So after we pull into the ADB, guys, that means ADB is a service. ADB is what? Service provided by what? Who provides this ADB?
It's Azure one, Microsoft Azure.
Azure, Microsoft Azure. So now, guys, actually the data need to be stored in Azure storages first. From the Azure storages, the data can be pulled in. From the, can you see here? We extract the data from external sources, and these external sources, guys, these external sources, whatever you're getting the data or whatever the external sources we are having, that we will access the data and store into the Azure storages. Into what is that? Azure storages. And then we use the ADB on this Azure storages and perform the job of extraction, transformation, and loading. Then you perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and what? Loading ultimately. Clear now, guys, everyone? Now let us see. See, these storages are common for all. Whether you use the ADB or you use the ADF or you use the data factory, Azure Databricks or Synapse, machine learning, artificial intelligence, you use anything. These storages are common for everyone. Getting my point?
Yes,
Please
sir.
come. Yeah. Now let us see the storages. You have it. Storages in Azure. Okay, guys. Storages in Azure. So now, guys, the following are the storages in Azure. The following are the storages in Azure. The Azure supports almost all 90 plus storages. How many storages, guys? 90 plus storages. We can have the data in following. What's that? The first one is what? Azure Blob Storage. Azure Blob Storage. And the second one, what is it you have it? The first one is the Azure Blob Storage. Blob stands for what, guys? Blob stands for binary large object. Blob stands for what? Binary large object. The blob stands for what? Binary large object. All of you okay? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
So blob stands for binary large object. Now the second one, you have the Azure Data Lake. Then one.
Sir, how blob looks like?
I will show you the practical now. Don't worry. Okay. Azure Blob Storage, Azure Data Lake Gen 1, and then Gen 1 this is going to retire in 2024. So right now they are not allowing to create us, but we can migrate it when it's very soon we'll migrate it. Okay. So they have the third one, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Then we have what is that? Azure Data Lake. Sorry, Azure SQL DB, SQL database. Azure Cosmos DB means what? This is called as what? NoSQL database. This is called as what? NoSQL database. It is called as what? No SQL database. This is called as what? Where you don't use SQL language. This is a very this particular Cosmos DB is on very much demand right now. No SQL database. And then we have, apart from this, Azure Synapse Analytics. Likewise, you can have Azure Elastic Pool. That's it. Okay, guys. These are all the storages we can have. And now these storages can be used by, guys, these storages can be used by all the services of AD, that is Azure, whether it is ADF or ADB or Synapse or machine learning or artificial intelligence, any kind of thing you have it, we can use it here. Okay, guys. Now I'll show you guys how to see how many 90 plus storages you have now. How to see the storages, guys. Every one of you, just have a look, ma. Every one of you, I'm just opening the tab here. Everyone, I'm sharing this tab once again. Browser, open a browser and now type it here, portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. Use it as what? Portal.azure.com. And once you use the portal.azure.com, guys, these are the storages you have it. Click on more services. I will show you all the storages you have it. Can you see here? All these are the storages. These are the services you can say. And these are the storages. Can you see here? Container storages. These are called as container storages. These are called as what? Database storages. Can you see here? Container storages are 7. Database storages are 20. Then we can have, what is that? These are some analytical services you have it. Artificial, can you see here? Artificial machine learning plus machine learning. AI plus machine learning. AI means what? Artificial intelligence plus machine learning. IoT, Internet of Things. We say IoT sensors, I said, you know, this is the Internet of Things. These are all the services we have. But it has, what is it? How many storages? 90 plus storages it supports. Clear, all of you? Yes, guys, this is the storages. Storage account, consider Azure Data Lake Gen 1, Azure Stack Edge, Azure Data Box, Data Shares, okay, HPC caches, okay, various consist services we have it. Then you have what? Azure Data Box Gateway, Azure NetApp files. These are the various storages. So first of all, you have to create the storages. That's it. So these are the storages you have it, guys. Okay. Is everyone is following or not?
Yeah, sir.
So okay.
Sir, by using
Now,
Databricks, what we use here? I mean, stories. What are the stories we use in Databricks?
All 90 storages we use it.
I mean, in real time, we go with any AI and data synapses.
Synapse we use it, but artificial intelligence is not our job.
Okay.
It is a job of a data scientist or data analyst. We are data engineers.
Okay. For the data engineers, what are the requirements, sir? We need only ADF and Databricks, or we want to learn any other also?
No, that is enough. Can you see here? The data engineer job will start here. The data engineer job will start here. Extraction, from the part of extraction. And it will end at the part of loading. You will have many more things to do in this itself. Yes. Further, after this extraction and loading, transformation loading, then further you will have, what is it? Artificial intelligence to be applied. So here, the artificial intelligence or analytics, everything will be applied here. So on by what's a data analyst. Analyst, and now by the data scientist. Now, basic difference I'll tell you between the data analyst and data scientist. Suppose you have the data like this, all of you. We have a data like this. What is that? Let us say here example. You have a sales of 28/11/2022, and you have a sales of 29/11/2022. So now what is the difference of sales? Whether the sales has increased or decreased between these two dates, it will be given by the data analyst. Suppose now tell me, you have the 30th/11/2022 and 01/12/2022. Now tell me, these dates are available right now? No, or not? Yes, guys. These dates are available or not? Tell me, guys.
Dates are available, but the data is not available, sir.
Nah, that means dates are available, but data is not available. That means this is future prediction. So all the predictive analysis will be done by the data scientist. Getting my point? The predictive analysis, that is future, is going to be forecasted by the data scientist, and data analyst will make out the difference here. Okay, that is a job. So that is, anyways, this is not our cup of tea. If you have a knowledge, then it's fine, but we are going to work from this part and end at this part, as I showed you, where actual project technicality will be involved here in this. Okay, so that's it, guys. So I showed you this one, and now how to start up this section here. I'll just show you that also, so that you can prepare yourself accordingly. The practical skills, begin it from tomorrow. Now, guys, do one thing: open a tab, and now type it here, azure.com. Then click on what? Try Azure for free, or you can say start free. You can click on start free, or you can click on the pay as you go model. First, you can take the start free, because if this is provided free of cost for the 1 month. Okay, you can just click on this start free, and then it will ask you. See, mine is already registered, hence it is directly giving me my mail ID. If not, it will ask you for the mail ID and all. Okay, your mail ID, you have to register it, then you have to give your password. Everything has to be given here step by step. And once it is given, guys, okay, once it is given, then you will have to click on the sign in. And once you click on the sign in, guys, automatically you will be drive, or you will be rerouted. You will be rerouted to this portal called, can you see here, portal.azure.com. This will be a session. That's it. Okay. So from here, you can see a bricks. This is the bricks session. Open this bricks. So the same job, you can do it by using the bricks. You can also do it by the data factory session. This is a data factory. You can do it anything. Okay. So anyways, we'll start with the data bricks from tomorrow. How the things will work on in data bricks and all the things, we'll check it tomorrow. Okay. This is for the day, guys. That's it. So we'll just start up from tomorrow onwards. Okay. All of you just connect by 10:15, guys, everyone. Okay. Just try to connect by 10:15. 10:15 is your starting time. That's it. Okay. So we just let us connect it by 10:15, because even I have some other work to log in here. Okay. So just let us connect it by 10:15 tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm just stopping the class here. Okay. Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah, sir.
ADF also teaching by you, right, sir?
Yes, I'm teaching ADF also. Morning 7 a.m. new batch. Parallelly, new batch is started. Morning 7 a.m. ADF, you have it. Okay.
Okay, and the content we have the same in Databricks and ADF.
No. The contents of data factory is a separate. It is there on the Durga Soft web page. You can have it. Okay.
Sir, if you want only videos of data factory means what the price, it will be separate or the same of cost of tutorial? If you want only ADF videos which taught by you, the cost is same as a, tutorial cost or it may reduce in the cost.
So just to do one thing, you contact, I'll let you know. If you want only the videos. I'm just typing the number, you can contact me, I'll tell you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it, guys, okay?
Okay, sir.
Sir, 1 minute.
Okay, right. Okay, we'll just meet tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the session today. Today is our first session. I'm going to give you the demo. What are the course content that we're going to discuss? And the very first thing what I will do is like today, how to create a free tier account in the GCP. That is what is the agenda today. And first, I will also tell you what is the course content that we are going to discuss in our session. Okay. So all the things related to the course content. And after that, I will tell you how to create a free tier account in the GCP. First, let us understand what is a Google Cloud Platform, guys. Okay. So GCP, what is GCP? Okay, so we are saying nowadays, cloud platforms become very famous because cloud platforms are mainly responsible for the cloud computing. Okay, so all the computation required for the data engineering or Kubernetes or application development, everything will be taken care by the cloud platform itself. Likewise, in the Google Cloud Platform is one of the leading cloud provider like AWS and Azure. So it is also providing you the cloud computing services. Okay. If we have to say what are the services that the GCP is providing, okay, in terms of a data engineering, you can look at the databases that it is providing and also big data tools, big data processing tools, so many other. So these are the things that the Google Cloud provides. For example, there is a compute engines, Kubernetes engines, app engines, likewise cloud functions, serverless platforms, fully managed services. Okay. So all of these things that the Google Cloud Platform is providing for us. Okay. In our session, what we are going to discuss this, let me open a OneNote where I'll tell you what is the course content that we are going to discuss in our session and a later point of time. So if you guys have any questions, I will we will spend the time to discuss discuss if you guys have any questions. And let me tell you what is the course content first. So here is the course content, guys. So as we already know, as I mentioned, Google Cloud Platform is providing a pool of cloud computing services such as Google storage and database services, as well as big data services. Okay, here also you can see Google big data services. Okay, so in our session, what we are going to discuss is these are the things that we are going to discuss in our session, guys. Google storage and database services. Okay, the very first service that is what we are going to discuss is Google Cloud Storage. What is a Google Cloud Storage? Why it is important? What kind of a tool it is? What kind of a data it is going to store? All the things related to the Google Cloud Storage. And not only that, very important things about is like security aspect, because Google Cloud is one of the scalable and secured platform. So when you say secure platform, how do you make sure that it is secure? So with the help of the access control, with the help of the retention policies, with the help of the bucket access. So all of these things we are going to discuss. And after that, we are going to look at the Cloud SQL. Okay. For that one, let me actually open my Paint. Database services. Okay, this is one point where we will be able to learn storage and database services. Okay, in this one, we are going to first see Google Cloud Storage. Yes, Google Cloud Storage is acting as a data lake in the GCP. So we are going to learn all the concepts related to the GCP. So it is acting as a data lake. So we will learn what is a data lake, why it is a Google Cloud Storage is having a considered as a data lake here, how much amount of data we can store in the Google Cloud Storage, all of those things we will see. Okay, and we will see practically how to create a bucket and how to upload objects and how to work with the Google Cloud Storage from the Cloud Shell or Linux commands. So all of those things we will see, guys. And one more thing. So this is a storage perspective. What about the database perspective? So for the RDBMS solutions, RDBMS, we have Cloud SQL and Cloud Spanner, guys. So we have two services which are considered as the RDBMS solutions, Cloud SQL as well as Cloud Spanner. What is this Cloud SQL, guys? Cloud SQL is one of the fully managed services provided by the GCP for running the MySQL database, MySQL engines, as well as PostgreSQL engines, as well as SQL Server. That means if you have a on-premises MySQL, if you wanted to migrate it to the same MySQL with the same version to the cloud, you have these services available, readily available, guys. Okay, so this is a Cloud SQL and Cloud Spanner that we are going to see in our sessions. Instead, I would say here like this. Storage services. We have here RDBMS. In RDBMS, we have first one Cloud SQL. Second one is Cloud Spanner. Okay, these are the two services comes under RDBMS. What about a NoSQL databases, guys? If you ask me, so in a NoSQL databases we have a big table. NoSQL databases. So we have big table, and we have one more thing called data store. Okay, so these are the two databases acting as a NoSQL databases in the GCP. One is big table, one more is data store, guys. Okay, so these are all storage and database services. Okay, what is one is Google Cloud Storage, one more is Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, and the third one is a big table and data store. So these are the Google Cloud Storage and database services. Okay. So what about the other big data tools that we are learning, sir? If you ask me, the big data tools that we are learning here is because we do get the data from a multiple data sources, right? We do get the data from multiple data sources. Once the data from a multiple data sources we have, we are going to first send it to the storage layer or a data lake or a staging layer. Once we have the data in the staging layer, we wanted to send the data to where, guys? We wanted to send the data to send that data to the data warehouse. After that, there will be a different users will be there. Either it will be ad hoc request, or it will be a reporting purposes, or it will be a business manager asking for a requirement. So there will be different requirements. So based on those requirements, we are going to create some insight tables on the data warehouse. Those will be used for the reporting purposes, or those will be used for the decision making purpose. Okay, so this is how it looks like this. If I wanted you to understand clearly, so here data will be first ingested into the data lake. So here it can be an RDBMS. It can be a web server on an application. It can be a web server on an application, guys. Or it can be a CSV file from an application or IoT data from an IoT application. So you get a data from a multiple data sources. You try to ingest the data into the data lake. So this is your data lake, guys. You try to ingest the data into the data lake. And once you have the data in the data lake, you try to first send the data to the where, guys. You try to process the data and send it to the data warehouse. Okay, what you are doing, guys, here, you are trying to process the data. Okay, process the data, transform the data, clean the data, whatever the things you name it, all of those things, guys. Okay, you try to process the data and send it to the data warehouse. Finally, as per the business requirements, it will be creating a ML models. There will be a dashboard requirements. There will be ad hoc requirements. So based on the BA requirements or ML or some ad hoc requirement. Ad hoc. Okay. So this is how it will be, guys. Okay, so this is what is a typical architecture of a data world, guys. A data engineering, in a data engineering, what we will do in a high level, if you want you to understand, this is what we do, guys. So we will be working on an ingestion process. Here it is a source, guys. You can think this is a source. Okay, from source to the staging or a data lake. People call it as a storage layer. Okay, and here we are going to do what, guys? Ingestion, right? Ingestion are collecting the data, and what we are doing is we are doing process. What we are doing in a data warehouse, we are trying to analyze the data, transform or analyze, right? Transform, finally analyze. Analysis. So this is what I am calling, what you know, guys. This is what is mean by a data life cycle. In a data life cycle, you're gonna get the data from a source. You do the ingestion into a storage layer, and you do processing on top of it to clean the data or prepare the data. You do some transformations on top of it, and you try to analyze the data to improve your business. So this is what is called as a data life cycle. In a data life cycle, ingesting the data, collecting or ingesting the data, and storing the data, processing or transforming the data, finally analysis, or you can also say dashboards, report creation. You can also say report creation, reporting. Sorry. Reporting. Okay, so this is what is the typical life cycle, data life cycle, guys. In a data life cycle, this from the source to the finally reporting, that is where your destination is, right? You are going to create some dashboards, or you have a table that you can do directly do the analysis, or you ingest the data and finally store it in a one, instead of a storage layer, you can just mention it as a storage layer, storing, data storing. Okay. Okay, this is what it is, a typical architecture. In this one, what you are doing, you are having a data sources from here, here, and you are ingesting into the data lake, and from the data lake to the data warehouse. Finally, you will be having a different requests. So based on this one. So in a data life cycle, these are the processes that you are coming up with, guys. In this one, you see, you are having a source, sorry. You are having a source, ingesting, storing, processing, as well as transforming the data. So this is what is a typical architecture. It will be real. This architecture is very helpful for you to understand the data engineering, guys. But here, what are the RDBMS? So, okay, sir, this is a data engineering life cycle. But you tell me, what are the RDBMS technologies that we are going to learn in our sessions? If you ask me that question, okay, so here I have mentioned here RDBMS, Cloud SQL and Cloud Spanner. Sometimes it can be a non-RDBMS as well, nothing but a NoSQL databases as well. That can be a big table or a data store. Okay, sir, for ingestion purpose, what are the tools that we are using, sir? There are plenty of the tools for the ingestion purpose. People are using the PubSub, people are using the Kafka connector. We are going to learn the PubSub, guys. Okay, what about the data lake, sir? As a data lake, we are learning the Google Cloud Storage, guys. Okay, what is the data lake, sir? In GCP, we are learning the Google Cloud Storage that is acting as a data lake. Okay, and after that, we wanted to do some processing on top of it, right? This is also very important step, guys. This is not the very simple step. Processing. What are the processing tools that we are going to learn in our session? If you ask me, I want to mention those points here. Okay, data processing services. Data processing services. That first thing we are going to learn is Dataproc for Hadoop and Spark environment. Dataflow for Apache Beam with Apache Beam programming model. Data Fusion for creating a data pipelines without writing any code. One more is Cloud Composer, nothing but Airflow environment, managed Airflow instance, guys. For creating a DAGs. It is a workflow orchestration tool where you create a DAGs with the help of the Python coding, guys. Very important tool. Okay, you're gonna look at the PubSub, and so these are the data processing systems that you are going to learn in our session, guys. Okay, so this is what I call as a data processing tool. Data processing tools in GCP. Okay, so if you wanted to process the data, okay, you can use these many tools according to your requirements, sir. If I wanted to work with the data, if I wanted to work with the Hadoop environment and Spark environment, then you go for the Dataproc. If you wanted to work with a serverless platform and Apache Beam programming model, then you go for the Dataflow. You don't wanted to create a data pipe. You wanted to create a data pipeline, but you don't wanted to write any code. You wanted to create a pipeline and do the transformations without writing any code. That's where you have to go for the data fusion, guys. And one more thing, you have a plenty of workflows with you, and you wanted to manage all the workflows, schedule them, manage them, and even if something goes wrong, also if you wanted to take care of the fixing the problems, issues, you can look at the logs. So all of those things, if you wanted to have, you can go to the Cloud Composer. That is the Airflow manager instance where you will be able to have plenty of options available. You can schedule the pipelines, you can monitor the pipelines, you can create the DAGs, you can do anything in there. And one more thing is a PubSub is an big data ingestion tool where you will be able to streaming data ingestion tool where you will be able to create a topic and subscription for each and every application where you wanted to get the data. So a message will be pushed to the topic, and via subscription data will be reached to the final application. So this is what is a data processing tools, guys. Okay. And after that, okay, after that, not only this one, sir. For example, in your company, you wanted to do some kind of a triggering. For example, think that in your data warehouse, you have created one table, and that table is having a lot of problems. Okay, if problems are more than one, you wanted to get an email alert. Okay, what do you wanted to do, sir? If a problem has if the issues are more than one, you wanted to get an email alert. Okay, that is one thing. And one more requirement is like you are creating a data bucket in the Google Cloud Storage, and there will be a file uploaded. As soon as the file is uploaded to the data lake, you wanted to send it to the data warehouse by doing some transformations. Okay, so that is where one more you wanted to trigger an event. So if you wanted to do some kind of event-based things in the GCP, you have a cloud functions readily available, guys. It is a serverless platform. You can go for event-based things. That is also we are learning, guys. Cloud functions, very important tool. This is also okay. The cloud functions also we are learning. And if you wanted to manage the user and access, identity and access management, user and project management. If you wanted to manage your project and user access, that's where you have a very bigger tool. It will be available in all the cloud platforms. That is IAM, guys, very important. In IAM, what is a user, what is a user account, what is a service, what is a service account, and what is the role, what is the permission, everything, each and everything, because this will be very helpful for those who wanted to manage the access. Because as a 3 years, 4 years experience, guys, or more than that, we need to understand at least who should be having access to what. Okay, who should be having access to what, and what kind of actions he can do it in that particular service. Unnecessarily, we don't want it to provide access to anyone, right? So that is where we will be taking care of all the user access as well as the project management with help of the IAM. IAM is a very authorization tool, I would say. Authorization tool in the GCP, not only in the GCP, it will be available in the AWS as well as Azure as well. Okay, identity access management, guys, that is also we are learning. So you will be able to see here data lake, cloud spanner, cloud SQL, cloud spanner, bigtable, data proc, data flow, data fusion, cloud composer, pubsub, cloud functions, and user and access management with the help of the IAM. So these are all the tools that we are going to learn in a very detailed manner. Okay, data processing is here. And I sorry guys, I actually forgot a very important tool, that is BigQuery. That is our data warehouse, right? That is also comes, actually that is not a data processing tool, that is a data warehouse tool. It is a BigQuery. Okay. BigQuery. Okay, what is a BigQuery, guys? BigQuery is a modern data warehouse. It is acting as a data warehouse in the GCP. Okay, so this is also one more important thing that I actually forgot to mention somewhere. So this is a very important tool, sir, comparatively. Okay, so this is all about the data warehouse, and if you wanted to connect it to the data warehouse and do some BI activities, we have a data studio and data looker, but we are not just focusing on those data visualization part, but at the end of the session, how people are connecting it to the data warehouse and doing some dashboards on top of our data, how and how it will be helpful for them. So we will see for those things, but it is not too much deeper, guys. This course is only responsible. This course is mainly intended for the data engineers. Okay, so this is what we are going to do, guys. Okay, any questions anyone having so far on the course content? Any questions, guys?
Yeah, hi Sadal, good morning.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Yeah.
So in this course content, did you cover all kind of like a AD authentication, like Active Directory part is or not?
So that is comes under IAM, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And cloud functions. Okay.
Yes.
So it's a kind of like a developer tool.
It's a data engineering. Which
Okay.
one you are asking? Cloud functions is a developer tool.
Yeah, no. I'm asking. Basically I'm a .NET developer. So can I
Okay.
consume those services to how
Of
my
course.
intention is to create service with authenticated
Sure.
authorized service, and I can consume that service through .NET.
That yeah, you can learn a lot of things here. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
How much frequently will be using SQL?
Your voice is very less. I couldn't actually hear. Yeah.
How much frequently will be using SQL queries?
Yeah, frequency of SQL queries. So I would like you to understand that SQL and Python becomes very famous here in the data engineering. If you wanted to see Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner SQL, BigQuery SQL, and even if I go to a data proc and if I wanted to work with the PySpark, I'd be using the Python plus SQL plus Spark. Okay, so again it comes in SQL and data flow SQL, data fusion, no tool, cloud, it's a Python. So this is how it is, guys. If you wanted to understand all the concepts, whatever I am saying, so you would be able to, I am expecting prerequisite for the course is a basic or at least a basic knowledge on, medium knowledge on SQL and little bit of Python, little bit, at least what is a data type. Okay, all the data types, if you learn it in the Python, that is enough. Okay, but SQL, I would expect a medium knowledge, guys. Okay, so SQL is very important, and as a data engineer, if you wanted to grow, SQL is very much important, and you should be able to understand all the concepts. For example, what are those concepts are? All the data types, was actually how to create a table, how to delete and update table. Those things are DDL commands and DML commands, and aggregations. Okay, so basic, I would say. So the concepts that you can focus on the SQL and Python, I would like to explain here, guys, so that if you are familiar with these concepts, you are well and good. Okay, in SQL. Okay, so all DDL and DML. So these are the basic things I know. You have to just focus on how to create a table, how to delete a table, how to truncate a table, how to update a table, these things. Okay, and after that I would expect you to have a aggregate, learn about aggregate things, aggregate functions. Okay, and one more thing is ranking functions, and the fourth thing is we have table. So there is a temp table, common table expressions, and there is also one more concept, so we focus on that as well. Temp table, common table. In a temp table, there will be a local temp table, global temp table, and the common table expressions. So these things, CTE. And the fifth thing, I forgot one more thing. Yes, mainly, guys. So join. Okay. Unions, group by, order by. Okay, group by, order by. I think this is it. If you are just coming up, if you are focusing on these things, that is enough. In aggregate function, min, max, count, all of those things. Ranking, row number, a dense rank, a rank function, all of those things. And temp table and CTE joins. You will be at least inner join, left join, right join. That is enough. Unions, union and union all, group by, order by. I think this is enough, I believe, for the SQL, guys. Okay, if I remember anything, I will tell you. For the Python, I would expect you to have first thing Data types, guys. All the data types and differences. Very important thing. It actually takes a lot of time to understand these data types and okay. Then a very next thing is like aggregate functions. How do you do it in the aggregate function? Okay, if you get a time, look at the map and reduce. And if you still get a time, just focus on pandas framework. In a pandas, look at the data frame concept. How to create a data frame concept. That's it. Okay, if you are just focusing on these things, that is enough, I believe. Okay, all the data types, aggregate functions, map and reduce, pandas, data frame concept, if you get it. Okay, but minimum, the basic thing I would expect is this thing. All the data types and their differences, because if I say list, you should understand what is a list. If I say tuple, if I say a dictionary, if I use some other data type, you should be in a position to understand what is an array. You should not confuse, right? You should not you should not be able to, you should be able to understand each and every term that I'm using in the Python. So that is what I want you to understand. Okay, so these are the concepts that I would expect from you guys. These are very simple concepts. If you sit for this is for 2 days, this is for 1 day, you'll be able to understand all of these concepts. That's it. And development perspective, what we are going to learn in our session, if you ask me. So these are the prerequisite, right? So what I would be expecting, what kind of a development knowledge that I'm expecting from this course, if you ask me, you can expect, I would directly mention here itself, you can expect SQL development knowledge, and one more is PySpark development. Okay, these are the two things that we are focusing on. Okay, so sometimes we are also using the Python, so Python also you can do. Okay, so this is what it is. So I will also tell you how you can actually go for the Java also. So that is also fine. Sometimes one of the code or two of the codes I will also include the Java, but that is more for you to understand. Okay, this code, the code will also be there in the Java. But the thing is, like, our main focus is on SQL and Python for the data engineering, guys, because it will be really helpful for you if you wanted to grow your career in a data scientist level or a machine learning mode. Because as a data engineer, if you work for the next 2-3 years, you will be able to easily enter into the data scientist roles, or you can also go for the machine learning roles, because it is actually one another linked, guys. Okay, so this is what is a prerequisite that I would expect from you guys. Okay, this is the thing that I would if you wanted to, sir, what are the concepts that I have to go for before coming to and attending these sessions? What are the sessions? What are the things that I have to recapitulate? If you ask me, these are the things you recapitulate, guys. Okay, go for recap. And we will be learning SQL development, Python, PySpark, all of these things. No worries, because SQL will be used in most places. Python will also be used in most places. Okay, so that is one more thing. And we will also be looking at different formats, guys, CSV, Parquet, and big data formats. So I will also be telling you what are the difference between the big data formats. So because in the interviews, some people are asking me if you are working on a big data development, so did you work on the Parquet, and what is the main advantage of using the Parquet? Those kind of things also we will discuss in our sessions. That is not a problem. And I think that is enough, guys. If I missed any questions, okay, I think, yeah, roles offered after this course. Like, once I have completed this course, what are the roles I am eligible? If you ask me, you can go for the data engineering roles. You can go for the Google Cloud Platform and GCP engineer, GCP data engineer, as well as big data developer, PySpark development. You can able to work in the PySpark, because we are not just working in only one area, guys, right? So you can see each and every tool itself, it is a one project, guys. So data project will be there, data flow, data fusion, composer. So these are all roles itself. Okay, so some data engineer working on a data proc, some data engineer working on a BigQuery, some data engineer working data fusion, some data engineer solely working on creating a DAG. So this is how it will be. And some people working on RDBMS data migration projects. Okay, data lake projects. So these are all things are related to the data projects only, guys. And after this, all the concepts are covered. Okay, during our course also we are going to cover many projects. So few projects are covered. I mean, once for example, if I am talking about a data proc, while I am doing the data proc, I will be able to cover the project as well. So what are how many projects that we are covering? If you ask me, guys, we are going to cover almost 4 to 5 projects, real-time projects. And one more thing is like, these are real-time projects you can able to put in your resume. That is one point. And one more thing I want you to understand is like, okay, so whenever we talk about a one service, I would go to the Google Cloud platform and I will try to explain all the things about that service theoretically and practically, and I will implement a solution there itself. So what you have to do is like you take some time in the day and you have to practice the same thing so that you will be able to understand, because practice gives you a lot of knowledge, guys. Understanding everything seems very simple. Okay, while I'm explaining, everything seems very simple, but after 2 days, 3 days, if you don't practice the thing, you wouldn't be able to understand the concept after 2 or 3 days. Okay, I want everyone to put at least spare 2 hours every day, 1 hour for the class, 1 hour for the practice session. Okay, so that is what you have to do, guys. And this course actually takes 40 to 45 hours, guys. More than 40 hours. Okay, more than 40 hours it will take. Okay, we will be having a daily Monday to Friday 1 hour session. Okay, this is one more thing. And recordings will be shared to your emails. You will get a recording, guys. And one more thing is like what I actually forgot. Course duration, course content, daily 1 hour session. I think this is it, guys. Okay, this is one thing. And someone is asking me, if you guys have any questions, you can ask, guys. Floration, do speak, please.
Hi sir, good morning.
Yeah.
So the thing is that I am a VMware guy. Come from last 8 years I'm working in VMware. So this platform is completely new to me. So is that a good decision to go for that this course?
Yeah, it will be really helpful for you guys for going to this course. It will really helpful for you. And because why I'm saying is like a data engineering is a foundational course. And one more thing, in our course, I will be starting from very basic to the advanced. I cover sometimes what is a data. I mean, because when we talk about a relational databases, I would talk about what is the data, what are the classification of the data, what is meant by structured, unstructured, semi-structured data. And one more thing is like what are the types of databases available, DBMS, RDBMS, and NoSQL databases. So from starting very basic to the advanced level where we will be able to automate the data pipelines. Automation, until the automation we will be covering every aspect. So this course will be really helpful for you if you wanted to build your career in the data engineering. Data engineering is not simple, guys. One more thing I want you to understand, very trending technology, very trending. As data keeps on grows, data engineering will be a very trending and hot job for getting a lot of opportunities. First thing, because data keep on grows, data engineer will be in a trending job. Okay, and there will be a plenty of opportunities and highly paid job, guys. If you go and look at the highly paid jobs in the world, data engineering is one of the job which is a highly paid job. Okay, yeah. Someone is asking
So
for a duration. The course duration is 40 plus hours, and course fee you can able to contact the team so that they will be able to help you on the course fee, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry for interrupt. One more thing.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, the prerequisite that SQL and Python is needed. So, but I don't have that knowledge. That's the reason I'm getting.
So that is the reason. There are people here who does not know the SQL. There are few of my students who does not know the SQL and Python. But what I suggested them is like the only thing why my point of mentioning the concepts here is this one. You take a snap of this one. If you wanted to build your career in the data engineering, you take a snap of this page and look to go to the Google or YouTube or anywhere. There are plenty of resources for SQL and Python. Only focus on these concepts. I'm telling you, it wouldn't take 3 to 4 days. Okay, getting the basic knowledge on these concepts, that's the reason I have mentioned here the concept. There's no point of mentioning the concepts if you guys already know it. So there are few people who does not know the SQL, who does not know the Python, but still they wanted to enter into the data engineering world. So that is why I have mentioned here the SQL concepts and Python concepts. You take a snap of it and keep it with you. And we will be going to the deeper concepts. It takes 1 week or 1.5 weeks when we enter into the deeper concepts, main concepts. Meanwhile, for this next 5, 6, 7 or 1 week plus 10 days, you will be able to focus on these concepts and get a knowledge on it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
MySQL or MS SQL will be
Both
using
are same.
all are same.
Both are same. No worries. Yeah.
Okay.
So someone is asking me, I'm planning to make a move in the data engineering. I'm having a 10 years of experience in the Oracle database. How it's helpful for me? I'm telling you, if you are coming from a Oracle database or if you're coming from a, same background like MySQL or a support engineer or whatever the data, if you are working in a data world already, this course will be really helpful for you. You can get a good opportunities. First thing, a lot of hike you can able to expect, guys. A lot of hike you can able to expect. Okay. Okay, so you can expect a good opportunities, and if you wanted to be in a trending job, this role really help you. You worked on my Oracle DB. It is kind of a very good job, but you wouldn't be able to get a high XR. You wouldn't be able to get a laptop opportunities if you wanted to try it out. But data engineering is a very trending job. After 10 years, you wanted to again switch a job. It is again very trending. So it will be there for next 10 to 15 years. Data engineering in a very good position, guys. But this is one thing. And what is the course fee and who can help us to let us know? So for the course fee, guys, you can actually go for, okay. You can contact the IT team. Okay. So they will help you on this thing. Yeah. Any questions anyone having? Some people, okay, sorry guys, there are plenty of questions in the chat. I would try to explain one by one. Okay. And so is this course specially catering the data engineering with GCP and generic cloud computing with Google Cloud? Both. Okay, that is both, guys. Any project included in this course? Of course, guys. Don't worry about the project. Real time when I started my working, and still I am working in the projects. So those projects are I have created as a data engineering project here. Even with the triggering and cloud functions also I have created how actually the cloud functions will be used in the projects, how a BigQuery will be used in the projects. So those are real-time things. You need not to worry about it. How long this course is helpful for you? Sorry, might have missed as you just joined. And this course will be a 40 to 45 hours, close to 2 months, guys. You can think of this course takes close to 2 months. We will use SDK, guys. I sometimes tell you how to install the SDK and all of those things. Yeah. Did you cover cloud computing engine? Yes, cloud computing engine. What is a cloud computing engine? What is a Kubernetes engine? What is the app engine? Basic concepts related to that we will be covering, guys, but not more than that. Yes, because it is a data engineering course. While attending the interviews for the GCP data engineer, the expert certification in GCP data engineering. Certification is mandatory for attending the no, guys. Okay, no. It is not mandatory, but if you have a data engineering certification, this will be really helpful for you. Okay, that actually gives a lot of, if there are 100 points, out of that 10 points or 15 points will be added to you by with help of the data engineering certification. But that's not directly get you the job, land you a job, but the concepts that we are going to cover, if you are having a good knowledge on all of these concepts, this will be really helpful for you to get a job. Yes. So one more thing I want you to understand, whenever I was talking about one concept, let us just say, okay, let's just say data lake. When we are talking about a data lake or a BigQuery, so for a data lake, I'll try to give you some assignments, guys. Okay. And whenever talking about a BigQuery, I will try to give you 2 to 3 data sets for your assignment. Okay. You have to, what you can do is like you spare your time and focus on the answering those questions. Okay. So that you will be able to, when you try to complete those assignments, you will get a lot of knowledge and creating a lot of knowledge and using that particular solution. Okay, that is one more thing. And the data engineering is not all about the development, it is also about architecture, guys. So you have to focus on, it's not that I should use the BigQuery in a very good way. It's not like that. You should understand that how the BigQuery is, how we can use the BigQuery for a very efficient manner, and how BigQuery helps in a GCP, and how it is different from the other cloud tools and other on-prem tools like Hive as well as Redshift and Synapse. So you have to understand that concept as well. So our main aim of the course is to get a development skills as well as the architecture points, because architecture also very important for us to understand. Every data engineer should go to the data architecture and machine learning solutions. Okay, so this is what we have to understand. Any other questions anyone having? Okay, so you can expect this thing from our course, guys, both actual development plus architecting. So these are the two things that we can expect. And I have mentioned here the all the course details on the chart, guys. You can also go through it. Okay. So time of the timings, I actually forgot to mention the timings, guys. The timings are same timings, guys. 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. Okay, same timings every day. Okay, so these are the timings. Yes. Yeah. Any questions anyone having?
Yeah, Saidalo, I have one question. So I'm expecting just I have to create one sample web application. Then how I want to deploy that application in the cloud. Is it possible to cover in this session? I mean, in this course content or not?
Actually, for the deploying the pipelines and deploying the things that we are going to discuss, but application, because we are not an application developer, so that thing is not covered.
Okay. Thank you.
But creating a data pipelines, deploying those data pipelines, because that is where we are focusing on as a data engineer.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Someone is asking a batch time that I have mentioned here, guys. On premises to the cloud. Yes. Data migration on premises to the cloud that we are covering. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Anyone? From tomorrow onwards, we will be having a initial classes, guys. Today is a demo class, right? So that's the reason. Yesterday's we had a workshop. Today we are having a demo class, first demo. So in the first demo, I'm telling all the things that we are going to cover in our session. Tomorrow, I am going to start with the Google Cloud Storage. So before that, I want you to understand how to create a free tier account. Okay. So I would tell you tomorrow itself. Okay. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Okay. Tomorrow I will tell you how to create an account. And this is an course content and everything, guys. If you guys have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, if we have time, I will tell you how to create a free tier account today itself. Yeah. Okay, guys. So this is it for today. So hope I have given you a good understanding of what are the services that we are going to cover in our sessions, and hope you got some idea about a data engineering and a prerequisites, as well as what kind of things that we have to focus on before entering into the data engineering, and what kind of learnings that we can expect out of this course. Okay. Okay. So there will be a comparison, guys. So someone is asking AWS to the GCP. Whenever I am covering one service in the GCP, I would also tell you what kind of a service that is the same available in the AWS as well as Azure as well. So you will be able to have some knowledge on topic names of each and everything. But the only thing you have to understand, one thing is like, if you learn one cloud tool, that means you are learning all other cloud tools. The only thing is like you do not know the proper terminology. That's it. Okay. So if you are learning one tool, that means one cloud tool means you are learning other clouds as well. Okay. So don't think that if I learn what could be a thing that if I go to the company, if they're asking me to work on AWS, it's the same thing. You need not worry about it. The technology is same. The only thing is like a platform is different. That's it. Okay. Any GCP support job roles. So all these things, the development plus support plus big data developer plus admin plus this course will be for all of the things, guys, because we are covering the IAM for the admins. We are covering the if you are wanted to go for a support, you need to know the services first. So you should know the development plus support. This course is for the development. If someone wanted to go for a data engineer, a developer, or a support developer, support engineer, or admin. So this course will be helpful for all of you guys. Yeah. Okay, guys. Any questions? Okay, guys. Thank you all. Okay. It's so it's almost 8:30. So I'll be here for next 2 minutes. If you guys have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, we can wind up the session. Tomorrow, with a very fresh mind, with a very positively, we are going to start our sessions with the Google Cloud Storage. So come up with a very fresh brain, sir, so that you will be able to learn and explore a lot of things in the GCP. This is not just a topic that we are going to explore. We are going to enhance, what I would say, we are going to, acknowledge the development, how the Google Cloud platform has designed all of these tools, how these tools are going to helpful in our day-to-day activities. And one more thing is like these technologies are very good, and we will be able to work with any kind of data. So from tomorrow onwards, we are going to learn a lot of new things. Okay. Keep your brain open for learning all of these things. Come up with a very fresh brain so that we will be able to see a very new and trending technologies. Okay, guys? Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Will you be sharing today's recording?
Yes, you will get a mail for today's recording, guys. Don't worry on that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you all. Have a great day. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the session today. Hope you guys are doing good. So, yesterday we had discussed what is the course content and everything.
Recording in progress.
Right? From today onwards, we're going to discuss the very first topic, that is in a GCP, we have a GCP database landscape and big data landscape. So one by one, we are going to start with. So in a first half, I'm going to explain few concepts related to the databases, that is our Google Cloud Storage. And after that, we're going to start with at the second of our session, I will tell you how to create a free tier account in the GCP, so that you'll be able to create a free tier account. After that, you'll be able to practice whatever the sessions that we are having in. So let me start with the session today. So in the GCP database landscape, this is the agenda, guys. Okay. We are going to explain all the GCP databases landscape and the differences between the RDBMS as well as NoSQL databases. And in this one, we're going to look at the CloudSQL, Cloud Spanner, and Bigtable. Okay, so these are the things. So first, we're gonna see in data lake modernization in the GCP. If you wanted to have a data lake in the GCP, how we can have it? So which tool can be acting as a data lake in the GCP? Let us see one by one, right? So yes, we already know what is a data lake, guys. A data lake is a centralized repository to store the data. Okay, a centralized repository to store or retrieve the data as per the business requirement, right? So what kind of a data we can store, guys? You can see here. We can store structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data. We can store either if it is a batch data or streaming data. It should be able to stand for SQL, ML, and searching. We can able to store on-prem data, cloud data, and data. So it is a scalable and secured platform to store the data, retrieve the data for further analysis or processing purpose. So this is what is a data lake, right? We have seen what is a data lake. Let me try to tell you what is a data lake from my notes. This is my notes, guys. Where is that? Okay, basics. Yeah. So this is what it is, a data lake. I hope you guys can see my screen clearly. Okay. So usually you get a data from a multiple data sources. So in a data lake, the data lake should be withstand to store any amount of data that is coming from a multiple data sources, and it should not restrict any data format. It should allow any data format to be stored, any amount of data to be stored, and it should be scalable platform and also secured platform. Okay, so that is what is a data lake. A data lake is a centralized repository to store or retrieve the data. And what kind of a data we can store, guys? Any kind of a data we can store here. Okay, and do we have any restriction on the number of files that we can store here? No, there is no restriction on the number of files that we can store in the data lake. Okay, and it is a scalable and secured platform, right? So this is what is the definition of a data lake. Now let us see data lakes using a GCS. In a Google Cloud platform, we have Google Cloud Storage is acting as a data lake. What is that? Let us see now. Okay, so this is Google Cloud Storage is as a data lake in the GCP. So what is a Google Cloud Storage, guys? So let me go to the paint and try to explain you guys one by one. So from today, from the very first topic that we are going to see is Google Cloud Storage. What is a Google Cloud Storage? Let us see first. Okay, so Google Cloud Storage is one of the fully managed services in the GCP. What is this one, sir? One of the fully managed services in the GCP. What do you mean by that, sir? What is mean by fully managed service? Sir, I want you to understand what is mean by fully managed. For very first thing, I will try to tell you. Sir, if you go to any cloud platform, okay, if you go to any cloud platform, the services in the cloud platform are categorized into two things. One is managed instance, okay, not managed, virtual machine. Second one is managed instance, and third one is serverless. Okay, sir, VM based. People call it as a VM based. Okay, these are the three categories. If you go to any cloud platform, the services in the cloud platform are categorized into three. One is VM based services. One more is managed services or fully managed services, and third one is serverless. What do you mean by that, sir? In a VM based services, okay, For example, look at your laptop. In your laptop, if you wanted to work with any of the Python coding, or if you wanted to develop one application, what do you do, sir? You manually download one software like Python application, and you will provide some resources to that, and you will try to install that, and after that you go for the application development. What do you do, sir? Whatever the requirements, whatever the resources, whatever the infrastructure required for your entire application development, you as a person taking care of it, taking considering from the laptop itself. So you need a laptop. That laptop needs to have some kind of resources, and that laptop will have its own configuration. And on top of that, you will again download an application and install on top of your laptop, and again you try to develop an application. Likewise, in a VM based, an entire virtual machine will be given to you, so that an entire virtual machine will be given to you. 1 minute, guys. Sorry, I'm getting a call. 1 minute. Sorry guys, I back now. So there are three categories in the cloud platforms. One is VM based, managed, and serverless. But before this one, if you wanted to understand, there is a one more category which is not a cloud platform. That is non-cloud platform. That is, we call it as an on-premises, right? So we have a one more thing is also there, that is on-premises. It is not a cloud. In on-premises, if you wanted to work with any of the application development, you have to manage your physical infrastructure. Okay. Physical infrastructure you have to manage. Again, if you need to have a separate environment, you have to manage your virtual machine. Manage the virtual machines. Manage the VM. And again, if you wanted to work with an application, you have to manage your application. Okay, because you have to download, install, all of those things. Again, you are the person need to develop the solution. Okay, so in a typical architecture, this is the things happening is in any company. If someone wanted to work with the any application development, first thing there will be a resources part. One is infrastructure. So as a person, we have to take care of the physical infrastructure. Again, if we have to have a development environment separated for each application, we need to go for a virtual machines. And again, we have to manage the application configuration. And finally, we can develop the solution on top of the service. So this is what it is. So in an on-premises, you as a person have to manage all of these things. Yes. Okay. In a on-premises, we have to manage all of these things. Okay, but if you go to the cloud platform, what is the main advantage? Let us see one by one. Okay, very important thing, guys. If you, no one will tell this point, but you have to understand, because somewhere you are seeing a VM based services, somewhere you are using a managed services, somewhere you are using a fully managed serverless platforms. So now you will be able to understand the concept of this one. Okay, in a managed, in a VM based, you need not to manage the physical infrastructure, because that physical infrastructure will be provided to you in the form of a virtual machine to you in the cloud platform. You need not to manage the physical infrastructure, but you have to manage your configuration for the virtual machine. You have to manage your application platform as well as development. Okay, in a VM based services are hosted, people also call it as a hosted, guys. VM based are hosted services. In this one, you need not to manage the infrastructure here, because infrastructure will be provided to you in the form of a virtual machine. And after that, how managing the virtual machine, managing the application, and developing a solution is on you. Okay, but who will be taking care of the physical architecture? The cloud platform will be taking care of it. And if you go to the second category, that is managed services, the physical infrastructure will be taken care by the cloud platform, and managing the virtual machines also taken care by the virtual platform, and only the application and development will be taken care by you. Managing the application, managing the developing a solution will be based on you. Okay, you have to manage it, you have to take care of it. Okay, and if you go to the serverless platforms, the name itself it is saying, you need not to worry about a physical infrastructure, you need not to worry about a virtual machines, you need not to worry about a platform. Managing application, nothing but managing the platform, guys. Okay, you need not to worry about a platform, you can directly go for the development. Okay, this is what the cloud platforms are doing a best thing for us. Okay, because they are taking care of a lot of burden from us. If you go to the virtual machine based, an entire virtual machine will be provided to you. When they have given a virtual machine to you, all the configuration will be given to you, guys. If you need this much of, if you need 500 GB, 1 TB, 10 TB, 100 TB of storage, networking properties, as well as the RAM, if you need to have a lot of CPU, you can select it. Okay, so a highly robust virtual machine, you can select it. If you go to your laptop is a small machine which will be having only small configuration. But if you wanted to have a very heavy machine with a large properties, you can select it. Okay, that properties will be, that management of the virtual physical infrastructure will be taken care by the cloud platform. How, sir? We already seeing some data centers, right? Google have its Google data center, Amazon having its Amazon, and that's where they are managing the physical infrastructure, and managing the virtual machine, managing the application, and developing an application will be on you when you go to the VM based services. If you go to the managed services, physical infrastructure as well as managing the virtual machine will be taken care by them. Only the application development, application and its development will be upon you. Okay, and if you go to the serverless, only the development part you are talking about, because we will see in our upcoming classes what is a fully managed, what is a serverless. So if you go to the VM managed, you can look at the compute engines. Okay, compute engines are there, Kubernetes engines are there, GCA, GKE. So these are all comes under VM based services, guys. If you look at the managed services, we are every day looking at managed or fully managed. You can see that. So managed services are like managed services, Dataproc you can think of. Very good example, Dataproc, managed services. And for the serverless, BigQuery is the best example. Dataflow is a one more example. So you need to categorize the services in such a way that it will be very helpful for you to understand it. Because in a company, if a client asks you whether what kind of because we are looking for a serverless platform, you should be in a position to understand what is the serverless platform. If they are looking for a semi-serverless platform or a managed services, you should be in a position, because serverless platforms provide you a lot of benefit when you are when you talk about a cost. Okay, when you talk about a managed services, the cost will be okay, and you have to manage some amount of things like managing the application. So there is some burden on you managing the application. So you have to take care. Your team has to take care about managing the application. But when you go to the serverless, your team need not to worry about application management, because you can directly go for the development. All other things like physical infrastructure, managing the virtual machine, managing the application will be taken care by the cloud platform itself. If I talk about a GCP, the same thing. Okay, we have a cloud platform. When I say a cloud platform, we have a GCP is there, we have AWS is there, we have Azure is there. It is common for all of these things, sir. It is not only this concept is similar, this concept is same for all of it. Is in general concept. Okay, now you got it. What is a VM based, what is a managed, what is a serverless. Now if I go to Google Cloud Storage, it is managed or fully managed. Fully managed is also called as a serverless, sir, sometimes. Okay. If you go to the Google Cloud Storage is a fully managed service. Okay, what is that, sir? It is a fully managed service. What does that mean? It is all the infrastructure required for the, okay, all the, you can also say it is actually a managed service or fully managed. Actually, I can't. This one. Okay, so a managed service. When I say a managed service, all the infrastructure, physical infrastructure, as well as the virtual machines will be taken care by the GCP. Okay, what are the rest, guys? You have to create your own application. Okay, when I say application, how the Google Cloud how the Google Cloud Storage operates, you have to understand. Then only you will be able to understand what is meant by fully managed service. Because I know that Google Cloud Storage is operates with help of the bucket and files. You have to, when I say a fully managed service, all the physical infrastructure and virtual machine will be taken care by the GCP, and bucket configuration you have to provide. What is meant by that? You have to provide the bucket configuration. When you provide the bucket configuration, a bucket will be created for you. Okay, and after that you can upload files, you can go for the development. When I say development for the GCP is creating a file or uploading a file, uploading a lot of files, creating many buckets, so like that. Okay, what is meant by fully managed? All the resources as well as infrastructure will be taken care by the GCP itself. So for that point, I have explained all the things, guys, because this terminology will come all the time. So that's the reason I have told, I have explained here. Now, sir, it is now I understand that it is a fully managed services. So the infrastructure will be taken care by the GCP. That is fine. So now tell me what kind of a service that the Google Cloud Storage is. What is the main intention of having a Google Cloud Storage in the GCP? So if you ask me, it is a service for storing and retrieving the data. Okay, so what kind of a service it is, sir? If you ask me, it is a service for storing and retrieving the data. Sir, what kind of a data I can store here? Sir, what format data I can store here? Sir, how many files I can store here? Okay, sir, how much amount of data I can store here? Okay, so sir, it is a fully managed service. It is a service, I would say. It is instead of that, a service for storing and retrieving the data. So when I say talking about storing and retrieving the data, how much data I can store, any amount of data, any number of files, any format data, any kind of a data, we can able to store in the GCS, guys. Okay. So this is what is the main intention. What is the purpose of a Google Cloud Storage? If you ask me, it is a storage and retrieving tool. You can store any amount of data, any number of files, and if you wanted and need to have a, if you wanted to have the data to be retrieved at some point of time, you can also retrieve this data. Okay. So this is what it is. And one more thing. So how the Google Cloud Storage operates? Okay, sir, it is a fully managed, that is fine, and the purpose of the service is also fine, but how it operates? Okay, how it operates? Sir, it operates via bucket and files. Okay, it operates via bucket and files. Sir, some people does not know what is a bucket. I want you to understand this terminology now. Okay, sir, what is a bucket? Sir, a bucket is a container. The terminology is this one, sir. Bucket is nothing but a container, or some, if you does not know what is a container also, you can think of your folder. Okay, a container is not, a bucket is nothing but a container, and terminology for the object is nothing but a file of any format. Okay, so this is what is the terminology, sir. Now you will understand. So in a Google Cloud Storage, we are storing something and we are retrieving the something. So how the Google Cloud Storage operates? Sir, in a Google Cloud Storage, it operates via bucket and objects. I should mention here objects, not files, because the terminology is an object. Okay, it operates via bucket and objects. Okay, what is a bucket? A container or a folder. What is an object? A file of any format. So what does that mean, sir? If it is operating via bucket and object, do I have to create a bucket to store the objects? Yes. So you have to create, we have to create to store the objects. Okay, we have to create a bucket. We have to create a bucket. So any number of buckets you can create it, any number of files you can upload it to one bucket. So this is what is it. This is how the Google Cloud Storage operates. Okay, how the Google Cloud Storage operates, sir? A Google Cloud Storage operates via bucket and objects. So in the terminology, what is a bucket, sir? A bucket is nothing but a container, and an object is a file of any format. And we have to create, if I wanted to store some data, what I have to do, sir? If I wanted to store some data inside a Google Cloud Storage, what I have to do? I have to go to the Google Cloud Storage and try to create a bucket, and inside that I can upload the objects. What do you mean by objects, sir? It is nothing but a data, nothing but a file, right? So this is what is, it is how operates. Sir, so far everything seems good. The fourth point I want you to understand that it allows, Google Cloud Storage allows worldwide storage and retrieval. Okay, that means, what does that mean, sir? I do not know. One more basic concept it is coming, sir. You have to understand, there is a concept of region, multi-region, multi-region, and one more thing is a region, multi-region, dual region. Okay, so this is what, if it is allowing a worldwide storage and retrieval, what does that mean, sir? At any location you can able to store the data, at any, from any other location you will be able to retrieve the data, but you have to select a proper region and multi-region and dual region. According to that, if you wanted to store and retrieve the data within the region, you can go for the within the region option. And if you go to the multi-region, the data will be retrieved across all the regions. And dual region means within two regions. Okay, we will see this difference. Okay, this is actually takes some time, so we will see this difference tomorrow. Okay, what is the main intention of having a regional service, regional storage and multi-regional storage and dual region storage? Because there is a difference between them and there is an advantage also there, and there is a cost in terms of a cost also. You can look at it, guys. If I go to the region, the cost will be little lesser. When I say dual region, the cost will be little higher. If I go to a multi-region, the cost will be little more higher. And we will see that tomorrow the main difference why it is so. That is one thing that we will see tomorrow, guys. The fifth point is, as I told you, scalable and secured platform. What does that service, sir? It is a one more final point, sir. It is a scalable and secured platform. So we will see what is meant by secured platform. And I just want you to give you an overall heads up to the Google Cloud Storage. Now you got it. What is a Google Cloud Storage? The only thing you have to understand today is that what is a Google Cloud Storage and what is the main purpose of having it, who will be taking care of the resources here, and how it operates, how the Google Cloud Storage operates, and what kind of a tool it is, whether it is a storage, worldwide storage or a distributed service, and whether can we go for a secured, whether it is a secured platform and scalable platform or not. This is the only point you have to understand, guys. Tomorrow we will see how to create a bucket. Inside that, all these things, like when I say secured platform, right? So we can able to say access control and very basic concepts we are going to see tomorrow. Object versioning. What is mean by all of this terminology? We will see retention policy. Okay. Okay. And one more thing is also there, storage classes. Okay, we can also go for the storage classes. While you are creating a bucket, there is also a storage classes. So tomorrow we will see all of these things, sir. Whenever you wanted to create a bucket, so you can select a proper bucket name and a location where you wanted to. So when you wanted to create a bucket, you have to give a proper name to the bucket. Okay, you have to give a proper name to the bucket, and you have to select the location of the bucket, and you have to select the proper storage class for the bucket, and we have to select the access control, and we have to select the object versioning and retention policy. Retention policy. Okay, tomorrow we will see in while we are creating a bucket, all of these concepts we will see, because these are the practical concepts. Okay, so what are these, how we have to give a proper name to the bucket, because it is not directly, sir, I can give any name. Okay, it is not like that. It has to be a globally unique name. How to select a location? When I say select a location, we know that we have a region option is there, we have a dual region option is there, we have a multi-region option is also there. And storage classes, there are 4 storage classes like standard, nearline, cold and archive. Access control also we have 2 options. Access control at rate bucket level, access control at rate object level is also there. So we have to see all of these things while we are creating a bucket. Okay, today hope you got some idea about a Google Cloud Storage as well as the different varieties of the services in the cloud platforms. Okay, yeah, any questions so far on the Google Cloud platform, guys?
If we created a storage in a region type, after that we can change to multi-region or dual region after uploading the files in region.
No, that's one. So there are few properties that you can change it. There are few properties once the bucket is created, you cannot change it. Okay. So that is, I have actually properly documented that. Tomorrow, I think we will see. Okay. What is a bucket and how to create a bucket. So bucket configuration. See, when you look at the bucket configuration here, Here the location, you see, for the location, this is, we have selected a US West one and it is not editable. Okay, so when you create a bucket, you cannot, once you have selected a proper location to that bucket, you cannot later edit it. If you wanted to edit it, you just have to delete your entire bucket and you have to create your bucket with that particular location. Okay, that location is a region, multi-region, dual region, as per your question, right? But there are few things, as you selected a storage class standard, as well as access control fine grained, so labels if you wanted to add. So these are the editable properties. Okay, so this is a metadata of the bucket. There will be a metadata for the object will also be there, guys. There are two things: metadata about object, metadata about bucket. So in a metadata about bucket, you will be able to understand which properties can be changeable even after the bucket is created, and which properties cannot be able to change later after the creation of the bucket. Okay, so as we talking about, once a location is selected, location type region is selected, you cannot change it later. Hope I have answered your question.
Yeah.
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
So in terms of, suppose we create a bucket and we have it in one region, and suppose we don't want to delete that bucket, we just want to replicate that bucket and keep a duplicate of that, and with added functionality in terms of adding location as well. So can we do that?
Yes. So this is for, it's a one scenario that what you wanted to do is like you have two buckets, right? It's two buckets, right? It's not only one bucket, right? So as I told you, because I'll tell you why I said two buckets, because when you wanted to create a bucket, the name of the bucket is globally unique name. Okay, you cannot give a same name to the two buckets. First thing. Okay, so when you give it two names, that means they are two buckets, right? So what do you wanted to do is like, whenever I upload one file to one bucket, you wanted to have that same file in one more bucket also, because you wanted to copy the data. So that kind of scenarios that we can see in our upcoming topics, because I have such kind of scenarios we can easily have with help of the cloud functions. I will create a one cloud function code. That cloud function code will be doing is like, it is a serverless platform. In the backend, what it will do, it will try to copy whatever the data that you are uploading to the one bucket, and it will copy it to the one more bucket, so that whenever you do that activity, it will be backend, it will be doing this activity as well, so that there is a copy of your data. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this can be done. Yes, we will be having such kind of scenarios, plenty of practical scenarios we are seeing. And I want you to, if you are coming across such kind of scenarios in your company also, you tell me, we will implement that solution. Okay, so that we will do, guys. Okay, I just don't want you to tell you a course and stop it here. I just want you to, if you guys have such kind of a scenario, sir, I am facing this kind of a problem, so can we implement such kind of a solution, or can we at least see an architecture for this solution? So that kind of scenarios we will see if you are coming across. So please let me know. That's not a problem. And someone is asking a question, can you teach how to create a bucket via SDK? Sir, yes, we will create a bucket with the help of the Cloud Shell. Yes, of course. So I will tell you how to create a bucket two ways, sir. You can also see here. So because each and every, I want you to understand this point. I think I might not have told you this point. So let me tell you this point. Where is this? Yeah. So, sir, very important thing. I will write it here. There are two ways. There are more ways, but mainly two ways for me. Two ways to interact with GCP services. There are actually two ways for me. Okay, I don't know how people say, but for me, in my classes, I will tell there are two ways if you wanted to interact with the GCP services. One is UI, one more is code. Okay, one UI is nothing but a console. Code is nothing but a Cloud Shell or Cloud SDK. Okay, or SDK, Cloud SDK. Okay, this is what. In UI, we know that how we are interacting with the help of the user interface, nothing but a drag and drop, clicking something. That is what is a UI. If you wanted to interact with the services, if you wanted to use any service in the GCP, you can go with this way. Okay, this is a manual process. Sir, I wanted to create a bucket, or I wanted to delete something, or I wanted to interact with the Google Cloud Storage. You can also interact from the code, that is Cloud Shell or Cloud SDK, from anywhere. So these things also we will be seeing, guys. It is not that we are also looking, because I wanted to understand the concepts via UI, but tomorrow I wanted to automate it with the help of the code, because we are not just stopping here, because there are professionals who are automating the processes. Automating can only be done with help of the code. So there are two ways to interact with the GCP services. Keep this in mind, sir. Whenever you are getting any doubt, anything can be done with help of the UI, anything can be done with the help of the code. Okay, creating a bucket. Tomorrow, if I wanted to create a bucket, yeah, sorry.
Through code, we can use REST API also.
Yeah, through REST APIs also we can use it, but most of the people using these things. So even I am covering these two only. That is the reason I have mentioned REST API is also there, and there is also one more thing is also there, mobile application also. But most of the times we will be using this thing only. Even in the companies also, people use UI as well as Cloud SDK, Cloud Shell. Yeah. Okay. And one more question: any Terraform Ansible tools required for automation? Sir, no. Any Terraform and Ansible tools required for automation? No, sir. Our main intention is to have a data to be created and automated with the help of the pipeline. So that is what we are going to do. That is SQL plus Python is enough for this course. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
In real time, we will be creating the bucket, or admin team, they will create the bucket and hand over to us.
No. So there are two ways. So if you go to, there are two, it depends upon your company, guys. If you go to the MNC companies, you will be having a dedicated team for the admin. So they will be doing the admin activities. Admin, I would not say admin. So there are two, admin, or you can also DevOps. Okay. They will be taking care of the resources, infra related things. They are taking care of it. Okay. But if you go to the tier 2 companies, tier 3 companies, what they do is like something like startups or some low base, I mean, not product, some basic product based companies are, you know, if you go to small scale companies, what small scale? Okay, what they do is like they will provide an entire, because it is a small startup company and you have to do everything on your own. In that case, you will be getting a chance to work on the UI, you will be getting a chance to creating a bucket, anything. You have to, you yourself have to work with the admin activities as well. That means IAM, all of those things, and permissions, roles. You yourself have to create a bucket. But when you are going to the MNC companies, most of the times they will not providing you access to do that. But there is an environment called a sandbox. In that sandbox, you can do anything. But if you look at the prod environment, they will not provide you no access at all. Okay. If you wanted to practice anything, you can go and do it in the sandbox. But in the startup, you will be providing an access to all of the things. You can able to work with that. So this is what it is. Okay. Yeah. You will team BigQuery with loading files with the real-time scenarios? Yes, guys, I will teach. It's not team, right? You will teach, yes. So you will teach BigQuery with loading files with the real-time scenarios. Don't worry about that. We will be having a plenty of such scenarios. Data proc, data flow, everywhere we are using the BigQuery. And I will take some CSV files. I'll upload it to the, I'll upload them as a, I will upload it to, sorry, I will create a tables on top of those CSV files. And one more thing also, what we will do is like, we will automate that process. Okay, as I told you, I don't want it to manually do it tomorrow. Okay, if a file, CSV file available in the GCS bucket, what I wanted to do, sir, automatically it has to create a table inside the BigQuery. Okay, that automatic scenarios we will see. Don't worry about that, sir. Plenty of automations, plenty of scenarios, topics, real-time things we are going to see in our thing, guys. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Just to focus on the knowledge, you will be able to get a lot of real-time scenarios from me. The only thing is like, please be attentive during the class. Yeah. Now, so this is enough for today. What I will do is like, I will try to tell you how to create an account. So we will see tomorrow rest of the concepts. Okay. Now let us see how to create a bucket. Sorry. It's already 8:20, guys. Okay. So let me. Can we see it tomorrow or shall we see it today itself? Sir, I would tell you. So some people are asking for the. Yeah. Some people are asking for the slides and some people are asking. So slides I may not be sharing with you, but what I will do is like I will share you the material. Okay, what is that material? It is a very robust, and you see the material for the Google Cloud Storage tomorrow. Today we have seen, right? What is the Google Cloud Storage? This is access to my notes I will give you, sir. What is a GCS? How to create a bucket? All the concepts, high level concepts. And note, oh, here I have mentioned, sir, whenever you use any service in the Google Cloud platform, okay, this is one more thing, two costs associated. One is storage cost, retrieval cost. Tomorrow we will see this point. Okay, so these notes I will provide it to you guys. Okay, I will provide access to the my notebook. This is my OneNote notebook. We will be having all of these things here only. So I will provide access to that. And so that for that one, I want everyone to complete your registrations. Then only there will be a group created. There I will provide the link for that so that you will be able to access it. And access also not provided to all guys, only for those who have registered. And if I got an email from the team, I will provide access to that particular email. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So please complete your registration tomorrow. So please remember, make me remember, sir. Tomorrow, first thing we will create a bucket. We will create an account. Okay. Later only we will see the rest of the things. Yeah. Because it's already 8:20. Even I am having some other tasks. Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you all. Hope you learned something today. So I want you to learn everything, almost everything, every day, whatever we are speaking. If you are unable to understand, please try to ask me. So that wouldn't be a problem. You can raise a question. You can raise anything. If you wanted to see a real-time things also, you can do. Okay. Complete your registration to get the notes, guys. Okay. Thank you all. Hope you learned something today. Thank you all. Hello guys, very good morning everyone. Hope you guys are doing good. Welcome to the session today. So let us start the session. If you remember, yesterday we had discussed about the introduction of the Google Cloud Storage, right? What is a Google Cloud Storage, guys? Google Cloud Storage is one of the fully managed service. What does that mean? One of the fully managed means fully managed is nothing but all the resources required for the managing the files as well as storing the files and retrieving will be taken care by the GCP itself. We need not to worry about that thing. The only thing we have to worry about is like how to create a bucket and how to upload a file. And after that, how to make sure the data is controlled and need not to worry about the resources required to build this GCS. And one more thing, we have to worry about what are the storage classes we need to take care of it, and the location as well as object version. And what kind of a tool it is, guys, if you ask me. Google Cloud Storage is a service for storing your any type of a data, any kind of a data, any number of files we can store here. And how the Google Cloud Storage operates? Google Cloud Storage operates via bucket, okay, and objects. What is a bucket, guys? A bucket is nothing but a container to store your objects. And what is your file object, guys? Object is nothing but a file. Okay, it allows worldwide storage and retrieval. It is a scalable and secured platform. So this is all about a introduction to the Google Cloud Storage. Now the question is how to create a bucket. Sir, as I told you, if I wanted to work with any of the service in the GCP, there are two ways. One is via console, one more is via command line tool. Okay, so let me open. Okay, so if I wanted to work with a interact, to interact with GCP, how many ways we can interact with the GCP? Guys, there are plenty of ways. There is APIs, there are many things, but mainly as a developer, as a data engineer, we are going to work with, we are going to focus on two things. Okay, that is, one is user interface. That is what we call as a console. One more is command line tool. That is your shell or SDK. Okay, so this is these are the two ways that we can work with. Now the question is how to create a bucket from the console. That is one thing, and also how to create a bucket from the command line tool. So these are the two things that we will see, guys. Okay, so now let us see. Let me go to the console and tell you how to create a bucket and how to interact with the, and while creating a bucket, what are the things that we have to take care. One by one we will see. And likewise, how to create a bucket from the command line tool. That means with the help of the commands, with the help of the Linux commands, how to create a bucket also we will see. Okay, all of these things one by one we will see. Okay, for that one, let me go to my go console. Okay, login in. I am logging into my console, guys. Google Cloud. Okay, so let me first give you an introduction to the Google Cloud platform here, the interface. So when you logged into your Google Cloud, so this is how the interface looks like. Okay, in the interface top left, you will be able to see all the services. This is your navigation menu where you will be able to see all the list of services or the products available in the Google Cloud. Okay, so this is one thing. And one more thing, once you have here, so everything is worked by project, guys. Okay, this is something that we are going to start maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, about what is a project and how to interact with all of these things we will see tomorrow, guys. But for now, just understand that. So when you wanted to work with any of the service in the GCP, okay, when you wanted to work with any of the service in the GCP, we have to enter, we have to select a proper project. Either we have to select an existing project or we can create a new project. Okay, how to create a new project, guys? Click on this new project. You will provide your project ID, project number, that's it. Okay, new project will be created. So each and every product in the GCP will be can be tracked from the project only, and billing also enabled from the project only. If you don't select a proper project, the project you cannot be able to work with any of the resources. And one more thing, you have to enable the billing only, otherwise you can able to unable to work with the GCP services. And while you are working with any of the service, there will be a API, you have to enable the API. All these things are linked to a project only, because all the tracking of the billing will be done from the projects. Okay, so this is one thing, guys. Okay. Now, once you have here, sir, if you wanted to work with any of the service in the GCP, either you can go to the left navigation menu, select that service. Like if you are working with the Google Cloud Storage, you can select here. No. You wanted to directly select it. You can directly set that particular service. You can also select it from here. Okay, Google Cloud Storage. And after that, sir, there is a free trial status, how much amount of money that is left in your free trial status and how many days it is, you can able to see from here. Okay, and here this is where you can able to activate your Cloud Shell, sir. If we wanted to work with the Cloud Shell, nothing but a command line tool, where this is where the place you have to go and click on activate the Cloud Shell. When you click on activate the Cloud Shell, one more at the bottom you will be able to see a command line tool will be opened for us. It takes like almost 30 seconds. For the first time it can take 30 to 40 seconds. You see here a Cloud Shell terminal will be opened for us. Okay, so this is a we will see what is actually a Cloud Shell and what kind of a tool it is and how to an introduction to the Cloud Shell also I will tell you guys, but now let us not worry about that. And after that, this is where you will be able to see all the notifications when you create a bucket, when you delete a bucket, when you move something, you will be able to see here. And the settings, if you wanted to go to the project settings, you can go from here. And all the if you wanted to add one more account, a sign out account, and you wanted to look at your account details, so from here you will be able to do it. So this is all about the interface of the Google Cloud, guys. In a Google Cloud, you will be able to have a navigation menu for selecting the each and every service, or go to the search box for selecting a proper service. And one more thing is like you can select a proper project here. Either you can select an existing project or create a new project. And here you can go to the project settings as well from here. Okay. And one more thing is like activate Cloud Shell. So you can able to see the Cloud Shell was activated. You will be able to see. So whenever you are working from the console, also the very first thing is like you select a project, right? Likewise, whenever you work from a Cloud Shell, also you select a proper project. Okay, so this project by default this project is selected. How I know every project is tracked with the help of their project ID, guys. So this is your project ID, Arboreal Avatar, right? Here you see Arboreal Avatar. So this is your project ID. And if you wanted to select one more project from the Cloud Shell, so the thing here is like you have to mention this one, Google Cloud config set project, and that project ID you have to mention, so that you will be able to enter one more project. And here from the console, you wanted to go to a one more project, you directly click on that one. So like how you are clicking on this one, you click on one more project, that project will be selected. So if you are working in that project, that means all the billing will be enabled to that particular project only. Okay, so this is what is all about the introduction to the GCP console as well as Cloud Shell, guys. And I want you to understand what is a Cloud Shell also now. Okay, I think do I have somewhere the Cloud Shell information? No. No. Yeah, here it is. Yes. Okay, so what is a cloud? As I told you guys, if anyone wanted to interact with the GCP services, there are two ways. Okay, the very first thing is web user interface. Then the very next thing is command line tool, that either Cloud Shell terminal or an editor. Cloud Shell terminal or SDK. So these are the two ways that we can work with. And one more thing, what is a Cloud Shell? Because we know that console is a web interface. We know how the web interface works. But what does this Cloud Shell serve? A Cloud Shell is a very small Linux operating system, guys. It is a command line tool. It has a 5 GB storage. Storage size is 5 GB, and it has a language support to SQL, Python, Go, Java, all of these things. If we wanted to work with the shell, we first activate it. After that, we select a proper project and use shell commands and Linux commands to interact with the each and every services. Okay, so this is what is a Cloud Shell, guys. You should not you should understand that the Cloud Shell is a very small machine. When I say very small machine, it does have a Linux operating system, and it is having only 5 GB persistent disk storage. And it has a language support to SQL, Python, Go, Java. Okay, so whenever you wanted to interact with any of the service from the Cloud Shell, you provide a proper command from the Cloud Shell to interact with that particular service. That commands will be available. I will tell you how to do that because I have listed here. Okay, one by one we will see. We need not to, hurry. We are not in a hurry, guys. So what we will do? So whenever I interact with any of the services, there are two ways I will tell you. For example, today I am working about a Google Cloud Storage. I will tell how to create a bucket from the console. I will also tell you how to interact with the Cloud Shell, how to interact with the Google Cloud Storage from the Cloud Shell also. Okay, two ways we will see. Now we understood that the interface. There are two ways that we can interact. One is console and via Cloud Shell. Now we will go to the Google Cloud Storage and try to create a bucket in the console.
Hello.
Yep.
I am on doubt, sir.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between this Cloud Shell, which are working with the Linux operating system you told, no?
Yes.
So what is the difference between this Cloud Shell and the SSH? During the computer engine we are creating now, so there we are getting into the SSH. The same screen is getting what different thing is there?
Where we will be able to interact with each and every service in GCP. And one more, this SSH terminal is only for that